absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
An absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh,
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré and it is not over.
oh no.
Insane.
That was fast.
Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow.
Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for another season at the UTMB World Series. We are at the first race, Chianti by UTMB, and this is going to be hell of a kickoff for this season. We have all the heavyweight champions of the UTMB World Series final, many times winner Kilian Jornet, and then the contenders, Jim Walmsley and Vincent Bouillard in the men's category. Obviously, the women's category is just as stacked with the likes of Fabiola Conti, Azara Garcia, Fiona Pascall, Abby Hall. And they are going to duke it out. They've already been out there for quite a while. They started at 4 a.m. local time this morning, and this is the course of this 120 kilometers. If you didn't recognize, once again, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Martin Gaffuri, super stoked to be once again with you all. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, one hell of a co-host. She's an amazing athlete, great human, and I'm lucky to call her a friend. She is on site for the race, so she'll be at the heart of the action. Ladies and gentlemen, Martina Valmasoi.
Hello, everyone. I'm super happy to be here. I hope I'll try to do my best to help somehow, or at least don't disturb Martin in this coverage. And yeah, we can't wait to follow along as you guys.
Yes, indeed. I am not too worried about you being able to talk or not because you are Italian, and as long as your hands are free, this is going to be extremely natural. And you know so many things about the local knowledge about athletes. This is going to be an easy one. And I see everybody already extremely excited in the chat. So if you found us in the chat, obviously you found the right place to follow this live coverage. It is the platform live.utmb.world. And from there, by all means, the little button, if you haven't found the chat, little button at the bottom right of your screen is when you can join in and then share all your comments, feedback, questions. And I got to say, this chat is blowing up already. So this is going to be exciting. And we love already the very good use of the GIFs, which was the main reason why we moved that chat from YouTube, because YouTube, yeah, you can do comments, but this you can be GIFs, and a GIFs is worth 1,000 words. So, Martina, give us a little bit of an update on what's going on here in Chianti, and I think we're going to have a bit of a recap But until then, what are
Yeah.
what's the feel? You've been there.
Yeah, the place. Well, first of all, Tuscany is an amazing place to be, and it's there's so many trails, and it has more history with cycling, I would say. But like, it's just become a great new land for trail running, and I have to say that I've been lucky enough to run some of the course. I run like about 35K of the course, and it's not it's really technical, so like especially some downhills are pretty challenging, I would say. And so I was expecting a much faster race, but like with this profile and the terrain, that today is going to be even trickier, because yeah, well, here has started to rain pretty heavily around 2 a.m. So they started like under really heavy rain, but right now it seems to be much better, the weather. So hopefully the runners will be lucky from now on, and maybe it won't rain too much. But yeah, like the vibes here, yeah, are great. Like a lot of people arrived yesterday in Rada. And yeah, it's a little town on the Tuscany hills, and yeah, it's like it's also one of the early races of the year. So first, for sure, with the field who's here, lots of people, even like spectators, has come to cheer the runners on. So it's pretty amazing.
And to be fair, this is understandable. Not only the lineup, but as you said, the landscapes and the vineyards. Who wouldn't want like good food and good wine? We had the quick presentation on your screen of our top female contender based on their UTMB index. We had Fabiola Conti, Azara Garcia from Spain, Fiona Pascall from the UK, Abby Hall from the US, Arroasio from Spain as well. And now to the men's. Here is the man who won UTMB last year and has recently announced that he has an official athlete contract with HOKA after working with them for over 10 years. And we can talk about his status a little bit more later. Here he is, last year's winner, Andreas Reiterer from Italy,
Yeah.
north of Italy. As much as the name sounds very different, don't get fooled.
Yeah,
He is
it's
from
South
Italy,
Tyrol.
and he's one. Yeah. He is back. He's been racing a little local 50K, but basically on the international scene. Last time we saw Jim was at UTMB last year after he had to drop because of a knee injury in Courmayeur. So he is back to show that once again he can be one of the top runner, but this will be this will have to go past the boss, the GOAT, as many of you call him,
Yeah.
Kilian Jornet. He is back. He's just like, we didn't know until last minute whether or not he was going to be able to join us for this Italian party, but everything is good. The family is extended, and now he can focus on the race. And so
Yeah, it was great news.
We have the noise of a plane.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure this is the studio playing a little joke, because we are not using planes or helicopters to do any type of live coverage. So before you guys start asking questions in the chat, we want to go ahead and kill that. This is a drone shot. And do you know no, we don't know. But this is a recap. This is what we were going to tell you. The race started at 4 a.m. So it's been 2 hours and 20 minutes elapsed in that race. And here's a bit of a recap. We'll let you enjoy those minutes of the recap of the start of the Chianti. And so, Martina, we had our live field reporter who was at the start earlier this morning, the infamous Antoine from the Web TV. And he told us that actually Kilian showed up at the start actually very early, which was interesting. Amanda Basham here from the US. is also getting ready and on her way to the start line. And as opposed to Kilian, Jim only showed up, about 5 minutes before the
5
start.
minutes before the
So here we
start,
go.
yeah.
Yeah. Abby Hall here, like
Yeah,
this is
Abby
a great
Hall-
opportunity for us to look at the outfits. So if we see those runners in the distance, we're going to be able to identify them. There was Andreas and then Jim.
Yeah,
So it looks like they're doing a
Jim
gear
always
check.
in his. Oh yeah. Yeah, they are both. The HOKA guys are both full black.
Stealth runner into
They
the
want to
night.
mimetize. Yeah. Yeah, we can see now from these images that it was raining a lot at the start.
And so we had Aubin Ferrari there, who should do well. Probably pull off a top 10 here. Stephanie Howe with the green jacket here, American runner living
Fiona
in France.
Pascall, Azara.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was the start earlier this morning at 4 a.m. local time.
Yeah, you can see most of the runners started with the jacket, so it was, yeah, probably. It's not just raining; it's also pretty cold. Yeah, the speaker of the race is always shirtless, so that doesn't indicate like the temperature. He's literally always shirtless.
This is awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about, like, do you know this person?
Well, I don't remember like his name, but like last year I was here, because Dakota was my boyfriend was running the 40K, and it was incredible because the energy of the speaker, it was like next level, and from like early morning he would dress like with the Scottish kilt, shirtless, and just like screaming at the runners, and just like bring the fire out of them. And he just like at the end of the day he has no more voice, and he's totally spent, and he's awesome. But I don't personally know him, and but it's super cool, the energy.
That's
Here we go.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We have images, and I have the feeling that with the jacket here, that's Kilian chasing two runners in front.
Which is Jim and Vincent, the two black guys, black jackets from HOKA, I feel like.
Okay, yeah, we got confirmation from our camera mountain biker. He is with the top three runners.
Kilian is searching for something and in his pocket, maybe a gel, or just adjusting his t-shirt.
He's gonna pull that and be like,
Here they go.
so as you were saying,
All right,
Martina,
so
this is
here
probably
yeah, I was gonna say, just like it's interesting to see already a strategy. No, I'm curious about. I was like curious to see if the athletes from HOKA would have played like a strategy from early on with Kilian, because of course they have the strength of being two from the same team, and so you never know if these people, if the athletes decide to work together or just to do their own race. And seems like. Well, actually, it seems like Kilian is just catching up. He just had to find a gel or something. So it was
it looks like he was
much
faffing
behind
around,
them.
but within meters, he reeled them back in. That is a great assumption. That's a question I had for myself as well, Martina. Like, are these two guys, Vincent and Jim, going to work together? They didn't during the first part of UTMB. Jim was ahead until Vincent passed him, and then just Vincent kept going, and then eventually they found themselves in Courmayeur. But Vincent, at least from his perspective, said like, "Oh, I'm just gonna do my own race. I don't know what Jim's plan is. I'm obviously gonna try to go for the win." Like, he didn't shy away from that, and he compared it in his words to a very long cross-country race. Because, I mean, obviously, if you scroll down a little bit on the live.utmb.world platform, you'll see the course profile, and it's just like a jigsaw. It's always up and down, relentless little kicks. And so he said like that was the thing that was going to be challenging, and also his rekeyed part of the course. And as you were explaining, it's been raining quite a bit earlier this week as well. And for us commentators, this is the perfect situation. It was rain during the night to keep things entertaining, to keep the ground muddy and slippery a little bit. But now for the images, so far at least, the rain has stopped.
Yeah, the forecast doesn't seem bad for the day. This course is absolutely brutal because to compare, it has the same elevation as Lavaredo, but like the climbs are distributed completely different. So it's really a constant up and down, and there's a lot of different terrains, and so I've found like really challenging and steep and technical downhills and climb, but also like as we can see right now, there's a lot of like just like wide dirt roads and just gravel path that especially in the downhills are really, really hard on your legs, because of course these guys are going to run really fast, and once you just hit these downhills really hard, it's tough for the legs, and just like to start climbing again every time, it's a big challenge. I would not want to race this race at this time of the season. It's really hard.
And here, like, this is quintessential Chianti with the cypress trees. I try to learn all the words. The gravel road here, you call it like Strada Bianche.
Le strade bianche, like the famous cycling race. Well, Strada Bianca. Yeah, it's really like literal, because strada is a road and bianca is white. So now they're not exactly white, but when it's good weather for a while, they can be like, from afar you just see this perfectly white stretch in between vineyards, and it's really, really beautiful. So here we see just the top three guys, but like Andreas Reiter, last year winner, is right on their heels, is just like 2 minutes behind, with Luke Greenfield and Luis Soran. I don't know much about him as a French runner. Do you know him, Martin?
I don't know him personally, but like he's usually more like a mountain runner. I was checking him out earlier, and he does well. Doesn't seem to be taking himself too seriously. Like when he races, like I know one of the races he's done like 7Ks from the finish. He had a beer. So I think he's got not much pressure, but maybe he had a very good winter lead up to this race, and could do well. So far he's pretty looking good.
Nice. And the top 10, it seems like there's few French on it, and with that also the GR20 record holder Lambert Santelli.
Yes.
And Zachary Garner. Yeah, Zachary Garner is a young runner that lives in Salt Lake City. As I spend sometimes in in the US. I spent like last winter, the last 2 months in the US. I got to meet. I've seen this athlete at one local race there, and he's a really talented, really strong runner who won Andorra 100K last year in a really convincing performance. So it would be interesting to see him here, because it's this kind of races. I feel like it's a really good terrain for US runners, because it's fast and just like a long cross country race, as Jim said.
It was Vincent who said that. Just to make sure. I don't
Sorry.
mislead people. And then look at what's going on, Martina, on the screen here. They were trying to stay in that little single track, but then they were actually getting off of it, because it was probably full of water.
Yeah.
And so now they're running on the grass, possibly to get more traction, which would mean that the ground is wet enough to have mud on it. And I think that's going to play to Kilian's advantage, because I'm pretty sure he would be wearing the new shoe from Normal that he was wearing in Zigama last year, with a very aggressive thread, to make sure that he doesn't slip on that muddy terrain. All right, we're back with the starting line, and I don't see your speaker friend. Or did he put a jacket on?
Is he still shirtless? I can't see him.
I don't know. I can't see anyone shirtless, so maybe that's just for the start, and then he puts on a jacket right after.
Yeah, because in 30 minutes the 78 kilometers will start. So we're gonna watch the images just of the start of that race, and so we won't be able to follow along that race, because we will focus on the 100 miles. And now we are also waiting to see like some images of the women. Hopefully soon we'll get some. We have to say that on the live track, it seems like the Italian Fabiola Conti is leading the race, with a bit of a minute gap on Abiol and Azara Garcia, but they're pretty much there's like 4 of them pretty close together, and then there's a little gap, and there's another group of 4 or 5 women. So it's really, really early stages, but Fabiola is an incredible runner. She's Italian, and she is more known for faster races, like Golden Trail Series. She plays really well on lots of Golden Trail Series races, and she's a really top level athlete, but she's also unpredictable, because she disappeared for a while from social media and the stage, let's say. But last year, at the end of the season, she pulled up an incredible performance at Tortret, which is the 120 or 100K race of the Tour de Jean. And she destroyed the record there, and she basically ran the race with the men, and she was just casually running for 22 hours. And so she can do well here if she prepared right, and if maybe she's patient and she doesn't go out too hard, because she's definitely someone who can push the pace from the beginning, because she has all the gears.
And as we discussed before the live started, Martina, we know that also Azara Garcia is also an aggressive runner usually, and so it's interesting to see that despite, Azara probably didn't change her racing strategy, and she's already a minute back from Fabiola. So Fabiola, I would say, as we anticipated, is on a good day. This is early season, so she wouldn't have cooked herself like we've seen her do in the past years. As the season progresses, she kind of starts to fade. So it's going to be an exciting race, because I don't think many people know her on the international scene. But as you were saying, she has the pedigree to really do well and surprise people. And she said that she would take that Western States ticket should she get it. So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
will
I'm
be, it will
really,
be good to
really
see.
excited to follow along. Yeah, and but also really, yeah, not surprisingly, but it's kind of I'm kind of surprised to see her so like in the front so early on. It's Abiol. She's just 1 minute back from Fabiola, and yeah, like Abby is on a mission. She's here to get the golden ticket because she missed it for like just by a minute at the Black Canyons, just
155 or something.
early,
Yeah.
like oh yeah, yeah, that's and in there she had an incredible race. Like I feel like she struggled, but she wasn't where she wanted. Like in the first here we go with the women.
Here we go.
Fabiola with her super short hairstyle, which is her signature. She looks great on it. I don't know how she does that, but and yeah, alone and no
And so,
problem
yeah,
for now.
yeah, she's just
Yeah,
ticking
so
along. It is,
Abby, she's on a mission.
yeah. Yeah, you're right to say that this is definitely her goal with this race is to finally snag a golden ticket. She wants to go back to Western States. She wants to have another crack at it, and you know now she's back to healthy level. Even though like not so long ago she fell and hit her knee again. It wasn't the bad knee where she had a massive reconstructive surgery. That one is absolutely fine, but like she just tripped and fell and hit her knee a little bit. But she said it was no big deal. So she shouldn't be affected during the race, at least we hope so. And there she is. And no, as much as I'm trying to see, there's no Band-Aid on the knee, so it's all in the green for Abby Hall.
Nice. Yeah, so probably the live tracking here. Yeah, we have a recent update. Yeah, she's less than a minute. She's like 30 seconds back from
yeah,
Fabiola.
she is right there, eh?
And Azara is right there with Abby, so we might see Azara soon. No, that's a guy.
Okay. And I take that back. She did have a bit of a Band-Aid on her right knee. So hopefully to protect it from getting worse, and not an indication of that she might still be hurting. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on her stride and see if we can see anything that is out of the ordinary.
So we are almost, for the women, we are at kilometer 30, 30 kilometers for the women, and the men's are just like 5-6 kilometers in front, or maybe even less. Let's say, I don't want to say something wrong.
We will say plenty of things wrong, Martina. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Nobody will notice after a while. Yeah. I'm just double
they will
checking
notice,
now,
and they will
which
tell
is
us in the chat.
38 minutes in. Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. That's what we love.
Yeah.
It's like we stand corrected, and this is definitely a collaborative experience where everybody can bring their 2 cents to the party. We have a quick commercial break coming up, but stay with us.
Yeah.
We're going to be right back after that.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
You know, when they were like showing the start, it was really loud.
All
It was,
right,
like,
Martina,
really-
we are
Oh.
back. So
Yeah,
back
sorry,
with,
I
as
was
you were saying.
discussing.
See, Martina was worried she wouldn't speak enough, and now she can't stop.
I can't stop. I
So,
can't stop. I was speaking even when I could take a break.
So this is we're back with in Rada with the start line, and as you were saying, Martina, this is the start of the 70K, the other race, and we've got more actually solid athletes in the house to compete in that race, even though we will not be following it.
Yeah. I'm just checking the live chat, and people is upset that Clan Benworth is not here, and I was like, I really hope she's not here, because otherwise it's a problem. So, but people seem to be upset with that. Here
Well,
you can
I mean,
hear
to be
the
fair-
speaker.
Yeah, if he wasn't probably that far away, she might have tried
Yeah.
to do the double.
Yeah.
This is a very clear thing to do. Obviously,
Yeah.
we don't recommend it. We don't back this up.
No.
But you know,
No.
she's still going. As somebody
Yeah,
was
she has
saying
done
in
that
the
before.
chat, she's a Duracell bunny.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's incredible, but also like, yeah, it's okay if she didn't come. It's a little rest, a one heart, I feel. We have lots of Abbey Hall fans in the live chat. That's great.
Yeah, it's probably late evening now for the US, so they're still up, and then we'll see who from the US crowd is going to be pulling an all-nighter and staying with us the entire time, or maybe go to bed and then get up early to see the end of that incredible race. There's going to be so much going on. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't have. We'll have updates probably pretty soon. Yeah, now they want to give a little space for the start of the 78K, where we have a pretty. All the races are really competitive here. On this race, we have Germain Granger, who's on a mission to get his zones for UTMB. So I think that's the goal of the year for Germain.
Yeah, collecting
recently-
stones.
Yeah. And here we go again on the leading guys and a cameraman.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna last too long. So for you following at home, this is the setup we have to do this live coverage. Because the race is actually not that technical, all the sections will be managed on e-mountain bikes by our camera mountain bikers. So there's 2 mountain bikers for the men's, 2 mountain bikers for the women's, and so one of them will be with the leaders and one of them will be dropping back, as well as 2 drone pilots to offer us aerial shots and give us a little bit of perspective when we're going through those epic landscapes, vineyards, beautiful hills. Look at these guys, almost stride for stride. And I feel like they're running a pretty aggressive race early on. Kilian is just so far holding on for the ride, probably about to take off his jacket. They're getting to the aid station.
Yeah.
There we go, that's going to be an interesting one.
Nice.
Let's see if I can hear anything.
Yeah. Yeah,
So Jess, after running the 50K...
aid stations are really interesting.
She's definitely a multitask. Then we had somebody in a normal team. Kilian is already almost out. And Camilla, Vincent's partner, is here. We've got world-class crew here at this aid station. And at this game, Kilian was the fastest, followed by Vincent. And here comes Jim coming out of the aid station. 15 to 20 seconds later. Ushita a sinistra.
Perfect. You can navigate at airport easily, Martin.
Yeah, this is the Paris subway, the way I've learned that one.
Okay, the velo, the bike got a little lost. No, I'm kidding.
And so obviously everybody's trying to get a few images of these champions as they're rolling out of the aid station. And now we're going to see, because Kilian left a bit earlier, so is he going to just keep... I think he's going to do his own thing, to be honest. Probably not going to try to slow down too much.
Yeah, they're all together, yeah.
Is he in there? I think he's a little ahead.
Yeah, I think
now he's taking off his jacket.
I'm not... I don't know if I'm mistaken, but he seemed to be just on the right, but behind Jim's shadow. Jim is a big, tall guy.
Oh yeah. It's a bit of a transition here.
Here we go. Okay. Here you go. Well, he put a sweater on, so it means it's really cold.
No surrender. Guys and ladies, siate pirati fino alla fine.
Yeah, it would be. I'm really curious to see the strategy of Kilian, of Jim, and of course of Vincent. It's just that we know way less of the Vincent strategy of racing. It seems like he just. We have seen him at UTMB, and he just ran his own race. But you never know, here there's different dynamics. Here people expect him to perform, so it's much different than just happen to be in the front and it's oh, who's this guy? And let's try to follow him. And so yeah, here we have. I feel like it's different when. You have more pressure on you, but he seems to be really positive and trying to protect his space as a person, as an athlete. So that's also why he didn't really change much in his lifestyle even after the win of UTMB. Right? He likes his role with HOKA as a engineer, product engineer, and now he's also one of their top athletes. So it's pretty incredible. So I'm really curious to see how these 3 guys will work together or not.
I don't know if work together is going to be the case, but they're certainly be close to one another until rather late. And if there is a move to be made, it's going to be very interesting to see when that happens. So I think here is Kilian in the lead. No, it doesn't look. Looks very tall.
You think? I don't think it's Kilian. I think it's the fourth guy
no,
or
I'm
some
totally wrong.
Some other.
That might be. Yeah, I am totally wrong here. And when I said it, I was like with very little confidence. So who is chasing? The same. I don't think this is Abby.
No, I think it's a man, but we have no context in like if it's the fourth. Yeah, it's not Andreas, so I can't recognize this runner. So we'll see more. Yeah, here we have the leading guys.
So options would be Louis Saurin from France. Or maybe Le Grenfell Shaw, but that's not the Brooks outfit, so I don't know. We'll find out.
Brooks, and was not Andreas because I can recognize Andreas.
He would have been
maybe let's say Louis Saurin, just because I don't know how it looked like.
All right, Louis. Is there? Oh yeah, but since there's a French chat and a French live coverage, I don't think the friends of Louis will be in that chat. The French chat is taken over by Speakio, so they're in good hands. And there we go. They have reeled in Kilian, and they are all running together. And I mean, I'm saying something that is now pretty obvious for all of those who have been following trail running for the past 10 years, but Kilian would not want to be leading. He plays his best game when he's chasing, when he's in control, when he's looking at his competition, looking where they're good, where they're less good, and where he's going to be able to make a difference. Let them do the work. And you can see, again, in famous like arm swing of Kilian going downhill.
Yeah. But he really seems in control. Seems like he's just like, okay, let's see what they're doing in front, and I'm just like looking where there's like deeper pools to avoid and just stay in the most comfortable path.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't seem. I mean, of course we can't tell, but it's just like it's also like it's really unfair for like the average people or like average runners, because you see these amazing athletes and they just seem so easy and relaxed, but they're running really hard right now. It's just that you can't really tell because they're just like so smooth and yeah. So let's see. This terrain for sure it's great for Kilian. Even though I was talking with Mireia Miro, who is his team manager for Normal, Kilian lives in Norway, and in Norway it hasn't been a great winter, but like early in the season and right now, like just leading up, getting close to Chianti, it was really winter, and so he did most of his runs on the treadmill. So of course Kilian is Kilian, but it's a different thing to train on trails rather than treadmills. So a little maybe, I don't know if we can't say it's an obstacle for Kilian, but or a disadvantage, but maybe not ideal. But also I feel like he's so motivated to get into Western States, and the fact that it was harder for him to prepare for it, it kind of makes it even more interesting.
Yeah, and I believe this is Polish runner Rafał Matuszak is on the line. That's going to be exciting. There we go. The shirt is gone, and he's jumping.
Yeah. He has to.
your wild side.
This is maybe Zan Epic.
Your wild side.
No,
Yes, yeah,
not
it
sure.
is. It
Come on,
is.
everybody,
Emily
hands up.
Smith?
Come on, put your
Adesso,
hands up.
le mani.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from
Zan
HOKA
Epic,
in
right?
the US.
Le mani.
Yeah.
Yes,
Your
it was.
hands.
It was.
I will hear
Yeah.
your hands, your
We
soul,
have
Elsie
Emily
your
Davis
heart.
as
and
well.
Come on with me.
Elsie Davis.
Come on
Here we
with
go.
me. Everybody.
All the energy.
Your hands, your hands, your hands.
That will keep you
Everyone
entertained on
taking
the
a
start
video
line.
of him.
So in
Yeah,
this,
and
in
on
this
this race,
format,
yeah, it's pretty good.
Come on.
Yeah, I think Emily Smith can do really well. Eleanor Davis, she already started the season with the arc of attrition, I believe, where
Yeah.
she did already really well.
She won.
Yeah, and in a really solid time too, and she was pretty emotional. Like her partner brought their baby to the line.
How many minutes?
Those were
Yeah.
beautiful images.
to the
And
start.
Rosanna Buschauer, somebody was talking about her in the chat from Germany, has the highest UTMB index. Oh, and here's Catherine.
Yeah,
Catherine Poletti.
Roxana.
She's in the house.
Yep. Roxana, she is here because she didn't need to get a golden ticket because she got it at CCC last year. She came third. So she's an amazing runner, and I was actually surprised that she accepted the golden ticket, but she's someone who really loves the new challenges, and because she's like more known to be like really strong on mountains, and so like going to Western States, I feel like it's gonna be a great challenge for her, but I'm pretty sure she will do great.
Be strong, but
So this is a tune-up probably for Roxana.
bonjour à tous.
Possible.
Je suis bien contente de vous retrouver. J'aimerais que les dames puissent rester sur
Davide Cerat is from Val d'Aosta. He's one of the contenders for the 78K for sure. And here Germain, coming from the big winter, late winter in the Mercantour where he lives.
Yes, he still
He's the
looks
partner
cold.
of... It is really cold in here. I was layering up this morning. And unfortunately, Germain, it doesn't seem to be really lucky with his ribs situation because last year when he was training for Lavaredo, he broke his rib. He fell and he broke his rib, and he actually went through a huge training block with the rib fracture because it just went to the wrong hospital, I guess. And then decided not to start, of course, because then they told him that he had two broken ribs, and 3 weeks ago he was at the cross-country French championships with Katie Scheid as well, and he got hit. He got elbowed really hard on his chest at the start of the race, and later he found out that he broke another rib. It's just it's not broken really badly, so he can run. But he had to last week he was supposed to do the skimo race Pierramenta, but he didn't come because it would have been really dangerous for him to fall. So yeah, let's see how he will do here. Even though, I talked with Katie and she was like, okay, Germain just really needs and wants to get his stones, and so of course he will try his best, but probably is not here to just race hard.
Yeah, and I couldn't quite understand, because if he only needed the stone, he could have done the shortest distance and jogged it. But no, he still chose to.
I feel
go hard for it.
I mean, apparently, she told me that he needed, because you can upgrade one distance, so you need still to be running the 100K distance to get to upgrade to the 100 mile. But I don't know. Sometimes it's like the rules are a bit confusing. So, or like just like there's so many little things to know, and you just go for the safest one. It's like, okay, if I do top 3 here, I'm pretty sure I qualify. So yeah, let's see. And they're off.
They're off indeed, 7 a.m. local time. And the stoke is high for all these runners.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. You can see the flags. It is windy, and it looks pretty darn cold. Well, at least you don't have to carry your military equipment for nothing. You can wear it as you start. So that's a positive.
Yeah. Okay, we have some of the audience. Hey, just for you to know, Luz Swaran is actually a quite serious runner. He was second on the how do I read that? I don't know. He also did great on Kulamanen. Really not a surprise to see him on the top 5. Yeah, we were not saying that it's just that we didn't know much about him, but yeah, if he's there, for sure, is a great runner.
Yeah, there were a lot of photos of him with Mr. Boucheix, aka Casquette Verte, and in Kulamanen. So yeah, he had done a really good race. It's just that we had not seen him up until now. He hasn't made much waves yet, and if I'm not wrong, but you can please correct me if I am, I don't think he's sponsored. So all the team managers, maybe next time.
Yes. Yeah, here we
so
now.
We're still seeing,
on the on the live chat is people cheering for the runners of the 78K, of course. Lots of love for Germain. Serge.
Yeah, good old Serge. And so we were talking about the US earlier.
Here we have Fabiola.
And but yeah, let's hear it from all of you. So obviously, I believe most of the Italian crowd will be following the Italian channel with the commentary with Maurizio Tori and Mr. De Gasperi, Marco. But yeah. So if there's anyone from Italy, let us know. And then if not, let us know where you're following, because we had big crowds from the US following Abby Hall on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side, still leading, but with something that looks like 40 seconds, because on the left-hand side, we can actually see Fabiola going down the vineyard. So there's, less than a minute between first 2 women. Sorry, I'm going to get there. And so let us know in the chat where you are cheering from, and let's blow up the chat a little bit.
Germany.
Extra points for those who can tell us where they're from
Germans
with a GIF.
All right. You are really challenging our audience, Martin.
They're up for it. They know how to do this.
Yeah, and if I watch the LiveTrail app, seems like Azara is also right behind Abby. I don't understand why we can't see, like, they should be just behind Azara so we can see them both, because it seems like she's just 10 seconds back. But the top 5 is really close. Fiona Pascall is closing the top 5 in the women, and she's 2 minutes back from from Fabiola Conti, the leader. And in the mix, there's also Johanna Antila, Finnish runner from Salomon.
And it's interesting to see here, like the terrain, even though like it doesn't look too bad, like it looks like really Abby Hall is having a bit of a challenge to stabilize herself. So it's definitely not all fast, flat, and rolling, especially through the vineyards. We got a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at the start line with nobody there. So nobody was late for the start. That's good. Oh, maybe one guy. Here we go. That's a guy that was late at the start. Yeah, two guys.
Ok, la news che abbiamo è che stanno arrivando altri
Good morning
ragazzi
from
qui
Cape Town,
con il
Portugal,
pullman
from
che-
Turkey. Nice. Qatar. Wow. So many countries are following us. That's great. Welcome. Huh. The Australian are winning for now. Watching from Australia with the kangaroo gif. That's awesome.
There we go. That's how
Serbia,
we do it.
Indonesia, Estonia. Wow. I really need to know more about different countries to not just like, yeah, just to include everyone. I'll try my best maybe the next time.
No, we're pretty good here.
Yeah, and
Again,
some people has landed in the wrong live because they are asking why we are speaking English and he's searching for the Spanish channel. So hit the different link that I don't have it here.
no, actually, there's actually no commentary
no.
in Spanish.
No, you're right. You're right.
The role with the UTMB World Series always is that there is the language of the country the race takes place in, which in this case would be the Italian channel, and for international, the English channel. However, there's already been an extra channel. There is a French channel, considering that, you know, Vincent was there, Kilian was there, and there's a big audience with the French channel. So they decided to add already one more language. But sorry for the Spanish speakers. That's going to be a good opportunity to practice your English. But there's actually, don't look for it. There's no Spanish channels for Chianti.
Yeah. Yeah, my bad. It's just,
And so
Some people
it
doesn't
looks
seem
like
to
we've
like the
lost.
speaker much.
It looks like we
Not us,
lost
but
a little bit
the shirtless
images.
guy. Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Here we can
that
see live from Mordor. The landscape this morning was really like dark and medieval, but still super beautiful. And but like the forecast, I feel like the forecast is improving. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah. Here we have a little recap.
Yeah, before getting into the aid station where all of them would have taken off their jackets, and already the pattern we were seeing where both HOKA gentlemen, Vincent and Jim, were kind of always a little bit ahead, a little bit leading, and Kilian was always a few meters back. Kilian was the fastest going through that aid station, but he let the other two boys reel him in and take the lead again. So he's definitely playing the waiting game. There's no doubt about this. And again, a bit of a recap in the women's. Fabiola Conti is leading, but man, it is a very, very tight race, even though they are within a minute of each other, if that. With Abby Hall in second and Azara Garcia in third. They're doing a very different strategy to the men's, because the men's, basically, they're all running the same pace and they're all together. But the women's are still running the same pace, because it doesn't seem like there's any bigger gap that's creating. And yet, they're just staying apart from each other.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's like they're just like 30 seconds apart. From from each other. They're like the top 5 is within 2 minutes, but none of them are together. So yeah, it's really interesting to see. Yeah, and unfortunately we couldn't see what was happening right behind the 3 leading guys, but the other runners from 4th to 7th, they're pretty close, and they're close to also to the podium. So yeah, we never know if eventually we'll start seeing someone else joining the trio in the front. In this race, also we have like 9 aid stations, and so after the one we just saw, the next one is gonna be at 58 kilometers. So it's gonna be a while before we'll see them at a different aid station. I'm not sure if we're gonna see it on the live here. And so it's quite a big stretch from 37k to 58, so 20k without the aid station.
Yeah, without aid, so you need to
station,
have your own.
Yeah.
Have your own food, have your own fluids, although at least with this kind of weather, you won't have to worry as much about hydration. You won't be sweating as much.
Cooling,
So aside from the fact that the terrain is going to be a little more slippery and therefore it's going to become a little bit more challenging from a temperature perspective, we're probably close to ideal temperatures for racing. And the fact that they've taken off their jackets means that it's not too cold. So at least that's going to turn out into some pretty decent time. Somebody was asking what's the predicted finishing time. It is hard to tell, since this is the first time this race is actually that distance, 120 kilometers. Last year was 104, 105. So it's slightly longer. So yeah, we'll find that out. And good to see people from everywhere: Costa Rica, Hong Kong, England. Yeah, good stuff.
We have I have the news. Apparently Kilian is leaving right after the race, because he just had a baby with his partner, and so he's going back home, and apparently by 3 p.m. he has a taxi, so he's planning to run this race really fast. don't know if I could say that, but of course I'm saying it. So that's it's like, okay, I don't have to miss the taxi, so that's like running under 10 hours and a half.
Yeah, so we have a bit of a recap here of previous editions of the Chianti Ultra-Trail, and you can see that the weather was slightly better back then, but still, as you were pointing him out, that speaker bringing home all these runners, bringing the stoke high and with his hoodie on, which is good. And here, major difference in scenery, weather conditions, which is going to be quite exciting. We're moving from past images to present images. So it was dark earlier, now we're back to daylight. It is 7:15 a.m. Local time. So they've been at it for 3 hours and 15 minutes into this 120K. And I don't know, with the expectations, and let us know actually in the chat what you believe these gentlemen will finish in and these women will finish in this Chianti Ultra-Trail 2025. So 120 kilometers and over 5,000 meters of elevation gain. And this is something also that is worth being mentioned, because as much as, you know, they never go above 1,000 meter of altitude, like it's constantly up and down. So the fact that they're clocked over 5,000 meters through all these countless little climbs, it's a bit like the death by 1,000 climbs. Like, you know, you always like being challenged, and you always have to be on your toes. It's not a dull moment. It's going to be interesting, very, very interesting to see how it plays out. And again, you can see the wind here on the start line, finish line flags. It's better to be Kilian hiding behind two tall gentlemen if they have a headwind at some point.
Yeah, Kilian has a good strategy for now, for sure. And yeah, we were following on the live chat as people is asking. Yeah, people was saying that Lucy Bartholomew is here, so ultra running legend. She's a legend, and she's here crewing for Abby Hall. So she's not pacing, because at this race, and actually in any European race that I know, at least, pacing is allowed. So she's here to crew for Abby Hall, and that's great. That's awesome. And yeah, so hopefully we'll see them soon going through this. What's this aid station?
Yeah,
well, here we can
right,
see
Martina.
all the great stuff.
Yeah, all the goodies that the aid stations offer. But you were right to mention this, because there was a bit of a confusion in the chat. As you said, Lucy Bartholomew is there indeed, but it is to crew and not to pace Abbey Hall, because, as you said, rightfully so, pacing is extremely unusual in European races, and this is even less the case for a race that is, and I'm doing air quote here, just 120 Ks. It's not a 100-mile race. So where we usually see pacers. So she is here indeed.
Yeah.
These two female athletes have developed an extremely tight relationship. Lucy was already crewing Abby when they were at Ultra-Trail Kosciuszko last December in Australia. And so it's good to see that now European side, they're still hanging out together and helping each other out.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see like these friendships like building up, like just athletes and meeting each other, and just helping each other on different races. But like, let's pause it a second. Here we have Fabiola Conti, the leading women, going through the aid station at the kilometers 38. I guess. Let's see. So normally we should see also Abby Hall coming in, as she was 30-40 seconds back. She's filling up with the NAC drink mix.
So you reckon she doesn't have a crew?
And here we go. She doesn't have a crew. Yeah, and this doesn't really surprise me because she often does that, and we could see also Azara. So yeah, no, she doesn't have a crew, or at least she didn't have it here.
Okay, interesting. Because I mean, at this level, you know, not having a crew, you're definitely letting seconds go by on your competition when it only takes so little time to show up, get your crew to hand over whatever you need, drop everything you do not need anymore, empty flasks, empty gels. And also, like, you know, we can't underestimate, and I'd love to have your point of view, Martina, is the moral support. When you know you get to an aid station, to a familiar face, like that also helps you a lot to just keep going, check in with someone, offload if you're angry or disappointed or pissed off because something has been bothering you, and like basically take that emotional load onto someone else so you can leave the aid station a little lighter. Like, what is to you, Martina, when you're out racing, what is the duty, to put it that way, of your crew?
Yeah, so yeah, it's interesting to see that. Actually, Fabiola, like we handed over some questions before the race to the runners, and she wrote that she was going to be crewed by her husband, as he normally does that for her. But maybe, you know, maybe there's a strategy. He will just go to some aid stations, so not all of them. Some athletes also are doing that. And we have seen she was really efficient, for sure, because she didn't seem to lose much time on Abby. But that's, of course, adapt to what is at the aid station. And so you just like, or you started the race carrying more stuff, and then you just take the food from the aid station. Well, I personally, yeah, well, I love having my crew at races. Sometimes, though, I feel like, especially when I'm not, not like when I'm not confident, but like when I don't really know what to expect from a race, sometimes I feel like, okay, don't go to that aid station because I don't want to give a time that maybe it will be like completely wrong, or just like having the fear of someone missing me or just being there waiting for me. And maybe for Fabiola, this is like still kind of a new territory to explore, this ultra. So maybe she just wanted to just like go with the flow and just run her own race, and so not give times to the crew will allow her to just run as she likes. I can see that as a possibility. But yeah, the crews are fundamental for this kind of races. Maybe, yeah, normally you won't need like all the emotional support early on, but for sure later in the race, it's really, it does change to see like a familiar face just have some words of encouragement from a friend, from a partner, and someone you choose to be there. But also, yeah, sometimes you have a hard time at the beginning of the race, so it's really important to have someone there from the start, just telling you like, hey, you're doing great, there's still a long way to go, you don't have to like worry if you are not where you expected to be. It really depends about the character of the runner. I feel like sometimes I would like no crew at all for nobody, for all the runners, I would say. So then it will put everyone in the same boat. So then it's like you just know that everyone has to carry their own food and just rely on ice stations. And because sometimes I feel like it's really, really difficult for the people that are not like on an elite level, or that they can access like crewing points, to just have the same experience, because it does make a difference having your own nutrition other than the ones that you just find on race. So it can be really hard for the people that they just can't travel with a partner, or they just don't have someone driving around to support them.
That's a very good point, and I think this conversation has been had with a lot of people out there when the debate between crew or no crew comes up. And it would be actually a pretty fun one to have, where, as you said, in races, no crew, no external support, meaning everybody has to deal with whatever is available at aid stations, roll with the punches if you don't find what you want, and problem solve whenever you need to do that. Find out some things late, like you don't get the splits or anything. That also would make for a fun race. But I'm not too familiar now, and let us know in the chat if you know any of the races at like national level or international level that has this kind of regulation where no external crew is allowed for a 50-mile plus distance. That would be interesting to share that with the rest of the audience. And in the meantime, we're still following the women's race with Fabiola Conti in the middle. She's well surrounded. I don't know if she knows these two gentlemen, but it's a good crew. It's good to not be running on your own, even though Abby is just breathing down her neck. We saw her on images recently. She was less than like 45 seconds to a minute back at most.
Yeah.
And as you were saying also, Martina, Fabiola has been doing a lot of skyrunning races. So anything technical like this descent, she will be extremely comfortable. She'll be right at home, and she won't be challenged at all by it. So that is definitely something that's going to play to her advantage, as opposed to, you know, Abby lives in Flagstaff, which hardly ever rains. So this is a little bit of a, like, I wouldn't say new territory, because Abby's been racing around the world, and actually it was an extremely muddy Ultra-Trail Kosciuszko that she won, the 100K back in December. So like maybe I take that back, and mud is probably now up there with the kind of terrain she's comfortable running on. Abby?
Yeah, it's Fabiola for sure. She won't have problem here with the terrain. I think she used to run. She trains a lot on different terrains. I know she trains a lot on the road, as well as on trails. And she was fourth in Zagama in 2019, and it was a dry year, but still, I mean, yeah, she wasn't top level, especially in 2019. But then even after that, even when like she's not having a great year, she's still performing extremely well. So it would be interesting to see like how like few hours in, how the if they will switch places, or if Fabiola will just continue leading in the front alone. And also it's really interesting to see Azara just behind these two women. 20, 30 seconds back. As you said earlier, Azara used to be like a front runner from the start. So let's see if she actually really wants to see how the other runners are going to play their own race and then just adapt, because she doesn't seem to just she's not getting dropped. So she's just there looking at what they're doing.
And again, I think the major difference between the men and the women is that there's these top three, four front runners, and the men's are running in a pack, and the women's keep their distances, and they're just looking at each other from afar, which is interesting to see, like a very different strategy between the men's and the women's. We do have a quick commercial break coming up, but stay with us. We love your comments in the chat. We'll be right back.
Here comes the...
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, team, and we're back once again on these aerial shots of Chianti, and we're going to have a little bit of a recap of the start of this 120 kilometer. They started at 4 a.m. local time. They are 3 hours 34 into the race, and we're going to have a quick recap. We'll let you check it out if you've missed that part.
I was just looking the LiveTrail app, and yeah, it seems like the first three guys actually put quite a gap on fourth, and yeah, the group behind them. Luke Greenfield show is fourth, and he's almost he's 6 minutes back.
So Luke Greenfield, also a very strong runner from the UK. He's won at Val d'Aran, which is the European major, has been for 3 years in the UTMB World Series. And always somebody you can count on when he's, you know, in good shape, and he rarely shows up unprepared. So not surprising again to see him there alongside those front runners. We didn't quite catch him just yet on the images. Louis Sorin has moved back down. Looks like, as you were saying, has moved 2 spots. So there's a little bit of motion in 4th, 5th, 6th place. But, you know, as somebody was saying in the chat earlier, in the mains race, is like who's coming to fight for essentially 4th, because the top 3 spots most likely will be taken by the ones that are currently sitting in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Kilian Jornet, Jim Walmsley, and Vincent Bouillard. And thank you everyone in the chat. That was awesome. And Kulamanen is the race. Kulamanen by UTMB. Sweden is self-managed, no crew allowed. So this is definitely, if you want to punish yourself, that's probably one of the races you should consider, because not only like there's no aid station, so you're on your own for that. There is apparently one single drop bag that you can have while you're out during your race. But also it takes place at night for most of it. And the temperatures are always close to freezing temperature, like freezing temperature. Yep, I'm saying temperature far too many times. So thanks for bringing this up, and now we can share it with everyone. And then Hurkenigman, 85k, 5,000 meters. That's a solid ratio here, and no aid station as well. So this is just over 80, like a 50-mile race. Awesome. Thanks a lot, everyone, for sharing that. And yeah, indeed, Barkley has crew. If you can make it back to your crew. Martina, we're still in the 100-mile recap, and where we had seen all the men's runner running together. And then here we go. Still Fabiola Conti in first here on your screen. Abby Hall back to the men's. And that was the transition at the aid station with, again, somebody from Team Normal for Kilian. And then for Vincent was his partner, Camilla. And for Jim was also his partner, who actually is also racing the 50K, Jess. So she will definitely be multitasking this weekend. What a champ.
Yeah, sometimes it's harder to crew rather than race, I feel like. It's like there's a lot more stress like to manage, I feel, because it's so hard to just like, especially you know it. It's like you feel the race as much as your partner or the person you are supporting anyway. So it's a really, really hard task, and especially sometimes I don't think it's the case here, because the ice station are pretty accessible, and I think you have time between the ice station to move. But some races are really, really challenging because with traffic or just like short distance, sometimes for the runners, it's easier to get from point A to point B. But you as a crew have to drive a long way, maybe just like drive around the whole mountain range just to get to the second aid station. So the timing is always really, really tight. So you kind of forget to eat, to drink, to take care of yourself when you are crewing, and it's a task that you need to train for it as well. I feel like.
It is indeed. And here we can see on the screen once again the whole course of this 120 kilometer in the Chianti region. And you can see all these little hills that these runners are going up and down and up and down and up and down constantly. And then this is the highest point in the race before dropping back down into the start and finish line, Rada in Chianti. And actually, ladies and gentlemen, I did a bit of homework and I do have fun facts about Rada. And so, I mean, the obvious thing is that it is a medieval hilltop town, but I wouldn't have guessed that it was built in the 11th century. So I think there's a lot of people following from countries that are not even that old. So it is loaded with history. But there's actually another fact that I absolutely had no idea, as much as I had a good understanding of the fact that it was a medieval town, is that before even the Romans, it was populated by the Etruscans. I don't know if I say that right, but the Etruscans was the... there we go. Thank you. I should say it with the hand. And so apparently, yeah, these guys were there even long before Middle Age and long before the Romans. So this part of the world has been populated for like so many centuries. So it's also cool to imagine when you're running through those vineyards and up and down those hills, like the history that took place in this area. And there's a few more fun facts, but this is going to be a long live coverage, so I'm just not going to drop it all at once. I'm going to drip feed you with some stuff. If anybody else has some fun facts in the chat, bring them on. Maybe you can do a little bit of research yourself, because this is a very cool story, and I will tell it to you. But the story about a black rooster, that's going to be the next one. And I don't know if you know about it, Martina.
Well, I find out, but also I was reading it in Italian, so I can't really. But so yeah, you can go ahead, and I'll just double check if. No, I haven't here the story, but I can tell it later. I still have to study. I'm sorry. I'm like back to school here, and here we go. We see Jim striding. He seems to be running really fast alone. What happened here?
Yeah, there you go. The gap has been made, ladies and gentlemen, on the road section, which is therefore far from surprising. The American runner Jim Walmsley, representing Team HOKA, has now taken the lead and dropped both Vincent and Kilian. Mark your watch or your calendars or whatever you want. It's 3 hours, 42 minutes elapsed, and Jim Walmsley has taken the race into his own hands and is pulling away. I'm trying to look behind, but there's at least 200-meter gap already on his competition. And I can't wait to see what's happening behind, and if they're purposely letting him go, or if he has just shifted another gear that early in the race, because we're still not at the halfway point.
Yeah,
the first
so
move.
it seems like he is making a move, because for sure, as you said, like we could see like 200-300 meters behind him, and there's no other runners on site, and they just finished one of the biggest climbs of the race, and so maybe probably Jim is trying to get an advantage, maybe where he knows that Kilian can catch up on him later on. It definitely seems like he's pushing more than before.
Yeah. I mean, he would have, because if he was up there with either with Kilian or with Vincent, it would have meant maybe one of these has fallen back. But the fact that he is alone in the lead means like he's actually pulled away from both Vincent and Kilian. So it means like he really has made a move. I don't know if that was part of his plan or if he just felt the itch for it. You see on your screen, this is actually going to be a long, like, runnable downhill. So maybe he also chose this part of the course to just push a little harder and make a difference. But yeah, this is the first move. The first shot has been fired, ladies and gentlemen, in this Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB, and it is Jim who fired first. But again, more than half the distance in that race has to be covered, so let's not forget both Vincent Bouillard and Kilian Jornet, they certainly won't retaliate at that point. At least I would put bets on that and on the fact that we might see them again. And I think maybe our cam runner is no, I think he was slipping. I was hoping that he would stop at the top of that hill and see how far there is between Jim and the rest of the top three. But no, we will leave that for maybe a little later. And Martina, in the women's race, what do we get?
I mean, so at the LiveTrail, I think it's a little behind right now because if we follow that, we see still like Vincent leading, and so yeah, probably the checkpoint was a little earlier. And when we have the camera runner, or I mean, this is the bike, just really close to first. It means that they have some space, because otherwise they wouldn't. If Kilian was just right behind, Kilian or Vincent were just behind him, they would be like just behind the second runner or the third, just to give them space to race. But so this tell us that probably he really dropped Kilian and Vincent for now. In the women's race, the situation seemed the same with Fabiola leading and Abiol 20 seconds back, and Azara just like 20 seconds from Abby. And it's really interesting, as you said. Now the strategy also for the men has changed, because clearly Jim is pushing the pace and is trying to run away. But the women, they're all running alone. The top 5 is within 3 minutes. The Fiona is 5th, and she's like less than 3 minutes back from Fabiola, but none of them was running with one or the other. So really different strategy. And here we can see that there's big pond. With Jim's leg, is not difficult to jump from like in between them. But for sure it's muddy.
Easy, man.
Yeah, so easy. I was running yesterday in like some places where there's all these pools, and I mean I could literally swim between from one to the next one, because it's almost impossible for me to jump that far. So big advantage for Jim to have extremely long legs.
That helps in certain cases, a bit less when you're traveling by plane, but that's a different story. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like he's shifted another gear. Like we have, I mean, I don't know if this is accurate, because 18.2 kilometers per hour might seem like a bit much, even though this probably is still downhill. But he is moving. He is definitely moving. Now we're like transitioning into like a bit of a douche grade uphill. And the pace slows down a lot. But yeah, he's on the mission. And I mean, we certainly know that he's been working hard this winter to try and get back on his fit and get his fitness back after his knee injury. And he's proven that he was back when he did the name of the race escapes me, but he did a 50K recently that he won in the desert. and he was obviously moving well. But the fact that he's now has the confidence and the fitness to push the pace 50 k's in with another 70k to go is pretty bold, and a test that as much as he is a bold runner, like he now has experience to not blow himself up too much too early. At least I hope so. But I trust his judgment at this point. And man, look at that. Behind him, we had view for maybe 300 meters, Martina, and no one in sight. I am very surprised. I don't know. Let us know in the chat, like, how you feeling about this push and at this point in the race, and if you think this is going to hold, or if you think eventually Vincent and Kilian will get back to Jim to give him a bit of a run for his money.
Yeah, this seems like exactly the perfect terrain for Jim to create a big gap. So kudos to Jim to just like do his homework and just like study the course enough to know where to push or not. And also I noticed that he's really taking care of himself, because before he was running in a t-shirt, but now he has put back the jacket. He's put on the jacket again, so it means that it's pretty chilly, and he's taking the time to do so, and that tells you something, because when you feel rushed and you just feel like you have to run away from the other runners, you forget kind of like to take care of yourself. But yeah, it seems like he's doing pretty good, and here we can definitely see that there's nobody behind.
Yeah, and I was actually looking at the shoes that Jim was wearing, and both Jim and Vincent are actually wearing the same shoes that I believe I'm right when I say that this is a pair of shoes that Vincent has developed, and this is maybe the time where we can use to talk a little bit more about Vincent's situation. But they're running with Jim in the Tecton prototype with a very, very soft midsole. But still a lot of bounce. So again, for those who are living in the cave or under a rock, after his win last year, Vincent Bouillard was, again, air quote, only an employee working at HOKA in product development for footwear. And he had been doing so for almost 10 years at that point. And then discussions ensued, and eventually he signed an athlete contract with HOKA, so he could split its time between the life of a professional athlete, where he can now train with a little bit more time. And he was saying that basically I have more time to do all the invisible things, being like the recovery, the looking after myself, the sleeping more, the traveling less. But he still wants to always challenge his mind as well, and so he's still working at 50% on his like the same stuff he was doing before, like footwear product development with HOKA. So basically he's 50-50 in between these two roles, and he said so far he's really enjoying that balance. So yeah, and just a bit of a shout out to Trail Running Review, the guys who are always behind the cams, the mics, and everything when it comes to the Spanish crowd, and Aran, who just told me that indeed Vincent and Jim were running in the Techno Proto, as well as Kilian running in the Carriage 2, which was the one we anticipated seeing wear with the extra bit of lugs, the one that he had at Zegama last year, to ensure very good footing on this kind of terrain. And the gifts are rolling in the chat, loving it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I wasn't expecting this kind of move so early, but yeah, here we can see how slippery the terrain is.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very soon on social with the caption, Jim runs so fast that people get blown out of the trail. Who's going to do it first?
Yes.
Here we go. Let's see if we can hear something from our cam runner or mountain biker at that point.
Oh.
Oh wow, that's a tricky.
Yeah. Q,
I wonder how many of us have the head turned watching at the screen.
Yeah.
Oh god.
All right, yeah, let's go with the drone shots. That's hopefully we'll get some images from the aid station once they fix the camera. So we are at like almost 60K done, right? Or are we farther than that? Should be.
At this point, we're just before the 51K mark.
Yeah, we don't have the updates yet from LiveTrail, so probably in a minute or two we'll get some, even like possibly the gap between Jim and Kilian and Vincent.
Yeah, it seems like they're. I mean, not that this is anything new, and I think people in the chat already mentioned that. Sometimes LiveTrail is a bit lagging and not necessarily always accurate, but hopefully, fingers crossed, is gonna give us as you were saying, Martina, rightfully, a split to see how big the gap between Jim Walmsley and the next runners, whether this is going to be Vincent, whether this is going to be Kilian, whether they're going to be actually together in second and third running behind Jim. So many questions that have to be answered, and hopefully they will be very soon. We do have here this drone shot, but I'm unsure where this is and if we're catching up with the men's or not. But here we can see Jim, who's gone now through that aid station or whatever it looked like a bit of a checkpoint. Was that the one at 51K? I believe that's the one in Monteluco. Martina, I'll leave that one to you. I'm sorry.
Monteluco. Yeah, I didn't feel like the urge to correct you, because I never feel the urge to correct you. But yeah, it was perfect.
Please feel that urge. Okay, thank you. And we have here, just to explain you how it works behind the scene, we have here Jim Walmsley that we can locate on the map is because there is a cam, either runner or mountain biker with him, and those guys and girls have a little tracker on them, which then help us locate those runners out on the course. And so obviously we don't have a mountain biker with the other two runners, hence why we cannot put them on the screen on this 3D representation right now to have an idea of how far back they are. But as soon as we can, we'll tell you. You will be the first to know, we promise. And so as we zoom out on the entire course and the Chianti region, I think there's another little bit of a commercial break coming up, and hopefully we can come back to you with more information and with a little bit more details on where the second and third men are, as well as the rest of the field, and hopefully images of the women's race as well. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
So hot, I ain't coming down.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, team, we're live, and once again, having images of the Chianti region, and I'm afraid we don't have more details to share with you. But there we go. Team Normand is keeping us updated. Vincent and Kilian just passed the aid station 2-3 minutes behind Jim, 2-3 minutes back. Like, this is a lot. Thanks for the update, because LiveTrail still hasn't given us an update, but 2 to 3 minutes back, that is a substantial amount of time, especially in that like, what was that? We did a bit like 10-15 minutes of live coverage after we saw that Jim had put on an attack. And so over that time, he's put 2 to 3 minutes on these guys, and they're not like your average runner. We're talking about Vincent Bouillard and Kilian Jornet. So do they feel that confident that they can, let Jim go, and they feel like they're gonna reel him in later on, or do they feel like it was just too hard, too fast of a pace to try and keep up, and they just had to let him go? So many questions again.
Yeah.
So many questions. But
we have the LiveTrail update finally, and it's
there we go.
3 minutes 30. Jim put on Kilian, and Vincent is 10 seconds behind Kilian. So big gap.
That
in a really short section, because it's impressive.
Yeah. So the move has been made, and already some of you in the chat were like, that's it, he's made the move, he looks confident, he's never looking back. Well, that is a possibility, and whoever did a bit of a fantasy peek, putting Jim up there on the top spot of the podium was probably a very safe bet. But we like the challenge, and feeling that, the rain, the multiple ups and downs, maybe Kilian had a shot. Once again, he's gone through 51 Ks. When was that? It was 3 hours, 57 minutes elapsed, and we are now 6 minutes later. So he's 53 kilometers into the race, 120 total. So still not past the halfway point. There's a lot of kilometers to be raced. A lot of things can still happen, but he certainly made the move, and a big move, with now, as you were saying, Martina, over 3 minutes between him and Kilian. And now Kilian and Vincent are racing basically together. Vincent
together,
is like 10 plus seconds back, which is essentially nothing.
Yeah, and now there's a pretty long, there's probably, the longest downhill of the race, which here it seems like it's never just downhill. You know, there's always kind of like some up and down to just split the downhill. But this is a place, probably where Jim knew he could create a consistent gap. Let's see at the end of this downhill how far he's going to be from Vincent and Kilian. They seem to be, from the chat also, like people that saw them, they seemed calm and just in control. So probably after the next checkpoint, when they will have some time splits, for like when they will know how far Jim is, then they could start panicking or not, you know, because maybe right now there's like, okay, there's still a really long way, so we don't have to force the pace just to catch up on him, but also you can't really let him go.
It's
hard to.
You're right, Martina. Yeah, it is. At this point, these two runners, Kilian and Vincent, are two extremely experienced runners, and they would know if a pace feels suicidal or not. And if they've chosen to let Jim go, is because that was just too fast for them, and whether that's by default because they couldn't keep up or they just didn't want to go in the red zone at that point in the race, so be it. It will be very good to see how things play out. And this part, like both the downhill, now it looks like he's going up again on that contour trail, is everything but easy. And you can see he's using his arms to balance himself, and the fact that it's muddy on the foot probably doesn't help as well. So that's definitely going to be challenging and taking a little bit more out of all the runners on that course. So again, they will be spending a bit more energy than they would have in dry conditions for 120K. So that's going to have to play out as well, as much as the temperatures are close to perfect. The terrain will throw a little bit of a curveball to all these runners, but so far, Jim seems still to be running extremely relaxed and not letting go of the gas pedal at all.
No, for sure. And on the live chat, they're like questioning if there's 2 or 3 golden tickets, and we confirmed there's 2 golden tickets. And yes, for sure, Vincent and Kilian, they're not stressed to just like let him go, because eventually, if they still stay second and third, they'll get their golden tickets. As Jim is already qualified for Western States, but I think that this is still a race to win the race, so I'm pretty sure they also want to race hard and not just get a ticket. So I think it's just really hard from you don't know how far his Jim in front of you if you're Kilian, so you have to wait the next checkpoint and see how far he pushed. And so then just like okay, do I go for it or do I just run my own race, and this is too risky? It's really challenging.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I think it's good that everybody brings it up in the chat, and like you're like good on you for clarifying. There is indeed 2 golden tickets, and as you were saying, in Derek was also mentioning, it rolls down up to 5th place if people up at the top do not choose it or already have one. So now everybody knows Jim has one, so it will roll down. And this was also the conversation when it came to race strategy that we were discussing. Since Jim has one, like, of course, when he toes the line, he wants to win. And especially when he knows he's going to be racing Kilian, he will definitely want to make a point. Now, when you're in Kilian's and Vincent's shoes, like, well, sure, we could race extremely hard for the win, or we're both after a golden ticket and there's already a big gap. You know, we could also just tick that box. We came for the golden ticket. We're going to leave with the golden ticket as it is right now in this race configuration. And that could be good enough for them as well. You know, it is early in the season. And we've seen that, you know, over racing or like going too far in the red zone to take the win could cost you for the rest of the season. We had seen that at Istria. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. I can remember where Jim raced extremely hard. He won, but then he carried away an ankle injury that kind of plagued a little bit his season. So I'm not saying that Vincent and Kilian will give up the chase, but again, it's what's their purpose coming into that race? And if it was indeed punching their golden ticket, as well as obviously getting their qualification for UTMB Mont-Blanc 2026, well, so far they both have it in hand, so they could just race each other without like murdering each other, and they would come home with what they came for.
Ok, j'attends un petit peu alors.
Yeah, indeed, for sure. For Kilian, like the main goal here is to qualify for Western States. That's the race where you want to go all out. And that's the race where he wants to go all out, so possibly get the ticket here. Jim got the ticket as he won last year Western States, so the top 10 from Western States the previous year gets an entry automatically the year after that. So for Jim it won't be a problem. And so yeah, as you said, we'll see how hard Vincent and Kilian are going to push, because yeah, we have also to acknowledge that there's a really competitive field behind them too, so they definitely can't relax, but also they don't have the need necessarily to close the gap with Jim.
Yeah, and we're still, as we were talking about the rest of the field, and then we'll cover what's happening in the women's race. In fourth position, the UK runner Luke Grenfell-Shaw still hasn't gone through the Monteluco aid station, so he is already over 13 minutes back from the podium at this point. So, as you were pointing out, the gap has been made, and in a substantial way already. And then in the women's race, I don't think much has changed. No, there we go. Fabiola Conti still, oh man, she's only 20 seconds ahead of Abby Hall. And Abby, again, well, that's the last update, so that's quite a while ago.
The
but
last,
man, not much has changed. Yeah, so it's gonna be good to see what happens. Yep, go ahead, Martina.
Yeah, no, I guess we're gonna have to wait like around 30 minutes at least for the women to go by the next checkpoint, so to have an updated situation. But hopefully before that, as with the men, we got like some images before the checkpoints. We hopefully will get some from the women's too, so we'll hopefully soon we'll see them, and we'll see if Fabiola is still on the lead or not. Probably. And here Jim took off the jacket and is running fast.
Yeah, I can't help but laugh when I'm looking at like Jim's going on that section. He's absolutely flying. It's mind-blowing. Like, he is on a mission. He doesn't need to push that hard at this point. It is entirely his decision to just really throw it down. But then the question is, if he hold up that pace, like, what is the finishing time going to be? Like, that's going to be close to a sub 10. And 420K and 5,200 meters of elevation gain. That is nuts. That is insane. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I can say it. Jim's back. Jim's back.
For sure. Yeah, The Jim strides is incredible, especially in this like stretches that it's not really technical, that he can just like push the pace and just let the legs go, and it's really impressive.
Yeah. As you say, like really open up, and I mean, you know, a lot of people say like, you know, when there is a race at altitude, you need to train at altitude to be acclimatized. But then this race, as we were saying, like does not go above 1,000 meter of altitude, but still coming from altitude and going down to what almost will feel like sea level. You come in to the race with a lot of red blood cells, and so like it feels like $1 million pretty much when you're running at sea level or you're coming from altitude. So that will help Jim for sure. But now like this level of fitness, the speed and the ease at which he's running right now, man, this is beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. A masterclass. So far, I want to say so far, because I believe we've seen Jim do that many times, and sometimes, as people say in the industry, popcorns pop, and it's game over. So obviously, I don't want to jinx it, but let's not bury the second and third runner in this race, because Kilian and Vincent also mean business.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have images of them or the women's yet, but hopefully soon.
Working on it, team. Working on it.
Yeah. Also, we knew that the first 60K would have been challenging for the media team. So after that, probably like the second part of the race, it will be a little easier to cover. So kudos to these guys for doing their best to bring us all the quality images.
And so we could see, and those are good questions in the chat. Are there challenges with getting a good 5G mobile signal in Tuscany? Why the feed is so pixelated? By no means there is 5G everywhere, and there's actually a system. I don't know if you could spot it sometimes when the bike is ahead of the runners and they're filming backwards. You could see a little bit of a white plate at the back, and this is a Starlink unit that also picks up the connection. So whenever 5G is not enough, they actually pick up from the Starlink hotspot to offer like a better option. The thing is, when you're on the tree cover, that actually doesn't work too well. You need to have like kind of clear skies for this, and therefore that is why at these points, especially when they're in the forest, we're losing a little bit of reception, and obviously we're not at 5G level at this very moment. So Jim, as you can see here on the profile, is in one of the, I'd say, 3 big descents, and he's making really quick way of it, trying, like, it looks super soft, and it is like soft, how do I say it? Smooth, that's the word I was after, because, you know, in a descent, you don't want to blast your quads too much, but then he looks like he's just cruising and bouncing off the trail. So I don't believe much damage will be done on the quads and the IT bands. What you had there, ooh. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's not great for Jim, for sure. There's a lot of sections. Yeah. Well, we have an update on the other runners, the front runners, and there's a gap of 20 minutes. Like Jim put a gap of 20 minutes on the 4th and 5th, which are Luke's Greenfield Show and Andreas Reiter. So at kilometer 56, they have already 20 minutes gap. It's impressive. And there's no, like, the 6 runners hasn't gone through the aid station yet.
Yeah, I don't know what the brief has been for those sections because obviously everything is mapped out far in advance for where the mountain bikers will be following the race leaders as well as the chasing group. But as you were saying, Martina, it would be really cool to have images of this chasing group, Kilian and Vincent, as well as the women's race. See where they're at. I'm very hopeful that we'll see them when they come to that aid station at 51K at Monteluco. And I think they would have gone through actually. So no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is whacked. She's estimated in 34 minutes, but then on the profile she is right there. So yep, sorry again.
For the women,
LiveTrail has let us down a little bit, so we're just gonna have to wait for images, or maybe somebody is on site and can tell us a little bit about what's going on in the women's race. That would be awesome. Lucy Bartholomew, you're on site. What's happening?
Yeah. Maybe I'll try to send her a message if we can get some insights from
Yes,
Abby.
please do. All right, still trying to keep up. And we will, I mean, we can, I can try and message Jess, because there is assistance permitted at Contalici, which is going to be the next aid station. And so Jim will be there in, like what, 10 minutes, if that? And so we'll see how the transition goes, and then see if Jess can give us a bit of an update. Josh, you had a question. Jim's strategy at this point? I don't know. But to be fair, it looked like the push he's made seemed to be on purpose. And and now whether he's just going to go like stay full throttle until the end, or if he's going to ease back towards the end where, as you said, it's going to be a bit more hilly. It is hard to tell, but yeah, that's exactly how it feels like he's moving right now. Those gifts keep giving, so keep bringing them on, team.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah, he's soon approaching Cantalici aid station, which is at kilometer 58. Because at this pace, he's probably gonna be there in really few minutes. And pretty soon we'll know the gap, and so we will realize if they just like they accepted the challenge or not.
Yeah. I heard.
And I wonder also if Jim will know how far they are in the back. He will have an idea, but of course, as ourselves. If there's not people on the track that tells you exactly how far they are from you, it's kind of difficult to guess.
Well, Jess is going to be able to know the split between him and Kilian at the last aid station. So
yeah,
if Kilian has not like shift gear, like he will, like I believe that the gap between Jim and Kilian will have increased a little more, unless Kilian chose to also shift one gear and then take advantage of that descent that we just saw to try and close the gap. But at least like he will hear the split, the 3+ minute split that he had at the previous aid station. So here we got a bit of a race and a strategy analysis. Cameras with a super head on. Yep, go ahead, Martina.
No, I was just reading as well the strategy comments on the live. Yeah, it's all of them are really talented and experienced runners, even Vincent. And so, yeah, just I feel like by the next ice station who's coming up, we will know like more or less if they want to try to hang on with Jim or just not let him go, or if they're just like cool with fighting for second place. Still pretty early though. I mean, it's yeah.
Yeah, it is early. It is a terrain that, you know, if it was dry, would 100% favor Jim, but now it's been raining a lot. Oh. There you go, coming in. We got the wine barrels. That's what we like to see. There we go. Camila will take good note here of how Jim's aid station goes. Go through. So, drinking water, salt pills, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. All right.
There we go. Efficient, but not rushed. And again, we have our head tilted looking at the screen. I love that. And off he goes. So there is very little time to make on Jim Walmsley. He was literally in and out of the aid station. We didn't hear the beginning of the conversation. I don't even think he asked how far the other guys were. So he was just, hey, getting his stuff. He did pick up something that he ate. I thought it was a salt pill, but he didn't drink, so it might have been something else, or maybe he has the capacity to just swallow them. Had a bit of water, and then it was interesting to hear him ask Jess. It's like, oh, is that all? Is there another water bottle? And she was like, nope, that's all you had. So like probably the next section is going to be quick enough so he doesn't need to carry more water. But yeah, it's also the duty of your crew. Like, you've done your nutrition plan, you've done what you needed for the next section, and so when you come into the aid station, you don't have to think. And she was like, nope, you had only one bottle planned. This is what you're leaving with. Let's go. And that makes a very, very good team. Obviously, I'm stating something that, you know, we all witnessed just in. And I can't wait. I really hope we're going to have images of Kilian with Mireia at the aid station and see what she says to him, even though that's probably going to be in Catalan. So it's going to be hard. Like, we'll try our best to try and translate what is being said. And then what Vincent does with Camila. But see, that section right there is one that you want to be careful, and I'm absolutely stoked to see Jim slow down. Like, he's almost braking, he's almost like stopping, because it is hard on the foot, and you do not want to pound your legs, to pound your quads and IT band too hard on those sections. He knows it is early, and it shows as well that he's extremely aware of what he needs to do, where he's at, and yeah, he's just, again, pulling off an absolute masterclass, looking after himself, not going like basically loose like a headless chicken. He knows what he's doing. This is all planned. This is all under control, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen.
So I got some updates from Lucy, and she is freezing personally. She says she's
Well, I mean,
coming from Australia to the not the greatest weather here. Hang in there, Lucy. Yeah, she's saying that Abby looks, she's super strong, looking extremely focused, and but yeah, I don't know. I just guess she's still in second position. And also she gave me a little update on Amanda Basham, another good friend of her, that she was just like in rounding up the top 10, and apparently she took a mile detour with a few others apparently somewhere. So yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's hard when there's like many trails, but yeah, hopefully not too bad.
but usually we saw this with the race leaders, so it meant that probably they had no one in sight, and somehow they would have missed a turn. Oh well, that's that happens, I'm afraid.
Yeah, yeah.
And I like the conversation in the chat now. Still questioning who will be taking the big W at this Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. And it is indeed early. 4 hours, 31 minutes elapsed, and still not through the 60K mark. To my understanding, we're getting close, but we're not there yet. And a lot still has to unfold at that point, and I think we'll know more. Maybe Team Normal can let us know when they go through the aid station, so we have an understanding of
We
the
have
gap.
in the chat there's there's some people is bringing up the kind of like the controversy after last year. Yeah, like the last checkpoint for Vincent Bouillard on UTMB, where he, instead of having like 2 extra flasks, he had like 2 Ziplocs to hold the water capacity. And I don't think there's more ruling with that.
Yes,
and
yes,
it's
there has
just
been.
like, it's... yeah, all right, okay. So that's good to know, because I was also carrying some Ziplocs too. So, but I was far behind, so nobody really checked me.
Yeah. It's funny how runners come up with solutions that are kind of bending the rules, and then the organization is like, holy crap, we didn't think of that. So now we're going to have to update it to make sure that when we're talking about water capacity, then this has to be a soft flask. So at the time, the rules were unclear, and they couldn't apply any kind of penalty to Vincent, because, you know, he was like, that was indeed water carrying capacity. But now they did actually change it. So if you're thinking about using Ziploc bags now, don't, because now this has been clearly stated in the UTMB World Series rule. Ladies and gentlemen, we have footage, we have images of the chasing pack. And here is Kilian, and I believe he's together with Vincent.
Yeah. It's cool that Vincent picked a different kit from HOKA, like more brighter, almost like Brooks, I would say. They picked a similar color, and
but look at that.
And normal.
There is a huge gap. They're only coming into the aid station now.
Yeah, this is big. Okay, so this means that they decided not to push, and now they will know how far he is. So then we'll see if they start like running faster or not.
Yeah. No, a lot of things will happen. We're gonna shut up. We're gonna hopefully catch any audio from the field and see how those two aid station and these two refueling take place.
Oh, Kilian doesn't stop at the ice station.
What happened there?
He did not stop. I don't.
Alright.
I believe he didn't take anything. So okay, so this might be like.
Oh, and there we go. There we go. Here's the information, the $1 million piece of information. Kilian's TFL is hurting since the beginning. And
What's the TFL?
It's a tendon on the lateral side of the knee, if I'm correct. Please correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. But this is something that not only is painful, but when you when there's so much running like this, that can flare up a lot. So this is probably why Kilian could not respond. The question is, he said that to someone, and then I guess Vincent was too far back, but I wonder if he's shared that with Vincent and if Vincent is aware of it. But that reminds me, man, this is not making me sound like a young buck, but that was 2014 or 2013. At the time, it was the Chianti World Series Ultra, and then for the final, it was a race in the US, and there was a 20+ K road section, and that's where Kilian got injured at his knee, and that was exactly the same scenario. I think it was also the TFL. It was the UROC 100 and some Ks that was finishing in Vail, Colorado. So wow, big news here, team, and that's definitely gonna reshuffle the cards because Jim being in full force and looking healthy, if Kilian has this knee issue, how much is he gonna be wanting to push to possibly jeopardize his entire season? This is going to be a good question. And then, obviously, he didn't even stop at the aid station, so he put a bit of time on Vincent. But Vincent, again, being hopefully also healthy, like, what is he going to do now that he knows that he possibly can just hang out with Kilian and they still have a bit of a gap on the rest of the field? Or is he going to choose to, you know, go shift one gear and try to go and chase Jim? Because I don't think he's going to shy away from trying to go for the win. But wow, this is the news. This is the news that helps us understand the race scenario right now. And if anybody has anything that they would like to add on this, that would be that'd be interesting to have as well.
Yeah, so, well, I believe Kilian doesn't want to injure himself, so maybe if it's just a matter of pace, that he can just get, like, his ticket just by coming in third or something like that, just, like, with an easier pace, he might do that, because the final goal here was really to qualify for Western States. But yeah, let's see. He did not stop for the aid station, so it also means that he's definitely in control. It's just that he has this problem that doesn't involve nutrition or hydration. It's just like, okay, well, I don't care about the race. I just have to manage this other problem.
Yeah, and actually, I just checked, because I am by no means a good doctor or anatomy expert, obviously, because and thanks, Dave, for bringing this up, because when I went back to the chat to apologize,
IT band.
Dave, you had already said it. It's in the hip, not the knee. You are absolutely right. And again, I'm gonna read. It's a small muscle located on the outside of the hip and thigh, playing a crucial role in hip and knee movement. So there's still a relationship to the knee, but it is indeed located in the hip. Thanks so much for correcting me, because like when I talking trash like this, I need to be corrected. So thanks, Dave, for that clarification. Appreciate that.
So we are not talking about like IT band. It's something like slightly different, right? Do I understand it right?
Yes,
Because
it is.
yeah,
It is
IT
slightly
band.
different. It's a different
Yeah.
one.
Okay. I was just sharing the information about Kilian because, as you understand French, it was not obvious for everyone. So I was just sharing with my Italian colleagues what was going on with Kilian, so they can update
Thanks.
our
Yeah,
Italian fan base.
Yeah, and maybe I spoiled it because Kilian maybe purposely said to it must have been Mireia because they both speak French, so said it in French, hoping that nobody around would understand, being in Italy with a possible international audience. And then I stuffed it because I understood it, and then shared with everyone. Oops.
Anyway, the official gap at the ice station was like almost 8 minutes. So it means that from the
Wow.
previous ice station, Jim put other 5 minutes on Kilian and Vincent. So it's a lot.
Yeah, yeah. He basically carried on at this insane pace while Kilian and Vincent were just maintaining the pace they were running out. So we can see here Vincent, they're both going up, and Vincent is closing on Kilian. Once again, I really wonder if at this point Vincent is aware of Kilian's little bit of an injury flaring up, and if he's going to be choosing to stay with Kilian to try and leave him behind at the later stages, but try to cover another 30, 40K with him in the meantime, risking that maybe some runners will be coming back onto them, or if he's going to feel like the pace is not fast enough and possibly try to make a move himself. But that's still a long way to go. Like probably at this point now, Jim is around the 60K mark, so halfway point. There's still a lot of racing to be done. A lot of racing to be done, even though things are looking good for Jim with the piece of information that we kind of got from that aid station.
And we have to say, though, that, yeah, more or less we are, yeah, close to the halfway mark. Not quite, yeah, like let's say we're close to, at least in terms of kilometers. But the second part of the race, it gets really much harder. It's way less runnable than the first part. And there's more like really steep climbs, and so that's also probably why Jim is really trying hard to get to create a bigger gap now, because he knows that eventually the terrain that suits Kilian more is about to come. So it's not done yet, I would say.
No, it's not. And yet, we were seeing Vincent almost closing on Kilian, and now at the end of that climb, Kilian is pulling away again from Vincent. So I think both runners are trying to maintain their pace. Maybe in the ups, Kilian is hurting less. If there is any like PT or physio who understands like the consequences from a pain perspective of TFL pain, whether this is more on the I would assume that is more on a downhill that they was be painful. Therefore, maybe Kilian pushes harder on the ups and try to be smooth on the flat and on the down. But this is complete assumption. Yeah, hard to read what's happening right now. And thanks for the clarification. He might even indeed have been talking to Simon Duguay, a friend and really talented content creator who's always out there shooting races. And in the meantime, as we have this aerial shot of Vincent Bouillard here with the pink orange-ish top going through another, it looks like olive trees. So maybe it's time for another fun fact.
This region, this region is not is known for the Chianti, for the wine, the red wine, but also like there's the climate is perfect for growing olive trees. So even the oil here, it's spectacular. It's really, really good. So it for the people who has never tried a really good oil compared to the normal olive oil you find at the supermarket, it makes a big difference.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Like it's just like wine. Like you have a normal wine and a very good wine. It's a world difference. It's something you can't even compare. And while we're a little bit in the food area, Martina, there is also the pecorino cheese. Can you describe us that one?
I didn't hear what because I think they're loud a little bit here on the camera runner, so I couldn't hear your last question. I'm sorry.
No worries. The pecorino cheese, does that ring a bell?
Yes. So the pecorino is more like down to. It's actually wait. I don't want to say, but the pecorino is the best one is in Sardinia. So it's actually like it's worldwide famous in Sardinia, but also, of course, we use it a lot, for example, for the carbonara, or like it's a really famous cheese that it's similar to the Parmesan, but it's
okay.
It's made with the milk of the goats instead of cows, so it has a really different taste, and it's great. Yeah.
There you go, team. Thanks, Martina, for the explanation. I just had the name, and you had the entire story.
Welcome.
Absolutely loving it. And then to wrap it up with this,
better.
There's.
Yeah, sorry, I we are a little delayed, so I was gonna say that I'm better at just eating most times, but sometimes I also know something about the food. Yeah.
Yeah, the last one apparently there's a lot of wild boar dishes, and one, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it correctly, is like cinghiale. Cinghiale.
With the perfect. Yeah, there's a lot of cinghiali in the area. There's also like when you run here, you find like the trails. Sometimes they seem like that they have been working on it, or like kind of like destroying the trails, and that's that's quite of a problem here, because there's a lot of wild pigs, and so they damage the trail, but. Yeah, and you kind of have to be careful if you encounter some, especially if you see like baby of cinghiale, like baby wild pigs, because if the mom's around, she has to protect them. So it's not the first time that they have attacked people. It's not like a bear, but it's not pleasant.
That's one way to do interval when you're out running in the Chianti area.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
And we have
Seems like
one cam mountain biker down, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. We still have three.
Hopefully that wasn't
fine,
a
right?
Cool. Well, thanks a lot, Martina. Again, ladies and gentlemen, today you would have learned a thing or two aside from hearing us talking about running. You know, there's always a few topics we can go on tangents. And if you have any questions or if there's anything you would like to know, we will try and do our best to address those questions and share our knowledge.
Yeah, here at least we can admire the landscape, and it's not raining. So for the runners, it's a perfect running scenario where it's like, I feel like for running the temperature is great because it's pretty cold. But like running at this pace, it's just perfect. And of course it's humid, so you sweat a lot anyway. And I feel like it should not be raining for at least the next 5 hours. So
Okay, so
hopefully also for the runners behind, it will be good.
yeah, and selfishly for our drone shots, because we know that if the weather conditions are too bad, if it's too windy or if there's rain, we would not be able to transition towards those aerial shots of these little villages and that olive oil domain. And yeah, thanks, Etienne, also sharing your experience with the TFL. Basically, that's going to affect the running style and be more on the hill than on the forefoot. And I like the reference indeed. Let's not forget that once Kilian ran with a broken shoulder and still managed to win Hard Rock. So yeah, you know, let's not bury the man. Ladies and gentlemen, quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, still images from the sky. Eagerly waiting to have more footage of the women's race, seeing where we're at with our top lady, Fabiola Conti from Italy, still leading. Abby Hall was less than 30 seconds back, and Azara Garcia rounding up the top three, but very, very close. So anything could happen at that point. Martina?
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize in the chat. They are correcting me that the pecorino cheese is not from sheep, but it's from goats. No, it's from sheep and not from goats.
Sheep, not
and
goat.
It's basically, and I knew that. It's just that my English this morning, my brain is a little foggy, and so I was just like, I couldn't quite remember the word, the right word. So yes, it's indeed true. Pecorino is from la pecora, which is the sheep and not the goat. It's a different thing. I'm sorry. It's just, you have to excuse my brain fog in the morning. I didn't have a big coffee. I would love to have one, and I hope I will get one soon.
Yeah, but that's what we love as well. At least, you know, Martina, it shows that some people are listening, and what we're doing aims at an audience, which is always appreciated. And again, Coxie, thanks a lot for the feedback. Pecorino cheese is from sheep, not goats. Thanks again for correcting that. Absolutely love it. So here we get a bit of a recap of what took place since these ladies and gentlemen in the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB started this morning, 4 a.m. local time. We'll let you enjoy those images, and we'll be back with you once we're back live.
We have some news, huh? We have some news finally from the women's race. We are really sorry, but with the connection and everything, it was really hard to get some updates, and hopefully we'll get images soon. But right now, seems if the LiveTrail is not mistaken, because also we can't
Which is
always
a big
confirm
if.
that. So we are just telling you what's appearing in the LiveTrail, but seems like Finnish Johanna Antila running for Salomon is now leading the race, followed by Fiona Pascall, and right behind, together with Azara Garcia, and seems like Abiol and Fabiola Conti are not yet at the aid station. So I'm actually thinking maybe they might even have took a wrong turn. I don't know. Azara was just behind Abby, but it just seems like that they lose quite a lot of time in a small section. So let's see if we'll have some news from the field. But right now it seems like Fabiola Conti is not there. Is not yet through the aid station of Monteluco.
Wow, solid intel here, Martina. If that is the case, man, that's gonna be a tough one. That would mean that at some point they would have taken a wrong turn, and all the cards would be reshuffled for. So therefore, because it's been completely reversed, so Fabiola, Abby, and Azara therefore would have gone wrong. Yeah.
But maybe not. So because now, we I'm just assuming, but like seems like also Habi now is through, and she's a minute something behind Azara. So you know, if we look at the men's race, it's where Jim like put a huge gap on two incredible runners. So it may be just like the strategy of the front females changed. They seemed all pretty close still, but just like the position has changed. So let's see, hopefully we'll get some images soon, and there you get to see also how these women are running. So that tells you a little bit more about feelings and so on.
Yeah. And if there's anyone on the field listening and you can see what's going on, by all means, give us a shout in the chat, or if you know either Martina or myself, send us a message on WhatsApp or Instagram, whatever, and we'll be sharing that with all of you. And as we speak, we're following Kilian, and as I was explaining to you how those little locations on the 3D maps work, we do have a camera mountain biker, both with Jim and Kilian, which allows us to put them both on the map and have a good understanding of how far apart these two are. And it looks like there is about 2K's difference, 62.9 for Jim. There we go, we're at 63, and then Kilian at 61 kilometers into the race. So 2K's between these two gentlemen, which is a substantial amount of distance at that point. But again, we've seen that with the women's race, nothing is done until it's done. And if the top three women, again, this is a massive assumption, we'll wait to hear that from somebody from the field, or if anyone can confirm. What we imagine is that the top three women would have taken the wrong way and have now fallen back into fifth, fourth, and third, respectively, while Johanna Antila from Finland and Fiona Pascall would have moved up into first and second. And thanks, Joachim.
Race,
so confirmed, you are in the lead when that's coming from a message on Antila's Instagram story when she went through the aid station. So this is a confirmation. This is not a glimpse from a cheeky glimpse from LiveTrail. It is true. Johanna Antila is now leading the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB, 51 kilometers into the race, 4 hours 54 elapsed. Can we hear it from
Finally,
Finland?
we can see some images.
Finland, can you let us know in the chat how fucking stoked you are? Ooh, and there we go. About 4 hours into the live, I dropped the F-bomb. My bad. The excitement was a bit high.
Also, we have to say that Lambert Santelli came back strong and is now fourth together with Andreas Reiterer. They are 20 minutes back from, a little less than 20 minutes back from Kilian and Vincent. And there's a group of three, like Luke Greenfield Show, Andreas Reiterer, and Lambert Santelli are the trio cheese. Closing up, or like sometimes I don't have the words, I'm really sorry.
That's all good. We're not commenting in our native language, so we're doing our best.
And here we have Johanna. She's often wearing like a full black silhouette, and it definitely seems pretty foggy and humid and cold. But she's from Finland, so she should be used to this kind of weather, right?
Yeah,
People from
and it's
Finland.
interesting to see.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. But even the difference of weather conditions between the lead man and the lead woman at that point, it's mind-blowing, because it's not like in the mountains where you have a big valley where there's an inversion or the clouds are stuck and then the next valley over is all like nice and sunny. Like here, it's just hills. So I'm very impressed to see here how foggy, as you were saying, and cloudy it is, as opposed to with the men's, we could see, I mean, I wouldn't say clear skies, but definitely a different weather conditions.
Yeah, it's
So now
these hills it's really it's like they're really close to, like, not far one hill to the other, but yes, apparently the conditions can change dramatically.
Yeah, and so now the cards have been reshuffled in the women's race, and again, we're waiting for confirmation, but our assumption is that the top three women who were in the lead have taken allegedly a wrong turn, which would have then put Joanna in the lead, and followed by Fiona Pascall from the UK. About not even 30, just over 30 seconds back. So these two women are really like running neck to neck. And then Azara, Garcia, Abby Hall, and Fabiola Conti. So now the question, it looks like Fabiola Conti has not even gone through Monteluco.
Yeah.
According to LiveTrail. Wow. That is that's a big deal.
Yeah, I just sent a message to Lucy just because, I know she's out there, and so she might know if something happens. So just to know if they actually took a wrong turn, because now Abby is still in the race, but Fabiola is, we can't. She was not through Monteluco yet, so let's see. We know as much as you guys, because of course we didn't have images or many more updates. But here we can see Johanna just doing great. She's an incredible runner. Last year, not last year, 2 years ago, we had the chance to train together for UTMB at the Salomon camp that we do early August. Preparing for UTMB, she was running CCC, and she's been running ultras for a long time, and she's super experienced, and I feel like she progressed a lot with the years, and just an incredible woman. So hopefully she will. We don't see many Finnish athletes, I have to say. I don't want to be wrong, but I don't know that many, and so it's really cool to see a different country in the front.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't look like she doesn't belong there. The way she's running, she's looking strong, composed, and definitely moving at a really solid pace. Obviously, this is downhill, but she doesn't look like she's bothered by anything. That turn was clean, transitioning into a little bit more uneven terrain. I mean, this is not like uberly technical, but that changed from the gravel path, and she's not slowing down. She's moving well, looking balanced. Exciting, as you said, to see new faces, because as much as she belongs to that international field, like seeing her at the front is a bit of a new. So excited for her.
Yeah, it's super cool, and actually, if I remember, she was complaining when we were at UTMB camp that she always like her biggest problem when she travels, like to Chamonix, for example, for the finals, it's that she really struggles with the altitude. So she really struggles with these big climbs and like big drops. And because, of course, as she's training mainly in Finland, where it's mostly flat or just hilly, she doesn't have the chance to train enough in big mountains. So this probably this is really a big chance for her to prove her strength, because this is a kind of like this is a terrain that is probably similar to what she's used to train on, and for sure there's no altitude problem here. So that's really, it's cool that to have so many races around the world, so that if you might struggle in some parts, like in some races where you have to play cars that you can't really train where you live, then there's other races where it's like you can find the best track for you, and so where you can express your full potential.
Yeah, let's go, Joanna. That is your time to shine. And like being one of your teammates, do you know if she came with the intention of getting a golden ticket?
I
yeah,
don't
she
know.
does. She does.
That's a.
She does.
Okay, that's cool.
She said that would be a diamond for my trail running career. And I don't know why she was saying that, but she said it would be my last chance to have it. So time is now. It's happening, and so far,
wow,
Joanna, you have it in your hands, which is pretty exciting. And I'm sure this is like right at the back of her mind, being in the lead. Exciting times.
Yeah, no, last fall she was doing everything possible to qualify for UTMB this year, because we were together in Mallorca, but then the race got cancelled because of bad weather, and then the week after, or like 10 days after that, she was already in Hong Kong, and I believe she won. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have here in the results. She won the Translantau. So she, yeah, so because she really wanted to qualify for UTMB this year. So if she gets in Western States, so will she try the double? Western States and UTMB?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's always a good question, and it really depends on runners' profiles and ambition.
Yeah.
But at least I stand corrected, because, you know, I said like we're not used to seeing her in the lead, but yeah, she did win Translantau last year and 2 years ago. I want to see who said that, quote the person. Julien said she won Kilian in 2023, so I stand corrected.
Okay.
She has been on the top spot of the podium of some of the international races of this world, and definitely will be able to handle both the distance and the weather conditions, having won Kilian, and with Translantau she'll be prepared for the relentless up down. There's no steps here, but this is definitely a profile that will suit her, and at this point she's showing it in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Joanna Anttila from Finland.
Vous avez mon signal, Team 3?
So our mountain biker is trying to catch runners, and I think he was unsure about the way to go. It looks like he was looking left and right. I don't know.
Here's some more images of the forests here. It's really cool because the terrain changes a lot. There's a lot of gravel roads and just like dirt roads and single tracks, but there's also lots of like sections in really beautiful forest that you not expect to find here, and it gives a really great variety of trails. And yeah, here we can see another pretty fast and hard downhill.
Yeah, and she's not shying away from it. She's opening up. And as you can see up on the profile as well as on the telemetry, 52.7 Ks into the 120 total. So not quite at the halfway point for the Finnish runner. And I'm actually pretty excited, hopefully, to see images of her at the next aid station. So we see her crew hopefully tell her like the situation and if she's increased or not her gap on her competition. But look at her tiptoeing here up that hill. She's not power walking. She's on a mission, and so far holding up and jogging that little bit of a section in the middle of that kind of one of the three ish long downhills. So transitioning from running down to running up, change muscle group.
We have, if we follow the gap on the LiveTrail, though, it's Fiona Pascall is really close to her. At the ice station, she was 30 seconds back, so we might even see her eventually soon. And Fiona, I met her there yesterday on her last run, pre-race run, and she said that she was really excited for this race because it's a terrain that's really, it's similar to the terrain she has at home, where she trains on most, and so. And definitely the weather and everything, it seems pretty much like British weather today. So I think, like Finnish and Brits might have a bit of an advantage here. But let's not forget that Azara is also right there, and Habiol, she has the chase for the golden ticket, and she's just 1 minute back. So the female race, if the men's race is a little, it seems that it's hard to catch Jim at the moment. For the women's race, everything is open, so it will be exciting to follow along.
Yeah, and I was quickly jumping back in the men's, but we don't have much more of an update. It's just in Gaiole and Chianti, they're estimated for Jim to come in 22 minutes, for Kilian and Vincent estimated in 33 minutes, which would bring that 8-minute gap to a 12-minute gap if the paces, if each of these runners keep the paces they're running at. So it would mean an even greater lean for the American runner. We'll see if that comes true or not. And then again, after this bit of a reshuffle in the women's ranking, as you were saying, Martina, they are extremely close to one another. And some of the runners have already come to get their golden ticket. I'm thinking about Abby. And having missed it by 1:55 at Black Canyon, she will not repeat that again. And so she will be running with an intention from that point on, for sure.
Yeah, for sure, she has the motivation to go the extra mile. Yeah, but it's still such a long way to go, and the hardest part is coming next. So I mean, depends also, because personally I would much prefer mountains than the flat running. So for me, that would be harder actually to run the first part of this race and then the second one, rather than the second one. But everyone is different, and also even if you like more the mountains or the flat, the second part of the race in general is always more challenging because you are more tired, of course. So yeah.
Yeah, it really boils down, as you say, to the kind of runners you are, and if you like the runnable, then a race like this will definitely suit you. And you were saying, again, with Joanna not being able to train in big mountains, that's probably her good opportunity. She's definitely taking advantage of that. All right, who do we get? Who do we get? Team. Oh yeah, we're still with Fiona. Oh no, not Fiona. My bad. Jesus.
Joanna.
I'm trying to do too many things at once. Joanna. And she's running strong. Because we read the same thing. That Fiona was only 20 seconds back, but the way Joanna has run, like since we've been having her on camera, I feel like she's really pushed the pace. And a few times we could see behind Joanna, it didn't look like there was anyone close to her.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a bit of a strategy to know that all of a sudden you find yourself in the lead, and then your competitor are behind. You want to break their spirits and just pull away, so you're basically out of sight. And therefore, like, out of mind. If they don't see you, they believe you're too far ahead, and they possibly would give up chasing. Here's the man, Kilian. So far, my assumption still in second place, still smiling on a stroll, and by the look at his running gait, he's still moving well. He doesn't seem to have any imbalance, and he's still running on the forefoot. So maybe he's just prepared to hurt, or maybe the TFL issue he was talking about is not as bad as we thought it would be. And he's also looking at his splits, looking at his watch to see where he's at. So I don't think we can count him out just yet. And maybe the gap that is anticipated to be 12 minutes between Jim and Kilian at the next aid station will actually drop down a little. We'll see. But I don't know, Martina. Looking at the images of Kilian running, I feel like he's still not running at the pace that Jim was. But that's maybe just my perception.
Yeah, it seems like more of a... It's definitely not a pace of someone who's trying to merge the gap, just like to close the gap. I feel like he is probably just trying to manage his problem on the knee at the moment. And so just probably just hoping it will be bothering less in a more like mountainous part of the race. But he seems to be pretty conservative. But of course, with Vincent, we see that we don't see Vincent, so definitely is moving fast. It's just not making a move as Jim.
Yeah, and maybe this is also a perception, because he does look relaxed, and he does look like he's still moving at a decent pace, considering that maybe the previous image was not showing it as much as here. But yeah, he is going uphill, so maybe I'm being fooled. I don't have a very good understanding of how steep this is, because according to the little graph on your screen, it is almost 6% climb. So that will definitely slow down your pace. And he's still moving really, really well. Exciting times. The race is not over.
Yeah. Right, let's see, we got some messages. All right, but I was wishing for some more women updates, but we don't have them yet. So we got to wait. And also the LiveTrail seems a little stuck again.
Yeah.
But okay, but we have something moved there. So the problem is that Fabiola is not yet through Monteluco, which is worrying. I don't know. I feel like she might go off course because she's not there yet. And Stephanie Howe came by in 5th, and Aroa Sio close by in 6th. So there's only six women through Monteluco yet. And Fabiola Conti still appears to be 7th, but there's just the previous time. So it just seems like she lost way too much, you know? So if someone has news about Fabiola, please tell us.
Yeah, it is worrying. Another possibility, since we haven't had images, is that maybe when she went through Monteluco, she didn't register, which we could hope. So it would mean that she would still be in the mix, but she just didn't clock through that aid station. But yeah, it would be a sad outing for Fabiola because she looked like she was in good shape and she was ready to throw down. But this is also what it's about. If you don't keep your head up and miss a turn, the consequences can be pretty devastating. And so we had a bit of a glitch with our mountain biker. But we're back with Kilian.
I was trying to get some news from my Italian colleagues, but they also don't have news about Fabiola, so yeah, we'll wait.
It looks like Kilian is chasing. Like he looks like he's running with an intention, keeping his head down, and now shifting into a pretty solid pace. Somebody in the chat was saying the race is not over, and Tish, I think he'll get Jim eventually. We haven't had images of Jim lately, but if you were with us about an hour ago, you could definitely tell that he was moving really, really fast and really, really well. So for Kilian to be able to close that gap, he's really going to have to push hard. Again, as some of you pointed out, Martina included, the back end of the race has more climbing and descending, so that possibly could suit Kilian a little better. But again, going downhill, if he truly has pain in his TFL, that should be a bit of a problem for Kilian.
Yeah, he seems to be running pretty strong and consistently, just like, he's dropping his head a little bit, so that's not a great sign. Like sometimes, I mean, at least that happens to me when you just drop your head, is like when you are hurting somewhere, so he might be going through, some pain. But for sure, he's not backing off. He's moving.
Yeah, it's hard to read, but I still feel like there's a bit of a limp. On the right side.
It's not the Kilian we are used to see, for sure.
Yeah. And so then a question is about Vincent. Then, because Kilian not being at his
I was gonna
best,
say a stupid
has
thing.
still managed to pull away.
Oh.
There's a bit of a
yeah.
stop.
Yeah, that's probably a stop.
And this is also what we like to see when, like, we can talk about the team of camera mountain bikers in this case, because if you weren't with us earlier, the team on the ground right now shooting the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB is made out of 2 mountain bikers that are following the women's race and 2 mountain bikers that are following the men's race. And each of them like have tremendous amount of hours filming UTMB races live, and so they have an excellent understanding and they can read the runners and understand what's going on. And so you could see that even before Kilian said, they realized that he was going to stop for, whatever he needed to do. And so carries on and goes away to give him a bit of privacy and allow him to do what he needed to do without bothering him more than that, which is also cool to see. There's a bit of a symbiotic relationship between these mountain bikers and the runners. It was helpful. And there's always this debate as well between those front runners have an advantage because they have a mountain biker with them, so they don't get lost, or they feel like they have a presence and they're not running on their own, or all that stuff. But then on the other hand, if you want to be in your zone, or if like Kilian, he's saying you're hurting, you have a bit of an injury, and you want to be in your own thoughts, well, you always have eyes on you, which also can come as a disadvantage. So there's pluses and minuses. But if you have an opinion that is based on facts or personal experience, we'd love to hear it in the chat as well. See how you feel about that part.
I was trying to get some updates from Lucy, and apparently no, Abby didn't take a wrong turn. It was more like just a toilet stop that made her lose a little bit of time, and from what if I understand right, maybe Fabiola is still there. It's just that she might have a problem with the GPS. And Johanna was just amazing through the aid station, and also Azara looks really happy and in the game. So all good in the women's field, seems like.
Thank you so much, Martina. This is a kind of, and therefore indirectly, thank you, Lucy, for providing that kind of information. This is extremely helpful, and now we understand everything. It is not a wrong turn. We were talking about Fabiola not having crew at aid stations, so probably this is where she lost a bit of time. And then Joanna, as you were saying, being super fast, this is how she made a difference. So it was all fair and square. And now she knows that she earned that top spot, and that she's running hard to keep it. Wow, exciting times. Hopefully that was a one-time stop, a one-time bathroom stop for Abby Hall, and she'll be back in the game and fighting hard for that golden ticket. And hopefully Fabiola can also we'll see where she is truly at the next checkpoint, but I'm glad to hear that she's not gotten lost somewhere, and she'll be back in the game. We'll see her pop up in the rankings again. Interesting situation here in that turn. It was very muddy, and Joanna had to take a very wide turn to stay on her feet. So runners are going to have to be careful. Mistakes can happen, and you don't want to end up on all four.
Yeah, I was trying to see which shoes she's wearing, but I can't quite see it. I believe Genesis can be really good here with this terrain, but also there's a lot of flat, so I'm not sure. I can't quite tell. Maybe later. And also, Lucy is gonna be at the next ice station, so she can send some more updates about the women in about 10 minutes. So that's really great. We really appreciate you, Lucy. And actually, maybe Fabiola, it's not. Yes, there's something wrong with Fabiola. I don't know if the GPS, but Lucy actually did not see her, so she She don't know where she is. So yeah,
okay.
we have no news there, unfortunately. Yeah.
My bad. I misheard what you said. So, okay.
No.
All right, we're getting to the aid
Actually, I
station
said
here.
the. Yeah.
There we go, Contalici, where they will have access to crew. And she's all smiles. This is a very good sign, ladies and gentlemen, for Joanna. She is smiling, stoked. And so still seemingly running within herself and well in her race. Let's see. Well, it's probably not going to be speaking English, so.
Yeah. In and out fast.
In and out fast. Probably splits were spoken. Was it Lucy that we could hear?
Yeah,
Screaming
she's
right
there.
behind?
So she sent me actually. Yeah.
So we have Joanna clocking through Contalici, 5:32:37 elapsed, and so now we'll wait to see where our next female runner is. Interesting to see her still wearing her jacket at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you see here, that's what I was talking about when Jim went through there, and he was almost slowing down to avoid any unnecessary impact in his quads and IT bands. And I feel like here Joanna is pounding the ground a little harder, a little more. So hopefully she doesn't get too excited, because I mean, if any of you out there has ever encountered that kind of situation where you find yourself in an ultra and then your quads or IT bands are shut, there's no coming back from it. It's just going to be painful in every single step, going downhill until you get to the finish line. So basically this is definitely a scenario you do not want to see happen. There we go. We have I don't know the name of the aid station, but this is Jim with Jess. Let's hear it.
Do you want to take one with you or wait? Okay.
Yeah,
so there's
we
our
are taking
soul pills
soul
that we just
tabs.
had with Coke.
Yeah.
Yep.
Red Bull, caffeine, glasses, hat.
Good to hear you're staying away from Red Bull at that point.
This is 6. 6, 7. I'll see you at Apollo in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
A quick recap.
And once again, masterclass when it comes to crewing.
Yeah,
She
I
had
love
all the
how
information at
Jess
hand.
is. Yeah, she's just calm and collected and just giving everything he needs. It's great.
And this is actually something, you know, we can learn as well. If any of you is planning on doing some sort of crewing for a friend or family, is that you want to always be calm. Because luckily here, Jim is composed, he's in control, but you can have a runner coming in a bit like lost or frustrated or too excited, or like whatever attitude you have, it will spread over your runner. meaning if you're calm, your runner is going to actually stay like calm, and that's going to bleed on them. So it's very important that you, even if things are right, to not get excited, or if things are going wrong, to not get stressed out, because whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not, that's gonna affect your runner. So it's always important that you know that you will have an influence on your runner's mindset. And so if you keep positive words, and I would say listen first when they're coming into the aid station, and assess the situation, and then adapt and use the appropriate behavior, because sometimes they need a kick up the butt, and so you need to give tough love or get excited when they're a bit down. But basically, listen to what's going on and then act accordingly would be my piece of advice. And look at Jim having a good old chat.
Yeah.
He's having a ball. He's not even looking like he's covered already some 60.
Yeah, he just looks incredible and just super strong and smooth and calm. And yeah, as you said, it's really, really important, like if you're crewing someone, just to be as neutral as possible, kind of like, because even if there's a situation where you have to push your person out of the aid station as fast as possible, you would never have to rush him or rush her, because it's just like you don't want to create anxiety or just like make your runner panic for no reason. And so sometimes you are the most efficient when you're just like calm and you just take the time that is necessary, rather than just trying to do things quicker than needed. But yeah, so here we can see that like Jim's stride is really, really impressive. It seems like he just started, so that's really cool to see.
Yeah, the pace he's running at is just, it's insane.
This is a climb. It's not flat.
At that.
Yeah, it's not flat. It's like okay.
And Bourdon in the chat is also pointing out that Lambert Santelli is coming back on 4th place, so currently running in 5th.
Yeah.
So there is many races going on. And then thanks for the feedback, P. Thanks for the stream. We're absolutely delighted to provide you with that live coverage. And yeah, agreed, Scott. This is something we've talked about. This is not the Kilian we're used to seeing, but again, this is not a man that goes down easily, and so I think he'll be pushing the pace for as long as he can stand. And in the meantime, with the Roman race, and still Johanna Ontila from Finland, Team Salomon is crushing it after a very efficient transition at the aid station with her crew. There was a bit of a conversation, but we couldn't hear much, understand much, because my Finnish is a bit rusty. But yeah, it looked like he was all in control, all well, and now she is pushing hard on that, one of the top, like one of the strongest, one of the steepest climbs. Sorry, there you go. I'm gonna get there.
So yeah, and I have some timings. And Fiona Pascall at the previous station of Cantalici, sorry, she was 3 minutes back. So Johanna is running faster, was running faster than Fiona in the previous section. So she put 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and Azara is still exactly 30 seconds behind Fiona. These two has been running within 30 seconds the whole race, but Azara is still 3rd, and Abby is 4 minutes back from 3rd place. So she has now 8 minutes gap from Johanna. So she's getting a little farther, but she's still there.
She's still there, and we know she's pretty good at closing in the longer races. So if nothing bad happened, and if there's no like GI distress, which you mentioned earlier, the information coming from Lucy, her crew, that she had to have a toilet break. If her GI is fine, and if her knee is not bothering her, like I would put chips on the fact that she could close very hard in the last 50K. So we'll see. And I know mentally she'll be strong, and she'll be fired up. Like, she missed the golden ticket already at Black Canyons by a minute 55. She'll really want to get after this one here, and won't be giving up until the line is crossed. So I think we're in for a pretty cool race as well in the women's.
Yeah. All right, there was in the live chat, there was a poll, like who's gonna cross the finish line in first in the women's race, and Habiol is still getting most of the votes. 38% of the votes were for Habiol. Azara Garcia is in second with 9% of, no, actually, wait. Same, like, wait, I was just reading the document in the wrong way. There was this is a French way of seeing a ranking, which is not in order.
Ma che francese.
So, come on, French people. You gotta put a ranking where the first one is first, and then the second is second, so. Joanna and Hebi have the same chances for the audience. Then there's Fiona Pascall, and then Azara Garcia. So let's see who's well, that's at the moment Joanna seems to be having an advantage here, but thanks for the fans and the followers for participating at this poll.
Yeah, it's always good to have this kind of interaction and giving you all the chance to put your name in the polls. And here is Kilian. Yep, as again keeping his head down, getting the work done, but it's not a good day in the office for the Catalan runner. But hopefully not too much pain. I mean, we know Kilian is a sucker for punishment, but I'm sure he would have envisioned this day to be a little less painful. And yet he's still crushing in second place, and so far holding the golden ticket that he came for.
Yeah.
But see, with those really cool images, thanks to Studio for that, we see the first man and the second man, and we see definitely a difference in style. Even if Jim is going uphill, you can see he's got a much more aggressive style. What Kilian is, almost breaking in that downhill. You can almost feel the pain.
Yeah, it's quite painful to see him. Yeah. I mean, of course, he always runs well, but you could see that he's not running as he used to run.
No, and I mean, if you've been looking a little bit at the, look at the gap now. It's 4.67 Ks. Earlier, it was down to 2 kilometers. So the gap is increasing immensely. I don't see Kilian coming back at this point. I might be wrong. That wouldn't be the first time, but honestly, at that point, seeing both these gentlemen run, I think it will be a tough one. a tough gap to close for Kilian at this point. But once again, he came for the golden ticket, and at this point, he's still holding it. So he'll come home with something, and hopefully not having created too much damage, too much imbalance by running what will be almost 70 Ks on a painful TFL.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Kilian is a smart person and runner. He knows that it's it's really important to qualify, but also it's really important not to injure himself really early in the season, because I believe it's not just Western States this year. He has always like bigger goals, like personal projects and so on, and so I think as soon as he can manage like the pain and just like don't make it worse, he won't quit, because he's not someone who quits really easily. You can tell that he's hurting, and it's a shame.
Yeah, these are not images we're excited to see, but that is part of our sport. You know, there's so much that can come into play in those and the way
it's so yeah, sorry, I was gonna say it's still so impressive though that, I mean, Jim is the runner he is, and he's absolutely crushing this course, but Kilian, even like clearly hurting and not being at his best, he's still like just is second and way ahead of Vincent, and he's checking his splits probably now. And it's so incredible to see him like hurting and not running at his best and still be in the front, kind of like just behind Jim. It just tells you like the incredible level of these two runners that are in the front. Joanna is doing great.
Yeah, she's still moving really well. Yeah, just one last word about Kilian, and we'll leave it in peace. But yeah, you can see how when he's running downhill, and this is typical of a runner who's like trying to put the least amount of pressure on his legs running downhill. He had his shoulder up, trying to limit the amount of pounding he's going to put in his legs. And that shows that, you know, it is nothing but pain that is creating this kind of behavior, just holding back with your upper body just to limit the impact on the legs. So, yeah, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch, but again, it is part of our sport. But yeah, stoked to see Joanna Ontila from Finland, absolutely crushing it in his Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. And we're getting close to the 60K mark for the women's. So we're about halfway, and there's still a lot to happen, and possibly a lot of changes in that second part. We do have a quick commercial break coming up, so we'll leave you for a bit, but we'll be right back with you. So stay with us.
Okay.
Here comes the
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
It's a trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go, team. We're back with the women's race, and it is a Finnish runner, Johanna Ontila, leading the women's race. Interesting to see her look over her shoulder to check if anybody is coming back behind her. But at the last aid station, she had over 3 minutes on the next woman in the name of Fiona Pascall. So she was increasing her lead onto second place. So to, I wouldn't say a comfortable lead, but 3 minutes, which is increasing from 20 seconds, is a good sign for Johanna. And then behind Azara Garcia is running about the same pace as Fiona Pascall. And then Abby Hall, as you were saying, Martina, 4 minutes back at the last aid station. We'll see how that translates at the next checkpoint.
Yeah, it's exciting. And then behind them, we want to give you a little update on the top 10. We have Stephanie Howe in 5th, Aroa Sio in 6th, the Italian Alessandra Boifava in 7th, Christine Selman in 8th place, and Champagne. Yeah, she has the wrong surname here. No, that's a great surname. I'd love to be called Champagne. You gotta celebrate all the time. Heads up for Han Champagne in 9th, and Amanda Basham in 10th. Yes, that's the kind of commentary we will get from me. I'm really sorry, guys.
No, love it. Keep it coming. The longer we go doing the live commentary, the more of this kind of comment we're gonna have. You know, it's gonna go sideways at some point. We know it every time that happens. So that's also one good reason to stick with us until the end, because it's gonna get pretty funny. All right, team. In the meantime, we see our top 2 men runners on the right-hand side. Jim Walmsley from the USA representing Team HOKA. And in second place, the one and only Kilian Jornet representing Team Normal. And now, if you have been with us for a while, he is dealing with what seems to be a TFL injury. At least this is what he shared at, I can't remember the name of the aid station, but quite early on. And we can see that indeed this is not the typical stride that we know Kilian can have. And I'm curious here on these images at the bottom, is that Vincent? With the 2 runners
that seems,
wearing
Vincent.
black, could be the camera runners or crew?
Yeah. Or just some camera runners, I believe.
Or maybe some runners catching
Kilian
up.
was looking back. There was
Something's happening here, team.
20 minutes gap. So I don't know. It seems
Maybe
like a little.
Vincent's been facing. Yeah, maybe Vincent has been facing issues, which would explain why even Kilian injured has dropped him, and then he's being caught up. Or maybe these 2 people in black weren't participants and maybe film crew or something. Or maybe that wasn't even Vincent on those images. There's a lot of maybes when you're trying to understand things from a drone shot. And I love that cameraman style. That's bold.
It's so risky. I mean, especially as he's getting filmed as well. I would be so stressed to just hit the first tree. Just that would be totally me. And here is a typical image of Kilian surrounded by a lot of people with the phone. There's a life of Kilian outside of Norway, I guess.
hear anything as he's going through these streets.
We see Eluzin. Eluzin is out supporting his boss. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're chatting.
Eluzin who will be racing this weekend, right?
Yeah, he's doing the 20K race on Sunday. Just to shake off the dust.
Yeah, the desert sand that he's been staying in. Eluzin El Azawi, a pretty solid contender here. So our cam mountain biker is gonna probably have to go around. It would have been fun to see the images of Kilian, see if he said anything at the aid station, but I guess we won't have the images. So back with Jim in the lead.
We
and
have
not letting go of the gas pedal. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have a time gap between Jim and Kilian, which is now 22 minutes.
Whew.
In this height station. So yeah. But Kilian was. Did you see that he was constantly looking back to see if Vincent was getting close? But yeah, it doesn't seem like Vincent is close to Kilian. We'll know soon, probably, but we can't tell where these other runners are from a drone shot because, yeah, they can be anywhere. And this is Abiol. This is Abiol.
Yeah, and I saw in the chat, Night Fox, apparently the drone shot we were looking at, it wasn't Vincent, but it was Joanna? Or... no, second woman.
Was it written second woman? That was definitely Abiol. Yeah, but
I know before,
that was
when we
Abiol, that
thought
was not
it was
Fiona.
When we thought it was Vincent with the orange t-shirt.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently that we got misled, and that was the women's race.
Huh. But then maybe it could have been Azara, because I believe that Fiona, she won't wear orange, but I'm not sure though.
Thanks, Travis. 70 seconds back for Vincent.
Okay.
So there's a lot that's going to happen in that second half. Whew. And so it'll be interesting also to see how far back Lambert Santelli, who has now gone into fourth place and passed Andreas Reiter.
Yeah.
And Jim now, like, absolute masterclass. Jess, I believe, or I'm confident, will tell him that at that point he has a 22-minute lead, and he can just safely bring it home. There's no need that early in the season to try to overreach. As much as I totally understand and respect, for example, a racing attitude like Zach Miller, when he says, when I stand on the start line, I want to honor the course, I want to honor the competition, and I'm going to give my absolute best, and I'm not going to leave anything out there. Sometimes racing a little bit mindfully when you have your A goals in mind. And for Jim, my understanding was, again, Western States and or UTMB. And with the experience of what happened at Istria 3 years ago, 3 or 2 years ago, can somebody correct me? I'm gonna have to look this up. You wouldn't want to blow all your matches too early in the season.
I think it was last year that he was in Istria, yeah. At the beginning of the season.
No, it's at least 2 years ago.
But no, maybe it was 2 years ago. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was doing the live coverage and I didn't do it last year. Let's find out for good.
We can see here a pretty technical downhill and at least slippery in the women's race. Okay, we lost.
There we go. 2023 was when so that was 2 years ago.
Okay.
All right, team. We're looking left, right, and center to try and find a bit more information to share with you. At this point, this is all we've got. So we do have a commercial break coming up, and hopefully we'll be right back with you with a bit more information. So stay with us. Let's see you.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here comes the
All right, team. We're back live, and we have a bit of an information. Travis saw that as well. Fabiola Conti has indeed withdrawn. That's all we know. We didn't get an update from her personal team, but she is out of the race. And indeed, Tirana, this is sad news. We were hoping to see her do well today and be in the mix for possibly the win, but it is what it is, and just like Kilian not having the day he was probably hoping for, it is part of racing. So hopefully she didn't have to withdraw with an injury, and she'll be able to come back strong for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully soon we'll get some more information, but like the most important thing is that just taking care of yourself and just understanding when it's worth pushing through or not. And so this, we are in April. So is it April? Are we in March? Okay. Well, I promise that in the next break I'm gonna take a coffee, so then I don't say we're still in March. It's still March. Yeah, it's true.
All right, this is a bit of a recap of the beginning of the race, so we'll let you enjoy those images if you haven't seen them yet, and we'll be back with you shortly after.
Avec la gourde. Et du coup, on est au kilomètre. Ouais, on a rajouté juste en face.
Yeah, this was a great recap, and we are now, the runners, the lead has, they're around like 85 kilometers now, probably, more or less. Jim is getting closer to the aid station at 87 kilometers. Here we go. We have some images.
Yeah. The man of the day.
I got some, the man of the day. I got some updates from Kilian's team from Normal, and so we got confirmation that he's in pain and is definitely getting harder to run, but the goal is to finish and so potentially still win this golden ticket. So he is just like managing the pace to be in the race as far as possible, and hopefully finish. So he's not pushing more than he needs to finish the race to get a golden ticket potentially. And apparently Vincent is not easily closing up because he has his own issues too. Apparently he has some stomach problems, so he has been struggling with nutrition. So it's not a smooth day out for these two guys, but they're still hanging in there and fighting, so kudos to them.
Yeah, thanks, Martina, for that update. That confirms our assumption that something must have been going on also with Vincent, considering that Kilian, with his injury, was still dropping him. Vincent would have been battling with his whole set of issues. And so if it is nutrition, man, considering he still has about, like, I don't know, 50 Ks to go, just under that. Hopefully he turns it around, because running on empty for 50K is it's a bit of a challenge. So, yeah. The joys of ultra running.
Still a long ways to go. Yes. You can try and test things as much as you can, but on race day, the same things are just different, or they can be different for just like reasons that are hard to understand. But yeah, so we always try our best to test everything in training and just like replicate a race scenario. But a race is a race, so it's really some, like, most times you get problems, or like you get the best feelings or the worst feelings on race day. Okay, here we have the bike running away, taking a shortcut.
Yeah, trying to, I guess, catching second place still in the name of Kilian Jornet at this Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. So far, this is how things are unfolding. Lots of curveballs, as we explained. Kilian with a TFL issue, and Vincent Bouillard with apparently nutrition problems, struggling to keep the food down, which obviously is less than ideal in such a race. So far, still respectively, holding on to first, second, and third place. Jim in the lead and miles ahead of the rest of the field. He seems to be the one who is one of the only one in the top three having a perfect day. Kilian struggling with an injury, running in second, and Vincent dealing with nutrition issues in third. And we'll see how things go, because Lambert Santeli, a French runner from Corsica, is creeping up, and now he's in fourth place, so still a ways behind third place, but still a long way to go. And if he closes strong, could do well. And in the women's, representing Team Salmon Finland, Joanna Antila is leading the race, and followed in 3 minutes back by Fiona Pascall, representing Salomon UK. Azara Garcia, Team AGL Sport from Spain, is in third, rounding up the podium. Pretty close to Fiona Pascall, and then Abby Hall at the last checkpoint, being just 4 minutes back.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting to follow unfortunately, we won't see the images of the people running behind the podium in the men's race. But there's Lambert Santelli, Andreas Reiterer, and Luke Greenfull show. They are basically running together. The three of them are within 30 seconds, so at least at the last checkpoint. So they still have to go through the ice station of Gaiola in Chianti. But yeah, so soon we'll know like the actual gap. But with Kilian Harting and Vincent Bouillard not having a great day with like in terms of nutrition. Okay, yes, here is Fiona Pascall. She's actually running in orange, so I was wrong.
And so
yeah,
that would be
it's
Fiona
open
in
also for the
second
men.
place, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is not Azara Garcia. Bit of a
No,
mistake
this is
here on
Fiona,
yeah. And that we saw in the drone shot. Somebody was correcting us in the chat, and that was well spotted. Nice job. And she's still running with these two gentlemen in black. I mean, she's dropping them a little bit here on that climb, but that's
Yeah.
the two gentlemen we saw on that drone shot.
Seems like she's struggling a little, but also moving pretty well. So sometimes it's a really fine balance between the two tasks. So yeah, she's definitely moving well. So good job, Fiona.
Yeah, here in a bit of a climb, you know, getting it done. In the meantime, man, Jim Walmsley still absolutely crushing. Not slowing down one bit. He's gonna set a new
My
push
God.
record on that new distance here at the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. He's just been told by a cam mountain biker that he had a 22 minutes lead. Yes, I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined, Jim Walmsley has 22-minute lead on second place, Kilian Jornet. It's mind-blowing, and I don't think that gap is gonna shrink one bit. If anything, that is going to increase even more. And look at him, relaxed on the downhill, still in control. Exciting times, exciting times. And it almost feels like the women's race is in a different location, because every time we switch to the women, it's cloudy and it looks far grayer than with the men's.
Yeah, it's true.
She's ticking along, and if we have a cam mountain biker with Fiona, I don't know if we have one with Joanna, which would then allow us to have a bit of a split. We could see them both on the map and have a good understanding of how far apart these two ladies are. Looks like we're losing images here.
Yeah. Yeah, the next checkpoint it's going to take a while before to have the next checkpoint. But yeah, from the live coverage, we can quite guess. Would be also interesting to know, like from the previous images, it didn't look like Azara was close to Fiona, where we could see a little farther. So maybe she's also like running away from her.
Hmm. I mean, she was running pretty well in that uphill.
Yeah. Right, let's see what people is asking on the chat. Yeah, well, people is just taking care of the chat by their own, like, because people was asking if Jim is on record pace. It's really cool that there's someone's like, no, there's no record because the race has changed. So thank you guys for participating so actively.
Yeah, and it was also funny to see at some point like the Spanish completely taking over the chat, trying to understand what was going on with Kilian. And there we go, drone shot with second place in the women's race. Oh wait, we're being told it's second and third men. So it means that Vincent has caught up with Kilian, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big move. This is something we expected to happen, considering, yes, that is the case. It is on the screen. Team, this is what we were expecting to see happening. That is going to be disheartening for Kilian and his team to see Vincent pass him despite his stomach problem. Maybe he has solved it. A bit of Coca-Cola, whatever it takes to get that settled, the stomach settled, and keep the sugar coming in, because you can turn around a stomach problem. You cannot turn around a body injury. That's kind of the thing. So Kilian is in a situation that is not as, or worse, let's put it that way, than Vincent. And if Vincent has been able to look after himself and again turn this around from a nutrition perspective, he'll be able to have a back end of the race very, very strong, especially because he would have been running under his pace due to the lack of nutrition for 10, 15, 20 Ks. So he'll be ready to throw down 100%.
That's my man.
And I don't know who we got here on the right-hand side, but there seems like they're having a ball.
Yeah, some fans on the track is always great to see. Fun fact, we have, so Johanna is racing here today, and of course she's leading the race right now, and her coach, which is another Finnish athlete, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be spelling it wrong, is Juuso Simpanen? Please, Finnish people, tell me I'm probably really wrong. But anyway, they seem to be really close together in the race. So Johanna's coach is just ahead of her, like probably about 30 minutes, and is currently in 16th place in the men's ranking. So it's pretty cool to see also these dynamics where it's like the athlete passing the coach. So that's cool.
Well, yeah, that's going to be definitely a boost to see the coach. She's going to probably have a few words of encouragement to her if she passes him, and then she'll be on her way. Thanks for the intel, Martina.
Ouais, aucun problème. Je lui ai donné l'écart, je n'aurais pas dû l'accélérer.
And the cam mountain biker said, I gave him the split, maybe I shouldn't have, because he did pick up the pace even more. Jim,
so he's like, okay, I'm going to go for 30 minutes.
See us. So here, those are like the mountain biker was stating that this is a section of the course which is pretty slippery, and you can see him taking a wide turn to avoid slipping himself. And then with the e-mountain bike trying to catch up. Oh man, that mud's got to stick to the tires and make it pretty difficult to ride.
Oh yeah.
But those mountain bikers are world class, so they'll catch up.
So we have an update on the men's race, like the peloton following the podium. So we still have Lambert Santelli in 4th place, and the gap did not change. So apparently they are running at the same pace, because he's still 19 minutes back, Vincent and Kilian. So they still have pretty much quite a big gap. And he's running together with Oben Ferrari. And Andreas Reiterer seems to have dropped like just 3 minutes. He's 3 minutes back.
3 minutes back. So Aubin Ferrari doing extremely well here. French runner. Obviously sharing the same name as Le Duc. And he's super solid, like 14th at UTMB last year. He's always in the mix, and I think the past few years he's been getting stronger and stronger. And so I think like he's running an extremely smart race here, and being with the Lambert at that point is probably the best thing he could do. And these two could potentially try and be chasing. Admittedly, it's going to be very tough to close 17 minutes, but who knows, you know, anything can happen. And if Vincent still hasn't figured out his nutrition problem, as we've heard, or Kilian's injury becomes like worse, you know, these guys could have a shot at a golden ticket. Because as we explained, Jim Walmsley is already qualified, so he's not going to need it. So it's going to roll down to currently Kilian and Vincent. But then, yeah, if anything goes wrong for any of these two runners, then Lambert and Aubin would be in the mix for a golden ticket. So they just have to keep at it. So I'm very curious to see who is ahead of Jim here. Is that like a casual runner on a Saturday run?
Yeah, probably.
And we'll be like, what's happening?
I also, because you know, there's the people from the 70K. I don't know if they will overlap at some point. I didn't know. I don't know exactly how the two races interact.
No, I think you're right, Martina. The two courses overlap quite a bit.
Yeah, so at some point we might see
from her, but yeah, maybe she was in the race.
And for the people interested in the 78K, after 3 hours of racing, we have the French Robin Julaguet. He's working for Salomon. He's kind of like a similar position as Vincent Bouillard. No, different role, but he's working for Salomon, and also he's an amazing runner. So Robin Julaguet is leading, followed by Dimitri Morel-Jean, another French runner, and Germain Grangier. So it's a podium between French, but also we have our own Davide Scheras from Italy, Gulen Kerneges, sorry, I'm spelling this probably wrong, Tumas Kari, another athlete from Finland, Zan Zepik from Slovenia, Lucien Epini from France, and Brieux Lamy and Ryan Montgomery. So lots of French in the 78K in the men's race. And let's see who's leading in the women's race. There's Eleanor Davis in front and seems to have quite a gap on Gemma Moses. And then we have Rosanna Bauhauer, Emily Schmitz, Annette Zwilp, Sarah Escobar-Caron, Maëlle Deroise, sorry friends, I'm not great at this, Anna Dulko, and then Kafai Natal Wong, and Lina Borstrom. I feel like there's way more people from Scandinavia in this race than other races, or I'm just maybe paying more attention.
No, I think you have a point. It's a very international top 10 in that race, indeed. Lots of big names. It's good to see them going hard at it. And in the meantime, we can see here Fiona Pascall on your screen, and the difference between Fiona, who's running in second place, and Jim, who's running in first place, now currently 84.6 kilometers. So 35 Ks away from the finish. 6:32 elapsed, 6 hours 32. Man, that man is not slowing down one bit, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Walmsley is back in the game. And today he is, with no doubt, a whole notch above his competition, because as much as, yes, people can find excuses, Kilian is injured, and Vincent, like from what we've heard, again, still to be confirmed, has stomach issues. You know, they all towed the line, knowing what could happen, and God knows that Jim has had his fair share of troubles in the past, but now he seems to have solved every problem he used to face, especially with nutrition and now with pacing. Sometimes we feel like he's going out too fast, but no, he knows now what he's capable of. And as much as it feels sometimes like a suicidal pace, when he dropped the hammer on Kilian and Vincent, he did leave them both behind. So did Vincent and Kilian already were encountering those problems and both at the same time drop? I have doubts. I think Jim just pulled away and eventually things fell apart behind. But what an exciting day. And again, the women's race here, Fiona Pascall running in second place and about to get to halfway point. So there's still a lot of ground to cover. And a lot of things can happen again in that women's race as well. As much as we feel like in the men's race, at least for the win, the story has been told, and I guess the script won't be changed. What's going to happen for second and third and possibly fourth is still to be written.
Yeah, Fiona here seems to be working really hard, but also keeping a really good pace. So, and as you said earlier, it really seems like a different weather situation for the women. This climb looks extremely foggy and wet and cold. Jim it's impressive to see also when Jim has the confidence of just like he knows now that he's gonna bring it home, and so he can just do whatever he wants basically, and so he can just decide if he wants to push even more and and just like made a clear point who's the strongest on these kind of races. And or just like even if he slows down, it's still gonna look like he's flying compared to most people.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's a good point, Martina. Is just like, is it going to be like business as usual and he's going to try to go as far as possible, or you know, Jim's like solid pace is still incredibly fast, but maybe he will just refrain himself from spending any time in the red zone just to avoid like creating any niggle or a bit of an injury. just stay in control and get it done. But it is, it is
but
good
also
to see
like
Jim back at this level.
for sure. But it's also like I mean, if he's feeling well and if he doesn't have problems, there's also there's no course record for this race, but there's a record to be set. So, and knowing Jim, he wants to set really hard records to break, really challenging records. So maybe he might even want to push it. Let's see.
I mean, he's certainly not slowing down, that's for sure.
No.
And before this live broadcast, I didn't know the composition of the streaming team on the ground, and all I could think of is like, man, I'm feeling sorry for the cam runners who are going to have to keep up with these athletes. But then luckily, the course is not technical enough to require cam runners, and we're covering it entirely with mountain bikes, which then makes it humanly possible to keep up with these top athletes.
I wonder what goes in the mind of these athletes when they're followed by the camera for so long, because I feel like sometimes it's really motivating, because then you just like don't lose focus on your race, so there's an opportunity to kind of like push more, because you know that there's people watching you, and you kind of like, not that you want to look good, but you want to like try your best. But also, sometimes you get kind of like carried away by the camera, and you feel like you have to push a little harder than you would otherwise if you were just by yourself, you know. So sometimes it's a hard balance, especially because, well, we are not used to be followed by cameras when we run. So when it happens, then it's a new scenario that it can be tough to manage. At least I took for myself.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a good point, Martina. There you go. Here he comes into the aid station. There we go. Going through, straight through.
He's keeping, So indeed, they coked up on another race. This is probably the 70K. Yeah, for sure, as it's the only other race happening today.
Oh, Martina, if the information on the screen is correct, we have a new name under the second place in the men's race, ladies and gentlemen. It seems, if the information is correct, that Vincent Bouillard would have passed Kilian and is now running in second place. If anybody on the ground can confirm that, but I trust the studio for having the right information.
Yeah.
So there we go. What we anticipated did happen, and we have two HOKA runners leading the men's race at this Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. And so hopefully Vincent did turn around his stomach issues and is back in the game. The way he's running up that hill seems like he's indeed back.
Yeah, there's Kamala.
And it, yep.
Yeah, for sure he had some tough time because, he got some good encouragement from Kamala, his girlfriend. And, he's doing well. holding on.
And I think I caught the last sentence she says, like, keep it up, it's still a race. Meaning that
Yes, exactly.
regardless of how much struggle he's encountered up until now, it's like, look, you're still in it. You still came with a purpose. And regardless of what's being thrown at you, just keep at it. And so here we get the time split 27.16 minutes between first and second man. So that is a huge gap, but this is what it means when the day goes and unfolds perfectly for Jim Walmsley, who's in top shape, and Vincent having encountered what we understood as being nutrition issues, whether that was stomach problems and he couldn't keep the fuel down, or maybe GI. Unsure exactly what went down, but I believe to close the gap, I don't see this happening. But the way he was running up that hill, I believe he can definitely keep that second place and still come and collect what he came for. Because my understanding was that he was out here to get the golden ticket, do Western States, and then do World Champs, I think, in September. So where he finishes today will dictate basically the rest of his season.
Yeah, sometimes when things are just not going as you were hoping or as you were planning, it's hard to keep the focus like there on the race. So I understand, like, Kamala just reminding him that it's still a race, even if you are struggling, even if you're not running as you wanted to run. But it's a great reminder, especially as he's still pretty much in the best spot for the race he was in. So it's like getting this golden ticket. Hopefully we'll get some news from Kilian soon, just to know how far he got from Vincent, because he sure was struggling. So depending on how much pain he can like sustain, it's really hard for Kilian probably right now. But it's like, because he has pretty much a big gap on the fourth and fifth athletes, but still, when you're hurting so bad, okay, we saw Kilian, so it probably is like 45 seconds, a minute back. What did you say?
He was like, guys, is it normal to have this kind of climb at the kilometer 80 something? Like, the camp mountain biker was very confused about that technical climb right in the middle. I was like, well, how am I going up that thing? You're gonna love this.
That's awesome.
In the meantime, like, Jim dropping any participant in a shorter distance like flies. He is still moving so freaking well. It's borderline disrespectful for the rest of the field, but this is how he does it. And when things align for Jim Walmsley, he's absolutely lethal. And
it's so incredible to see, like, just to see the faces of the runners is passing. It's just like, it's him, it's true. It's like, is it really happening? I need to try to stick with him for as much as possible, just to tell that I run with Jim for a short period of time. I could totally see, like, these other runners enlightened by Jim, and also just like extremely impressed by what he's doing.
He's like, wait, what is going on? Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we get here? We had a Brooks team. That was short-lived.
Wasn't it Fiona? Seemed, I don't know, it was too quick.
That was Brooks' team, so maybe that was Nope. Luke Grenfell-Shaw has dropped to 10th. So I doubt that was him at the aid station. Yeah, maybe he was actually.
Yeah, brook runner. Ah, right. So he's in 5th place.
Oh, that does not look good.
No.
Oh, mate.
Yeah.
This is far too early
Yeah,
to be.
he was.
like,
Yeah, early on he was 6th, just like just behind Andreas Reiterer, but now he dropped back in 10th place, and oh man, he is struggling, but he's such a great mood still. That's incredible.
well, I mean, that man knows how to hurt. Like, cancer survivor. He's had countless terrible life events thrown at him, and so sore legs is something he believes he can handle. Although we know he's a good person, and dropping out when you need to drop out sometimes is the best decision with a negative outcome, but still sometimes doing more damage is maybe not necessary. He really looks in pain. Yeah. In the meantime,
oh my God,
somebody is still flying on the Saturday jog.
It's just like I don't know
humbling.
what to say anymore. It's just like, yeah.
It's beautiful. Let's say nothing and watch.
It's really beautiful. Yeah. Look at the faces of the people he passes. It's incredible. It's so funny. They are looking at him like it's what is that? Is it an alien or what? It's like, from where are you coming from?
Yeah, especially when you know that he's been running for 3 more hours than you have and probably covered twice the distance.
Yeah.
That's yeah, and so a bit of an update on Vincent Bouillard, and I owe this one from Chris Hollis, sports marketing manager at HOKA. He got the information from the team on the ground and confirmed that Vincent had stomach issues, and he was having trouble keeping the foot down, but apparently he's turned it around and now he's running back again full throttle. So we can hope for Vincent that now he's going to be able to race at his full potential and hold on to 2nd place.
Yeah, that is great news. And still, though, we have seen that Kilian was still close by, so it gives us hope also for Kilian. He's definitely a tough person, so it's clear that he's suffering a lot, but he's still not giving up. Like the dream of finishing, the goal more than the dream, the goal of finishing.
I mean,
with a golden ticket in his pocket. So yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, and we'll see if anybody in Team Normal can give us a bit of an update when he gets to the aid station and talks with his crew. Mireia will have the words for him for sure. She's like really strong runner and action sports and great person. So she'll, and I mean, they've known each other since they were little. So she will definitely know what to tell him. And in the meantime, in the Chianti region, the birds are singing and Jim is flying.
Oh. Yeah, this was supposed to be like the harder part of the race. It just looks incredibly smooth for him.
Yep. He's killed the game.
So if everything goes well here for Jim Walmsley, do we know like what's his plan leading up to Western States? Is it gonna be just like a big build up towards Western States? I assume he won't be racing in between, right?
That would make sense. That would be a good assumption. But I actually don't know for sure. And here on the right-hand side of your screen, you've got the list of the majors of the UTMB World Series events. Those majors allow you to get more stones per distance, so twice the amount of stones when you take part in one of the majors as opposed to one of the races in the UTMB World Series. And also the automatic entries in the following UTMB World Series final in Chamonix. Instead of being top 3 men and women for the 50K distance, the 100K distance, and the 100-mile distance, it actually goes down top 10 in men and women for each distance, as well as age groups. So in all categories, there's about 200 plus automatic entries that are allocated during these majors. And so there's a majors for Europe, which is Val d'Aran by UTMB in the Pyrenees, in the Spanish Pyrenees to be precise. It's Kodiak by UTMB in California for the Americas. It is Chiang Mai again for Asia that takes place in December. And the new one this year, there's a new major for Oceania, which is Ultra-Trail Australia, which is going to be a very exciting one. So this is the opportunity for people on all continents to partake into one of the majors and hopefully get more stones, so more chances to be drawn in the lottery, as well as for the competitive athletes, more chances to have their automatic entries into the 2026 UTMB Mont-Blanc, the final of the UTMB World Series. And here we are, as you have all noticed, back with Kilian, currently running in 3rd place. And we here on the screen, we see 2nd and 3rd. So Vincent might just be right there. Yes, he is indeed. There. So Kilian has not given up one bit. And if anything, he's actually going to pass him back. And everybody, instead of running their own race, they're pulling the phone out, picking up the pace.
Yeah, this is incredible. It's like
this good old
they're doing their tempo runs in the race during the race. It's like, oh damn, I gotta hang on a little longer just to have a video. I was running with Kilian. Yeah, he's incredible.
And so it's
apparently in the climbs he's hurting less.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Good point.
Yeah.
I think maybe in the climb he's less handicapped by his TFL problem, and he can therefore push the pace harder and close the gap with Vincent. While he might have to kind of slow it down and take it easy on the flat and the downhill. Again, these are all assumptions, but one thing for sure is the GOAT is not dead.
Yeah, actually, this is not a total assumption because I was talking with normal crew, and they are confirming that the downhills are extremely hard for Kilian right now, but in the climbs he can still push. So I guess he's just trying his best in the climbs and then surviving the downs. And cleaning his shoes. There was a great Michael Jackson move.
Travis always have the right informations in the chat. Jim will run again the Broken Arrow VK the weekend before Western States in Olympic Valley. So he will at least do that race before lining up for Western States, also in Olympics Valley. So thanks for sharing, Travis. Appreciate intel, as always.
Oh, here you can tell it's so clear that as soon as it's down and flat, Kilian is just like pushing the brakes, and then when he has to climb again, it's just like comes easily again.
Yeah, and Vincent is going to understand that. He's going to figure it out, if not already, and he's going to push the pace even more on the down. And I'm pretty sure they both know very well the back end of that race and what the profile looks like. And it means that, but at the end of the race, like they're going to get to the highest point, and then it's going to be 15 Ks to the finish, and most of it will be a massive downhill, then a bit of flat, a bit of a climb back into the fortified city. But that means that if at that point they're not too far apart, this is where Vincent is going to have to go pedal to the metal and open the biggest possible gap on Kilian. And Kilian's going to have to grit his teeth and try to not let Vincent go and possibly go through the pain that this descent could inflict him. So on paper, this would be where Vincent could make a difference. But again, we see here Kilian responding pretty hard, and look on that climb, he's already closing the gap.
Yeah. And we have Elozine running next to them to just give real support, not just filming with the phone. That's one thing I'm always kind of like, I don't really like this scenario. I guess I get so stressed for him. It's I understand that it's a great event, just like meeting your idols on the trail, but you need to give some space to respect the person who's running. So there's like time for putting the phone in front of the face of someone and time for just letting them do their task, I feel like. But also it's this is not for the same for everyone, but
I agree. I agree 100%, Martina. And especially as you say, like that could be pretty dangerous for the runners if they get tripped or anything. And there's very little mindfulness about what this runner is experiencing and how they feel. And it's all like, oh, I want to get that shot. Oh, I want to do this. And it's like, well, do you really need to do that?
Yeah. I mean, here now it's clearly like the normal team around him, so that's fine. They need to create the content, but like the racers, if you can film him politely, that's fine. But just like, remember. Oh, wait. We have Fiona passing Johanna and Tilla here. So there's a change in the women's race.
And I think our cam runner was also chatting with Judith Vider. Is Judith racing the
Okay. No. Judith Vider is racing the marathon on Sunday. So maybe she's just out supporting or
maybe I misheard. But no, like I'll let you point this out because this is a race event here in the women's race.
Yeah. So yeah, it's also funny because we have similar outfits here. We have orange in
True.
front and black, kind of, and so it's sometimes it's like, oh, okay, no, this is a different race. But yeah, Fiona is has pushed the pace, has cooked up on Joanna, and yeah, now they are racing together, but not like she's clearly in front, pushing the pace. Oh, that's a car. This car is not going far, I guess.
Yeah, but at least they show the like they saw the runners come in, pulled to the side. So,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, actually, there was they
and
were
so,
giving
yeah, as you
up,
were-
so they're in the race.
So as you were saying, yeah, you know, Fiona Pascall now has closed the gap, and it's just. It looks like she didn't even put a massive surge, but just running her own pace was enough to reel in Joanna Untilla. And now Joanna is in second place and actually looking over her shoulder. So maybe she's not in a good spot right now. Maybe having a bit of a low, or just realizing that her pace might not be the fastest anymore, and losing her first place might lose a bit of confidence. But it looks like she's trying to hold back. Not hold back, sorry, hold on. And I don't think the gap is getting any bigger now. So she's trying to respond at least. But I got to say, Fiona looks relaxed, strong, and like consistent on that climb. I mean, once you make a move, like you want to crush the competition's spirits and show that you are running easy, you're running strong, and whoever you just passed is never coming back. So it is a mental game at that point, but it looks like Joanna has not given up and won't let Fiona get away with that win easily. Again, same scenario here. We see Kilian pull away in those climbs. So this is now exactly like a true pattern. Whenever there's a climb, Kilian is stronger and is like gaining and putting time on Vincent. And then the minute it is on the flat, it looks like the two gentlemen are about running the same pace. And whenever it is downhill, like Vincent has the advantage. So once again, considering the back end of that race, if Vincent can hold on, he will have a long descent to try and open the gap on Kilian, to try and hold him off. Oh, and look at these two ladies, like they're hauling ass on that
they
descent.
are racing. Yeah.
Oh, this is exciting.
It is exciting. It's this kind of downhill, like so far into the race, are so hard, but none of them are just like slowing down. So it's pretty cool. And I'm actually curious to see where is Azara in this.
He was saying he's at 86.7 kilometers into the race.
Pretty incredible to see Kilian like able to create such a gap so quick when he feels good.
Yeah, he shows the level of fitness. I mean, if you've been following his Strava, like the few sessions he had were absolutely disgusting. Like on rather flat, like he was running on the valley floors, close to his home. And I guess this is also why, like you were explaining earlier, that the winter has been not great but lasting, and so there was snow like higher up, so he was running on the valley floors. And man, yeah, the time he was putting in were really, really, really strong. So I mean, Kilian is fit. It's just unfortunate that things didn't click today and his TFL was bothering him. But again, he will not. Oh man, the gap he's put on. It's insane. What a demonstration of grit and determination.
a little bit of chit chat.
Yeah, always words of encouragement by our camera mountain bikers. The crowds are here to see a new leader in the female race. Fiona Pascall
Yeah, Fiona
from
looks
Salmones,
good.
UK. She does. Whoa.
Woo. Yeah, she looks pretty smooth and in control. Flowy runs. People in the middle that don't realize there's a race going on. Good job.
Attenzione.
Attenzione. I would say something else in Italian, but it's not. I can't say it online. I can't say it with a.
Not quite yet.
Yeah,
Give it,
but
give
you
it
know,
another
you know what I
2-3
would
hours,
say. Yeah.
and then you'll be able to say it.
I would say fuori dal, but yeah, we don't continue, and people will understand.
Yeah, I mean, Fiona was coming into the aid station looking extremely strong, but Joanna was actually right behind. So depending on the transition they operate at the aid station, Joanna could actually come out in first place still and reclaim that lead. So we'll stay tuned. But the battle for first is definitely on in the women's race, while Jim is leading the men's race by a long shot. And now we are all eyes on second place that currently Kilian Jornet holds, but has been going back and forth with Vincent Bouillard, who, after having stomach issues, is now back in the game and trying to fight for that second place, especially in the downhills where Kilian has a little bit of a disadvantage based on what we've heard being his TFL issue. Team, we've got a quick commercial break, but I know you're going to stay with us because there's so much going on, so we'll see you soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, team, welcome back to this first UTMB World Series live event at the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. Big lineup, big names, the heavy hitters of the sport here, and the fight did not disappoint. If you're joining us right now in the women's race, we have a massive battle between Fiona Pascall from the UK representing Team Salmones, who just took the lead away from Joanna Antila from Finland, who was in first until then. Azara Garcia in third, and Abby Hall from the US is in fourth. In the men's here, you get the second place male in the name of Kilian Jornet, suffering from a bit of a TFL issue, so he's pushing up the pace in the climbs, which seems to be a little bit less painful for him as opposed to the downhill, where Vincent Bouillard, running in third place, is faster than him and therefore trying to close the gap each time. Both gentlemen have been going back and forth in second place for the last 30 minutes. So we will see how far ahead Kilian will be. You can see at the bottom of the screen there was the course profile, and you see the climb is not over yet. So Kilian's going to try to put as much time as possible on Vincent before heading into the downhill, and we'll see if Vincent can close that gap. But that's about the situation. How are we doing, Martina? You're still here? No sandwich break?
No, we sent the fastest guy in the room. No, the oldest guy in the room, actually. Marco Dega is on sandwich duty. He will go out and
well, he's probably the fastest
bring some food for me. Yeah, I know. He's not listening now, but of course he is the fastest and the oldest, so that's some pretty clear statements here. Yeah, so I'm not eating yet, and so yeah, but here we have a great race. It's so cool to see Kilian actually just like cheering on the runners. His passing is just telling you, like, I mean, how strong he is right now. He's just like his fitness is so on top that he's just like, he has a physical problem, but he's just like, yeah, it's like he's probably at 50% now, just like trying to navigate this physical issue, and so with that, taking the time to cheer on the other runners. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I gotta say, for someone who's got a TFL issue, he's still running pretty damn fast.
Yeah. And it seems like he has dropped Vincent a little, even if it was a bit flat here, but the excitement.
So that's exactly what I want to point out. So thank you, the studios, for showing that kind of information on the screen, and that's to answer what you were saying about the gap increasing with Vincent. Kilian is still in that climb, or maybe he's just crested. So he had a long climb to try and pull away as much as possible from Vincent before dropping down on the other side. If you're on the platform, you can actually zoom onto the course and see where these gentlemen are. And yeah, I think they are both at the top of that climb. So there's going to be a bit of a descent, which could be the opportunity for Vincent to try and close the gap on Kilian. But then there's another piece of uphill where Kilian should again pull away. This is really going to be a ding-dong battle between these two gentlemen for the second place, while admittedly, Jim will be just flying way ahead, and I mean, preventing any major failure. His first place is secured, and he will just be establishing a pretty solid new setting a course record on that new course because again last year the long course was 105 kilometers and it is now 120 with 5,200 meters of elevation gain and loss because this is a loop.
Yeah, it's there's an hilarious comment in the chat. Jim is going to finish top 10 in the 76K too. Yes, pretty accurate. I'm pretty sure with this pace he would have been really competitive in that race too.
Yeah. And there we go. We got a bit of a team here capturing content on the course at the back of the car. Not really street legal, but who cares? You're on trails. Rules don't apply. And again, pretty cool drone shot here, capturing the setup, filming from the back of the car, Kilian behind, another runner.
I was just receiving some updates from Mireia. Basically, yeah, just like confirming what we have seen until now. That yeah, he's trying his best to make take a gap on Vincent where he's hurting a little less, which are the climbs, and then just like survive and try to hold on to secure his ticket and his finish. So it's still quite a long way to go, but yeah, we'll cheer for him.
Yep, we always do.
All right, we have also an update from the last checkpoint on the females race. Well, the Fiona and Johanna left the aid station within 3 seconds apart, with Fiona getting out of the aid station first. Johanna was, literally 3 seconds back, but they made a bigger gap on Azara, which is not far, but she's 5 minutes back. Habiol is not there yet, so no news about Habi yet. But she's still in 4th place. And in 5th we have Stephanie Howe.
So by the look on Vincent's face, like he's focused, but he looks like he's hurting.
Yeah, I agree. He's not having a good time. He's definitely maybe struggling in a different way than Kilian, but definitely not running easy.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not that much because we just saw Kilian go through that turn. So there's about maybe 90 seconds, 2 minutes tops. But yeah, like Vincent, I think, has now entered the pain cave and he's chipping away at it. And as much as this is not a comfortable place to be, name of the game is to get comfortable with the uncomfortable and accept that you've put yourself in this position and it is a privilege to be able to create that kind of self-inflicted pain. You choose to do this. This is your own doing. And when things get tough, you got to remember your why you're in it, why you chose to toe the line, what was your purpose coming into the race. And the mental part of it is always underrated, and it's quite incredible what it can do when the body says stop. If the mind is still in it, like, runners can transcend themselves and do amazing things.
Yeah, especially as like here, it's really not just the result of the race itself. It's like they need to get into, they need to make a bigger dream possible, which is participating to Western States. And so getting it done today, it's really getting it done well because yeah, you have to be the first two people after Jim, basically. Yeah, it's hard. So they definitely have a lot of motivation to achieve what they set before the start.
Yeah, we haven't had images of Jim, but basically he's doing what he does best, running fast and closing every minute on that finish line, closing that 120K loop with ease. There was no one today capable of challenging Jim, and this is exciting to see him back at the top of his game.
Yeah, of course there's people that is tuning in now on the live stream and complaining about not seeing Jim all that much. We of course have seen Jim quite a lot, but of course now that they are focusing more where the race is open, let's say, where you have some action, because right now, it's a shame not to have images of Jim, of course, because he is putting down a masterclass and it would deserve coverage, but it's also nice to see how behind him the race unfolds, because there is really everything is pretty much open, and same with the women. But I'm pretty sure we'll see Jim soon coming in on the next aid station.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is always the situation, people are tuning in and out. And sometimes they say, oh, where are the women? But we've been seeing the women. It's always like this, and it's fine. It shows that people are interested and really want to see more of all of this. And obviously, we are providing as much as we can with the resources we have. And we're already pretty stoked to be able to show you this race right from the heart of it, both in the men's and the women's race. And as you said, Martina, focusing on where the action is. It was awesome to see Fiona Pascall making the move on Joanna Antilla to take the lead in the women's race. Joanna still trying to keep up. She was really on Fiona's heels coming into the aid station. And then this battle that I guess nobody was expecting at that when we started the race between Kilian and Vincent. Both haven't fallen back from Jim because of very different yet two very strong issues. Once again, if you're tuning in now, Kilian with the TFL issue, and then Vincent Bouillard with having issues keeping his nutrition down. So it looks like Vincent was getting better in managing to eat. However, we saw it on his face. He's not having the time of his life. And so he's just like, again, gritting it home. So both gentlemen currently in second and third respectively have a great battle ahead of us, and we're super stoked about this. Quick commercial break, but we'll be right back for the rest of the race.
Here comes the
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
All right, it is also aid station time for the commentating team. I've just refilled the water bottle with hot water so yerba mate can still be flowing through the night. And Martina is on a sandwich pause to refill as well, being on site. We have a bit of a recap from that race that started this morning, 4 a.m. local time. So we're gonna just let you enjoy these images, and we'll be right back after that. All right, team, we're back with this aerial shot of Jim Walmsley, still moving super well in the lead. 7 hours, 32 minutes elapsed, and he's got one more set of little climbs, one big climb, and then he's gonna reach the highest point in the race, which admittedly is not that high. That is at kilometer 108, and this is at I had it earlier, 853 meters. So yeah, it's not very high at all. But this is going to be the highest point in the race, as well as will feature the longest descent from there into the finish line. So, yep, he is still cruising in the lead, and now I think we're probably getting close to a 40-minute lead on second place. Second place that for the past 30 minutes or so has been going back and forth between Vincent Bouillard and Kilian Jornet. Kilian, after a bit of a long climb, has actually managed to pull away from Vincent a little bit, and we had the images of Vincent as he was running with, we had a camera mountain biker in front of him so we could see Vincent's face, and it looked like he was hurting and not having the best day, but he's at it, he's working at it, and as his partner Camila said to him, it's like, hey, this is still a race, so don't give it up. And I love that people are just still screaming, allez, Jim, allez! We got French runner in the house. And now we have a better perspective on that climb, and that is not flat at all, and yet Jim is still running at that point. This new course record, again established on a new course, is going to be a very hard to beat. Yeah, it's always like for our international crowd, and especially English speaker, it's always a bit of a weird situation when you have Italian crowds yelling at you, die, die, die. They are not actually telling you to die, but die, die in Italian means let's go. Those are supportive words of encouragement, like you would have allez, allez, or los get in French, or los get in German, or vamos in Spanish. So yeah, it's always a bit of a weird situation. I remember having a conversation with English-speaking runners running in Italy for the first time, and like, why are these people like screaming me to die? That's not very cool. So always interesting to see the people getting a bit lost in translation. But look at that crowd. They are out there cheering for our lead man in this Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB, 120 Ks.
It's here. 500 meters. Go, Jim, last push! Go, go, go!
It's a bit premature saying last push. There's still a bit of ground to cover and elevation to climb. 25.7 Ks precisely. But again, you know, the way he's moving and the lead he has on his competition, he just needs to keep moving, keep doing what he's doing, and he's got this in the bag. And you see those climbs are pretty brutal, which also is a good indication for us to have, because we know that while the first place seems to be in Jim's pocket, there is still a battle going on for second place between Kilian and Vincent, and we've seen now the pattern that in the climbs Kilian is definitely stronger and pulling away from Vincent, and Vincent had a chance to try and close that gap in the downhill. So when we're seeing those steep climbs, this is probably where Kilian will make ground on Vincent. But again, seeing that both Vincent and Kilian were coming into this race to try and secure a golden ticket, since Jim already has his, like, they're gonna, like, those two tickets are gonna roll down to second and third. And as of right now, both Kilian and Vincent will go home with a golden ticket. And so here again, the vineyards of Chianti, as well as the infamous cypress trees. This is quintessential Chianti region right there. And it's pretty cool to see the crowds that have come out there on the course to cheer on the runners. Here we go, coming into the aid station.
Some water. Downhill's good. Where do you see? Maybe two caffeine too.
Yeah! Bravo!
Stuff is hard, but it's hard for everyone.
Yeah!
You make room for the bottom.
Way to go! Way to go!
All right, team, that was very insightful. A lot of things were going on while nothing was going on. And if you think I'm talking nonsense, I'm going to explain why I'm saying that. They were both composed, getting things done. Jim was very aware of what he wanted, asked for salt pills, had a bit of Coke again, but didn't look like the Coke was needed to cure any issue. He was just like, he wanted that, like those few sips out of that can of Coke, and then off he was. But it was interesting because he says, like, this is getting hard, and that's what I'm quoting him, but he says, but it's hard for everyone. So obviously he's covered a lot of ground at a crazy pace. So he is paying the price for it, but he's prepared to hurt and to go through hardship. And but the thing is, he's opened such a gap on. Well, that was a cool shot. Having the runners go through the frame. I don't know if that was on purpose, but that was extremely well done. Yeah, it just, you know, it's very, like, it's professional in every possible way. He's got his nutrition dialed. Crewing is on par with the best that you can see out there. The strategy is there. You know that you're going to hurt at that point, but you know it's 25Ks to the finish. So you know 25K for these athletes is you know, it's business as usual. You know how to get it done, and off he was. So yeah, good to see he's getting under control. And now onto the women's race with UK runner from like Fiona Pascall. Now still, I want to say not now in the lead, still in the lead of this Chianti Ultra-Trail. And it's actually going to be interesting to see what the gap is between her and Joanna Antilla, both Salomon runners, because last time they were 4 seconds apart coming into the Giaole in Chianti aid station. And good morning, Maori. Haven't been in the chat for a while.
It's morning somewhere, right? It's still morning
Yes,
even here.
indeed.
It's just that we have been live. Yeah, it's true. Okay.
Welcome back, Martina. How was the sandwich?
Yeah, a sandwich was great. I'm not a fast eater, so it took some time, and I actually not finish it, but I will just keep it for later. We are gonna continue for a while, so it's gonna stare at me for some time now. No, I actually really wanted to come back and see if something changed, but yeah, I can see still Fiona running super strong. And yeah, let's see how far Joanna is.
Yeah, and
yeah, these two are racing really hard.
2Ks away from a marathon left in that race. So still a lot of ground to cover. But we're talking earlier about Claire Banworth not making the double. But right now, I think the bunny rabbit is Fiona Pascall. Regardless of the terrain she's on, she's just ticking along. Strong and steady. Getting the job done and well done. And as much as there was only 4 seconds between first and second woman, it looks like now Fiona has opened a much bigger gap on Joanna. So we'll see how long that lasts. And if that by how
Fiona
much it would have increased to the next aid station.
Yeah, strong going through this section. And it seems like it's quite a runnable, wider path for a while. And also the weather conditions, we have to say that we have been really, really lucky today because, yeah, it rained really heavily in the morning, like for the first 2-3 hours of the race, but then it was dry all day, and so it's just like perfect for these runners. Just like cool temperature, still humid, but like not too windy, so pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm impressed. Like Fiona is really, really moving well. I don't know if she's like on a high and she wants to open up a gap, or she's just feeling really, really strong. But like, man, she's doing really well.
Yeah, she's checking the pace, checking the time, or maybe just like because she just hates something, so just so you know, so she knows when to eat next. Yeah, pretty impressive. And she's yes, soon approaching like the final marathon of the course, as you said, that is supposed to be harder than the previous part of the race, so just like steeper and more punchy climbs and less flat sections, but she seems to be really good at climbing, so
yeah, like
and
ticking along,
maybe
small steps, high cadence. Whew.
Yeah. I mean, here by this time, like after almost 8 hours of racing, I would not be surprised to see someone like hiking fast here, but she's still running pretty strong with a high cadence, as you said. And I'm not sure because you can't really quite tell, but I don't see the second. I didn't see Joanna approaching.
And that's what I was saying, and it was good to see Fiona do the same as what we were doing. Like looking over her shoulder, she knew she had a line of sight far behind her, and there was no sight indeed of Joanna Antilla. So she has opened a gap which is over 300, 400 meters, which is very substantial considering that they were together at the last aid station. And it shows, I mean, the way she climbed that climb, through the vineyards, and now she keeps ticking along. She is now in control of that race, and definitely showing that the second part of the race, second 60 Ks, man, she was just waiting. Like she went to halfway and then starting to crank up another gear. And I mean, the way she's running right now, I believe she's going to be extremely hard to beat. She's made the move, and it looks like she didn't blow any matches, and she still has plenty left in the tank. Solid.
Yeah, absolutely solid.
And all right, we got gifts. We got gifts in
Tons of gifts.
in the chat. So we've got Czech Republic with a very famous climber. I love that they use that for the GIF. We've got Romania, Belgium, Corsica, probably for Lambert Santé, France, Belgium, Portugal, Antarctica. Is this for real? Love it. London, Spain. Yeah.
So I was checking the splits, and seems like Abiol is getting a little farther from the podium. It's true that she can close up pretty strongly at the end of a race, but she has the last checkpoints. She had 12 minutes. She was 12 minutes behind Azara Garcia in third, and so 15 minutes behind the leaders. And yeah, it starts to adds up, but it's still a pretty long race.
Yeah, I mean, we can assume a different scenario. Is her knee okay? Could anything else have happened to her? Is the 6 weeks turnaround between Black Canyons and this race too short, and she's running out of juice? A lot could explain that fourth place right now. Yeah, we'll just have to see if she can close, or if today they were stronger ladies in that women's race. I am really impressed what the performance of Fiona is doing today. Like in all those climbs, tiptoeing, running away. That gap with Joanna is gonna be big at the Lake Station. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, she's moving super strong. She's not slowing down. She's just like, quick and small steps. And yeah, it's pretty impressive. Also because this is it's a pretty long and consistent climb. So if you are tired here, this is exactly where you win or lose this race. Because if you walk here, you lose a lot of time because it's not steep enough to not lose time if you hike rather than run. And she seems like she's hurting a little, but also she's probably just pushing.
Yeah, putting on a bit of an effort, and as we call it, the infamous bush grade, the one where you wish you could walk, but you know you're not allowed to. And here we go, transitions into a bit of a descent here. And it looks like we have deer feints on both sides of the trail, or you reckon this is to keep the wild pigs away? It's a
Probably.
All right, we got more flags here. South Africa, how's it? Hungary, Hawaii. Is that Costa Rica? Under Poogie. My bad if I couldn't make the flag. Mexico, Argentina, South Africa. Oh, we got an intel here. If Joanna's energy problem gets better, she will soon be back in a race. Kaisa, do you know anything? You're saying like energy problem. Like, do you know what happened with her? We might have a bit of an intel here in the chat, so hopefully we'll know what that is. No, I had another guess with the flag that I missed. It wasn't Costa Rica at all. It was the Philippines.
Okay.
Under Poogie. There we go. Thanks. Yeah, you just put it in the chat. Thank you.
Right. The comments, yeah, the GIFs in the chat are going wild. Oh, okay. We got another update from Kaisa. Apparently it's from the Instagram page. Hey, people. People is going wild with the GIFs, and so I can't even read the message. Yeah, just like apparently Joanna has been throwing up a few times, but so hopefully on her way to feel better. But yeah, I can't possibly read a message because there's like so many GIFs coming. We love it.
Oh, wow. So that would explain that bit of a fallback for Joanna. If she was having stomach problems and throwing up, that's definitely not going to help. But yeah, sometimes a little bit of Coke and you turn it around. Sometimes also you feel bad, and just throwing up will make you feel better, as counterintuitive as it sounds. I'm sure every ultra runner in the chat would know what I'm talking about. And here's another piece of advice that you may not want to hear, but I'm just going to drop it anyway, is when you're having stomach issues and you know sometimes you're feeling nauseous and you feel like throwing up might be in the cards, eat banana. Because banana, and I speak out of experience, tastes exactly the same on the way in as on the way out, and it remains kind of soft, so it doesn't burn, it doesn't damage your tube from the stomach to the mouth. So yeah, piece of advice. I think a lot of us have been there, but yeah, if you encounter such a situation, banana is a good way to go. Banana and Coke, keeping it together.
All right, I feel like
I don't know. Do you have a personal solution for that, Martina?
Well, I don't really know if it's a solution. I just I felt like the times that I started to have a weird stomach, for some weird reasons, I was fixing it, or just like it made me feel better to eat a little piece of cheese. So I don't know if it's an advice I can give, but last year at UTMB, for example, when my stomach started to feel, not good, more, maybe not like nausea, but just like, just unpleasant feeling. I ate some cheese and it felt better. I never tried bananas though, so maybe that's for next race. Not that I wish to get nausea just to try bananas, but if it happens, I hope I can fix it with a banana. And I hope to have a banana close by, so then I can fix the...
Yeah. I'm not saying it fixes it, but the thing is, if it keeps going, that's going to be the least unpleasant thing you're going to have to get rid of the wrong way, if I can put it that way. But yeah, I think your comment is interesting. Is whatever floats your boat, like whatever makes you feel better. Maybe at that point your body was asking for something savory. Maybe you had flavor fatigue with all the sweet stuff like energy drinks and all that, and that turns things around. It's, I guess, listen to what your body feels, and sometimes you get to an station whether you have crew or not, and just let your eyes like kind of go through what's available and just feel what you naturally would go towards, because usually your body knows what you need, and it would go to the thing that would most likely help you. And,
for sure.
On another note,
you go ahead, Martin.
On another note, I am glad to see that Fiona Pascall is human, and on that climb she actually transitioned to a little bit of power hiking, because I could see her tiptoeing and running. I was like, man, she is really on fire. So now she switched to power hiking because the grade is definitely steeper. We can see the mountain biker is also struggling to keep up. So we have a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be right back. So I'll see you soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back with a recap of the day.
Starlink avec la gourde. On est au kilomètre. Ouais, on a le ravito juste en face.
Impressionnant sur la team 2.
All right, team, we're back.
We keep on witnessing the incredible strength of Fiona Pascall, just like powering through like the steepest climbs with an she's so good, just like super consistent, just like changing gears constantly just to not get too fatigued and just keeping the pace high. Early on we got a news that like from the previous ice station, Fiona Pascall and Johanna Antila, second woman from Finland, they were still together at the ice station, but apparently Johanna has been having some stomach issues. So Seems like she's getting better, but of course it's hard to overcome this kind of problems quickly. But she's still holding on in second place. But of course, as we can see, Fiona running so well in the front, it's really hard to keep up with her. In third place, we have Azara Garcia. She has been having an extremely solid day, always in the top 3 and pretty close to the lead women. She's probably about 6 minutes back now from the last updates. And then we have a little farther from the podium, Abiol in 4th place, and then behind we have Stephanie Howe. In the men's race, there's a flying flying Jim is run away from the rest of the world. Yeah, Jim is having an amazing race where his competitors, which were like the biggest competitors he had today, Kilian Jornet and Vincent Bouillard, had both to overcome pretty big issues. They are going through it gracefully, I would say. Kilian has had some TFL, like knee pain from the start. Basically, every time there was a flat and downhill section, he was struggling a lot and losing a lot of ground because he had a really, we could see from his stride that he was struggling a lot. But he can climb still strong, so he has been catching back on Vincent Bouillard in every climb, and right now it seems to be still in front of him. And also Vincent has been having Vincent has been having lots of stomach issues that he seems to be doing better now, but yeah, both these two guys are really battling hard to get this ticket and to get this race done the best way, the best possible way.
Yeah, Martina, indeed well summarized for those who weren't with us since the beginning. And yeah, super stoked to see Fiona here after that climb just move really well, but smoothly as well. Like, she doesn't open up her stride, she's looking after her legs. She knows there's still 40 Ks to go, and so she's not opening up just yet, trying to look after those, again, quads and IT bands, doesn't want to get shot too early. So very smart racing here.
Yeah. Also, we can see here, of course, Fiona, for the people who's just tuning up now, Fiona is running passing a lot of runners, and these are the runners that started the 76 kilometers this morning at 7 a.m. So I guess it's also quite motivating to see more people on the course, because sometimes in these ultras, you know, you run alone for such a long time. For sure, maybe even like being followed by the bike or the camera runners, it's quite of a boost that is keeping her in the game. And so, yeah, she's doing an amazing job. Even here, it's a pretty fast downhill, but it's so muddy that it's really hard to to stand still. But that's this is the terrain she's used to run on also at home in England. So yeah, great run by Fiona. Ooh, you can see here how hard it is to just not get off trail.
Yeah, like this is the exact same turn where we had I think it was Kilian just take the high trail, and then the mountain biker having to drop down and take a much wider turn. And here's the left-hand turn down into that paddock. And yeah, like the rain that fell down this week, as you were mentioning, Martina, is making that course a lot harder to navigate. But again, Fiona being from the UK, she will be no stranger to those conditions. And she's making quick way of that section. She's not bothered at all. And there she is again, tiptoeing every uphill. 40 Ks to go for less than 40 Ks to go for a lead woman. And we'll see at the next aid station, but I feel like the gap between her and Joanna Antilla, who we've heard in the chat an information that came from her Instagram that she was actually struggling to keep food down and was actually throwing up, would explain, like, not only what I'm trying to say is the gap is going to be greater. That's it. There's no other way to put it. That's just my guess, but you can challenge me on that, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for the next split. I also want to see, currently Fiona Pascall is 19th place overall. See if she can really a few more male. And in the men's race, Villa Saint-Michel is the next aid station where we're expecting to see Jim. That's going to be 108 Ks into the race.
Yeah, there's 15K to go for Jim. And
he'll be there in 20 minutes and then 15 Ks to go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And then Kilian is expected there at Villa Saint-Michel in 56 minutes and 58 minutes for Vincent.
Ooh.
But again, this is an estimation from LiveTrail based on the previous the pace of these runners on the previous sections. So sometimes it's not entirely accurate, and obviously wouldn't take into account the fact that Kilian is stronger in the uphills, Vincent is faster in the downhill. So there's, I don't know, there's a lot of things we can speculate on, and until we do have images, it's always hard to be entirely sure. But again, one thing for sure, in your images here, leading the women's race from the UK, representing Team Salomon, Fiona Pascall is absolutely crushing. She did extremely well, conservative start, and by the halfway point, took the lead, looking strong, in control. And once again, I'm very curious to see what the gap will be. The previous aid station, it was only 4 seconds between Fiona and Joanna. And I'm guessing that's going to be, all right, I'm going to put it out there. 6 minutes. There you go. Random. What do you think? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Sounds... Yeah, I mean, it really depends how Joanna is feeling right now, but like, for sure, Fiona is running really strong. She never stopped running well, so really, really solid day for Fiona so far. And I got an insight from Kilian's team, and so Kilian just passed. Kilian just passed the aid station. He believes that if everything goes like this, he will be able to finish. So he was calm and relaxed.
That's good news.
So hurting, but it's more like, okay, we have the goal. It's getting closer. It's more within reach, and he has been running with pain for most of the days. So at least now he knows for how long he has still to run with these issues. So we cross the fingers for him.
Yeah, and again, looking at the forecasted times in Villa Saint Michel, it still looks like there is over half an hour between third and fourth place. So there is still a comfortable, like, I want to call it blanket to hold on to that golden ticket and be in the top 3 once again, knowing that Jim was already qualified for Western States. And these top 3 will also punch their ticket to the UTMB World Series final 2026, the UTMB Mont-Blanc in Chamonix. And again, worth noting that in the top 5, we've got 3 Frenchies. So obviously Vincent Bouillard in third, but then Aubin Ferrari has been moving throughout the day pretty well. He's now in fourth, and he was together with Lambert Santelli, but now he is 4 minutes ahead of Lambert. So extremely well executed race here for Aubin Ferrari, the French runner. And behind number 6, Andrea Reiter, Thomas Farknik, also from Czech Republic, moving up the rankings, Michael Berny, Loris Lasserre in French, and Elliot Philippon in 10th. And in the women's race, we've been talking about Fiona and Joanna quite a lot, but behind Azara Garcia is still in third. I'm doing the math here, 5 minutes back. So yeah, it's still up there. There's still a lot of ground to cover. So if Azara can close strong, she still has a shot. And then, as you were pointing out, Martina Abihal has fallen back another 12 minutes from third place. And then Stephanie Howe moving in 5th. And Aroacio from Kraft from Spain is in 6th place. A little bit further back, Alessandra Biofava, Anne Champagne from Canada, Christian Selman from the US, and running up the top 10, Denise Zacco from Italy. That's what we get.
Yeah, that's cool to see 2 Italians in the top 10. And yeah, we are sorry for, of course, early on in the race for the people who were not following. For about 40K, the Italian, oh my God, Fabiola Conti, sorry. Fabiola Conti has been leading the race, but then we don't know yet which kind of problem she had, but she dropped around 50K. But yeah, we still have 2 strong women from Italy in the top 10, so that's really cool to see. As I am from Italy, so I cheer my compatriots as well. All right, in the live chat, of course, now we have complaints that we are not showing enough the men's race. Yeah, please, everyone, all the time. When we don't show the women's race, we are not showing the women's race. When we are not showing the men's race, we are not showing the men's race. So,
nah, but this is good.
Yeah,
this is
you
good.
Guys,
it means that people are watching, people are caring, people want to.
Yeah.
For as long as there's action in the chat, we're good, Martina. Like, this is the thing I've started to learn after all these years of live commentary. As long as the chat is live, we're doing at least a half good job.
Yeah, no, I was joking about it because it's really funny. We can't control what it's really hard for the team out there trying to cover in the race. We have there's 2 cameras for both women and men, but some places are really difficult to get to, so Sometimes we get to see more of the women's race, some other times we get to see more of the men's race. And right now we haven't seen Jim Walmsley for a while, just because he's been like flying alone. But I suppose that soon we'll get updates and we'll get images. So just stay tuned and you will see the men's race as well.
Yeah, and again, always start from the point where you can assume that we're doing our best, and then the shooting plan has been put in place. So we offer you the best, most comprehensive live coverage possible. There are sections, as you can imagine, that are what we call like dark spots where there's no reception. So we have to deal with that. Those sections will not be on camera. And we do not have unlimited resources, meaning we have 2 teams on the ground, exactly the same amount for men and women. We get 2 bike camera runners, camera mountain bikers. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up here. 2 camera mountain bikers for the men's, 2 camera mountain bikers for the women's, and then 2 drone pilots for each. And this is how we provide you with these images. So yeah, sometimes we spend a lot of time with one runner, because that's most likely the only images we have available. So again, easy, use common sense. If we're not showing Jim, it's not because we have images and we want to make a cheeky move and take it away from you. It's because we just don't have it. But yeah, spirits are high. We're having a lot of fun covering this race, getting back into the live coverage of UTMB World Series, and we love you all out there sharing the same passion that we have for trail running, and your passion for it.
Yeah, well, yes, to the live chat, we just gave a whole update on what was the race and with the highlights of the race. Right now, as we can see, only Fiona. It's because we don't have cameras on the men's race. It's because they might have to get to the next spot. So right now there's a problem. We can't show you both the races, but like overall, we have been doing a 50-50 race. So yeah, we as commentators and the team out there, the camera runners and the bikes and the drones are trying their best to give you like the idea of a whole race. And I saw a comment about Abiol. What happened to her? Nothing happened. I've been in touch with her crew, Lucy Bartholomew, and she is having a good race. She had quite of a low moment some time ago, but she's pushing strong in 4th, and yeah, she's still in the race. And also, if you're really interested in gaps, there's in the UTMB World, or like in the LiveTrail app or on the UTMB World website, there's also the live tracking. So there you can actually see the times through the aid station. So there you can have a better overview of how the athletes are positioned at the moment.
Yeah, true. I mean, if you're watching this live, you've obviously found the platform live.utmb.world. And if you do want additional data on any runner, actually, not only the front runners, but any runner, if you're following friends and family, you can enter the name of the bib or the bib number and then put these runners into your favorites. So you can go back to them very easily, and then you can see their rankings, where they're at, as well as, you know, there are live cameras, fixed cameras at some aid stations on the course. And so if your runner is approaching those aid stations, keep an eye on those fixed cameras, because chances are you won't be able to see them going through, which is a service that you have access to for free, and you're more than welcome to use as much as you want. Let's see if we can hear something. I think I heard speaking.
Et moi, il va falloir que je change de batterie de GoPro, donc il va falloir que j'arrête la GoPro.
Okay, so just our camp mountain biker is telling the studio that his GoPro is running out of juice, which is fair enough. So he's probably gonna join a road section where the rest of the team will be there to either pick him up to take him to another section or restack the battery. But yeah, that is the situation. I was hoping that there might be a bit more insight, but that is just a discussion between him and the studio about the status of his GoPro battery.
Ouais, très bien.
So yeah, we don't have images for the leading men at the moment. So again, a quick recap. We have Jim Walmsley leading the race. He has a pretty big gap on Kilian Jornet and Vincent Bouillard, which are running pretty much together. There's a 35-37 minutes gap between Jim and Kilian and Vincent. Kilian has kind of like almost a knee injury, let's say, to cut it short, because a break is coming. And Vincent hasn't had a greatest day out. He has had some stomach issue, but now a break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
gourde. Et du coup, on est au kilomètre. Ouais, on a le ravito juste en face.
Impressionnant sur la team 2.
Going.
Yeah.
All right, team, we're back live after this little bit of a recap, and man, we gotta give it to you. We love the lively chat and the passion and the banter that's going on. Yeah, this is pretty cool. You are all well active, and we appreciate that for sure. And we appreciate that everybody has an opinion. We obviously ask you to be all kind and understanding with one another. This is trail running. We all share the same passion and the same enthusiasm. And sometimes let's just agree to disagree. But certainly respect is one of the things we ask for everybody to show in the chat. There we go, enough said. Now we're back to the women's race, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you like it or not, this is what we're following right now at this very moment. Fiona Pascall, coming from the UK, is all smiles going up that hill. Let's see if we can hear something from that mountain biker.
All right, here's some great, how did I say? I don't know.
Words of encouragement.
Support from the, yeah. But like, I'm just checking the LiveTrail, and yeah, Fiona is running amazingly strong, but Joanna is not backing off. She is 4 minutes back, so she is not far. And so the race for first place is still on, because even though she had some pretty, yeah, like some big stomach problems getting out of the prior to last ice station, we got news that she threw up a few times, and so she had to like reset. She had to take some time to reset. She's right on her heels, so it's a pretty cool race to follow.
Yes, indeed, Martina. And if she managed her nutrition, and it seems like this, oh man, she's moving really well right now. It's got to be a bit of a downhill section, I'm guessing, but I might even be wrong. Fiona Pascall is on fire. Maybe she heard you, Martina. She heard you. She's like, what? Joanna's coming back? I gotta crank another gear. There's no way I'm giving up my first place now. Yeah. No, the fight is on in the women's race, and this is extremely exciting.
And for second place in the men's race, because of course we have Jim Walmsley that has run an incredible race. He has been super consistent throughout the whole day. He made a crucial move around like 40K in the race, and within 15 kilometers he gained more than 10 minutes on Kilian and Vincent Bouillard. So right now he has more than a 30 minutes lead, so he is gonna fly to the finish line and set an incredible course record for this race, as this race is the first time that he's this distance. So for now we don't have images, but soon they'll get through the next ice station, and there's some fixed cameras that will show us how they are doing. And but for second place, they are close together, 50 seconds apart. Vincent Bouillard and Kilian Jornet are fighting hard. They are both on the right places to get 2 golden tickets, 1 each. So that's what they wanted in the first place. So yeah, let's see how this last 15K of the race will go.
Yeah, there is still a lot to unfold, and as we've been told in the studio, we won't have live images outside of this fixed camera of images of Jim when he'll get to the 111K mark. So we'll have most likely the last 9 kilometers with Jim to see him on his way to, again, massive accident prevailing, on his way to an absolute win today at the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. No one, and I say absolutely no one, was able to even hold on to Jim today. And as you were saying, Martina, when he chose to crank another gear, go pedal to the metal, and make the first attack. Nobody else was able to respond, whether it was Kilian or Vincent, and then both of them had issues in the race. But I think today Jim was on another planet, and he showed that he could certainly deliver, even though we've seen him talk with his crew and partner Jess and saying that, you know, he was starting to hurt, but he was like, you know what, everybody's going to be hurting, so I'm not worried about that. He knew where he was going. He knew he was going to be putting himself in that state at this point in the race, and he was rolling with the punches. Didn't look too damaged, even though obviously was looking a bit spent, which is totally understandable after 85 Ks. So yeah, we'll be catching up with our male leader probably in 5 to 10 minutes from now, and until then, we're probably going to stick with our female leader, Fiona Pascall, from the UK, and also displaying an extremely well-managed race where, once again, she was a little further back in the early stages of the race, just taking her time, and she made the move at the perfect moment, whether it was planned or not, because that was when Joanna was having a bit of a problem keeping foot down, and now, you know, she's moving really well in first place. But again, Joanna could be coming back. There's still I can't do math right now, but she's 88 kilometers into the race out of 120, as we've been told, even though on your screen it says 123.
Yeah.
And the weather conditions are absolutely perfect. No rain, but temperature kind of cool, so nobody's overheating and they can run at full capacity. What is that person running with? What's the structure on the back of it? Like, she's gonna pass a competitor with something on his back. What is that?
What?
Oh, those are
like
poles.
The runner? It's poles. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
It's the first
Those are
time I
poles
see them
sticking out the
like
pack.
this, actually.
Wow.
Yeah,
I was
it's
very
kind of tricky
confused. I was like,
with
is that...
all the bushes. Yeah. With all the bushes that you have in some parts of this race, it's kind of hard to go through them. But yeah, early on in the chat, they were asking if we have some just like information about the track. And Martin is not here, so I was here and I could run part of the course. I ran like around 35 kilometers of the full course, so of course I didn't get a whole idea of a clear idea of the whole race. But it's there's lots of sections like this one where it's pretty it's pretty smooth and fast. But of course, with the rain, like early on tonight and last night and this morning, it made it more challenging, of course. But then there's actually lots of really hard and punchy climbs and pretty technical downhills. There's some really technical downhills and then some fast and like hard ground downhill. So it's a terrain and it's a course that is really challenging because it's relentless. You can never kind of rest or just like put in a gear and stick with it. And we can see now that our bike camera was having some problems. I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but it's, we are getting tired of watching a screen. So every little entertainment moments are gold.
We take them all. We take them all.
Yeah, we take them all for sure. And it's a race for everyone. Of course, everyone was saying that we have this is a race for Jim. For sure, we all know that Jim is like is an extremely strong and fast runner when it comes to smooth terrain. But I've seen Jim racing in really short races and really technical races as well, and he never seemed to struggle. So, it's he's a pretty complete and phenomenal runner. That, of course, in some kind of when it's smooth and flat and fast, it's clear that he has an advantage, physical advantage. But for sure, he's just overall a super complete runner that can manage technical terrain and fast terrains or roads. So this race is just perfect for him because he's pretty much good everywhere. So kudos to Jim for being such a strong athlete.
Yeah, he came prepared for that race. And once again, probably at the back of his mind, he wanted to prove the world and himself and his competition that, after his DNF at UTMB about halfway in Courmayeur because of a knee injury, that he could actually be back top of his game. And he's proven that today. And this is going to make things extremely exciting for the rest of the season. Indeed, a lot of you were saying that in the comment. And yeah, we're pretty excited to see what's going to happen at the back. And by the back, it means who's going to be taking second position, because the battle is still on like Donkey Kong between Vincent and Kilian. They were less than a minute apart at the last aid station, and they're expected a minute apart at most at the next aid station. Whether we're going to have images of that, we're not sure just yet. Once again, we should be able to catch images of Jim when he gets to 111 kilometers, which should be now any minute now. So I think we're going to have a little bit of a recap of last year's edition of the Chianti Ultra-Trail. And we'll be back live, hopefully, with images of Jim live. Back. There we go, team. We're back once again and eagerly waiting for images of Jim, as we have been promised. Around kilometer 111, we should have images of the US rocket absolutely blasting through those trails in the Chianti area. He is certainly not stopping for a wine tasting or checking out the olive trees. He is full blast towards the finish line, and today there was no touching him whatsoever. And the time he's going to set on that new course is going to be probably staying for a while. And in the meantime, we were talking about this with Martina during the recap. Azara Garcia still is in third place in the women's race and a mere 12 minutes back. So can she make up that 12 minutes in that's going to be 33 Ks. It's hard to tell at that point. And we got a question in French from JC, and I think it's a good opportunity to talk about this because if it's not clear for everyone, it's important to mention. So not only we have the exact same amount of resources to cover the men's and the women's race, in the UTMB World Series, that is like the men and women equality goes way deeper than that. The prize money is obviously the same. For men and women goes the same amount deep. The qualification system, the automatic entries into the UTMB World Series final the year after is also the same amount of automatic entries for men and women. So basically anywhere you could compare men and women, it is the same. So it is something that we enjoy seeing in our sport. And those differences are now almost none. I would say maybe the last point that remains is when it comes to athletes' sponsorship. And some brands more than others still hold different level of contracts between men and women. Sometimes the argument, or most of the time, the argument is that the woman has less exposure. But I think, and that's only my own opinion, so if anybody disagrees, like they disagree with me and not with like UTMB or anything, is that it is the brand's job to also shed light on strong runners, whether they are men and women, and runners, whether they men or women, have a story to tell. And again, I believe strongly that it is on the brand's side to tell those stories and spread them, so content creation, content distribution can be achieved if they are willing to bring that kind of visibility. So on that note, I believe we have a lot of noise going on. This is straight from the finish line.
Tutti gli arrivi, ma qui l'atmosfera è già carica.
And we might be waiting for one of the top finishers in a different race.
Well,
there we go.
Jim is not taking long before the finish, but yeah, at least 45 minutes. So yeah, definitely not waiting him at the moment.
And here,
I guess there's just a problem with the. Yeah.
No, Martina, here, like just to tell the audience, you have the color coding. It's 100K category, which is the 75 or 74 kilometer race. And so I think this is what we're filming right now. Is going to be the finish of the participants. and they've updated the time as well. It's 5 hours 58 minutes elapsed since the start of that 75K.
All right.
So I think that's why we are back in town, back to that finish line, and we'll see the finish. So I'm guessing as much as the studio and the production was hoping to provide us images from Jim Walmsley at the 111 kilometer mark, I guess it just doesn't work. And they're not able to give it to us, so that's why we've transitioned back to the finish line. So please bear with us. We're hoping to have images soon.
Il terzo posto va al nostro Davide Scerà in questo momento, che lo scorso anno l'abbiamo visto passare sotto il traguardo e mi sembra che era in seconda posizione.
Yeah, apparently on the last part of the trails, let's see if we can get some images after the ice station, but it seems like on the last part the e-bikes were not, they couldn't ride the e-bikes on the last part, so that's why there has been no images for a while from the men's race. We are waiting on some more fixed camera from the ice station.
Circa un minuto di distacco, Rosanna Buchauer. Per lei un primo posto lo scorso anno all'Avaredo Ultra-Trail, e poi in terza piazza Eleanor Davis, l'atleta North Face, che è a circa 13 minuti di distacco. Dunque sarà una battaglia incredibile tra la gara al femminile, perché in un minuto può succedere di tutto, e sappiamo che la tedesca Rosanna Buchauer, come abbiamo visto anche all'Avaredo, ha fatto un capolavoro in quei 120 km. Ma noi ci prepariamo per i primi al traguardo per quanto riguarda la 100K al maschile. Abbiamo visto Francia e Italia sul podio.
E attenzione, perché davvero qui la tensione sta cominciando a farsi palpabile, Tania. Gli sguardi delle mie vedette sono tesi verso il primo punto di ingaggio visivo che potremo avere con la testa della gara al loro segnale. Sarà un piacere darti il riscontro e cominciare l'attesa effettiva del leader della gara.
So we're going a bit silent on you here, but we're trying to find every possible piece of information out there to share it with you all. Again, apparently the mountain bikers couldn't get on that last section. We don't really know why or how come, but this is the reality of the live coverage. So sorry, this is not a good position to be in, and we're really hoping to provide you with more images as soon as possible, and we appreciate your patience and understanding.
Istanti di attesa che hanno permesso al nostro pubblico di prendere davvero posto in ogni spazio utile del nostro corridoio finale che accompagnerà gli atleti all'arrivo. Adesso il colpo d'occhio è davvero stupendo e stanno continuando ad arrivare qui davvero anche dal village tantissimi ragazzi che serviranno davvero a fare la più degna cornice per il primo epilogo in programma qui tra pochi minuti.
So Martina, since we have images of the finish line in Radheim County, and we're looking at the 100K category race, which is the 74K, who do we have coming in first? And we're probably going to have images of that. Germain is leading, so he's estimated to cross the finish line in first place in 9 minutes. So that's why we do have the camera on Chianti, we will see Serge, our infamous Serge, come through the finish line, and only a couple of minutes back is Romain Guillaguet, another French runner, and Davide Cheraz, another 7 minutes back. So it was it's a close call here in the men's race for the Chianti Ultra-Trail. And they've been racing 6 hours 03, which is a pretty honest pace. And then in the women's race, we've got Gemma Helia-Moses, Rosanna Buschauer, and Eleanor Davis for your top three. Again, 73 kilometers, 3,000 meters of elevation gain. Yeah, Martina?
Yeah, it's a tough race. Yeah, it seems like for the first spot, the top spot in the women's race is a really tight battle as well, because they seem to be just like 1 minute apart, 1 minute and a half, Gemma and Rosanna. So it would be interesting to see who's gonna come first at the end of this race. We mentioned earlier that Rosanna is here. She picked the 76K race just to work on her speed, as she already qualified for Western States through CCC last year, as she finished third at the finals in Chamonix. So we are still waiting for some images also from the like around the last aid station in the ultra. Yeah, the situation seems still the same from the information we got. Kilian and Vincent, they should be pretty much close together. And Jim, of course, is running his own race in the front. Yeah, so we hope to show you something more really soon.
Yeah, again, bear with us. Again, we are back at the Radin Chianti finish line to welcome the top runners in the 73K, which is again Germain Grangier, also known as Serge. And yeah, well, we're talking about this at the
here
start.
We go. Finally, we have some images. Well, we see Kilian here, and I don't see Vincent, or maybe he's the one
right
just in front.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it seemed like it was a red bag, but no, it's him. Yeah.
And so again, the scenario will repeat. Kilian will catch up with Vincent on the climbs. After Vincent probably regained second place in a downhill. So the pattern is still happening, where Kilian, most likely due to his TFL problem, cannot run as fast as he would want on the downhill, and therefore Vincent is taking advantage of that to regain second place. So the battle for second place is definitely still on, and again, now we catch a glimpse of our lead women's runner Fiona Pascall from the UK, representing Team Salomon, still moving at a very honest pace here on that climb. Lots going on, and hopefully now we got you a little bit excited about seeing Serge cross the line. We will have the chance to have a little bit of a glimpse on the finish line, maybe in a split screen if that is possible, or maybe full screen. There we go. And as I was saying before we got onto the live, Germain, as you were saying, Martina, at the start, he came here just to get a stone to be able to qualify for the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix. And he will do more than that. There he is on the final climb leading to that finish line, ladies and gentlemen, coming all the way from France and representing Team the North Face, the one and only Serge, aka Germain Grangier.
Attenzione, attenzione, cominciano
attenzione.
Yeah, that's the energy of the speaker coming. Yeah, this is a pretty brutal finish line because you have just like the final stretch, you have these stairs and then just like a punchy climb, but just to get to the finish line. So it's quick, but it's also pretty painful. But it seems like Germain is running pretty good. We have to mention again also that it's pretty incredible what he's doing because he couldn't really train properly, at least running the past month, because in his last race he did a cross-country race like 20 days ago in like the French Championship for cross country, and he got elbowed pretty bad on his chest, and so he broke a rib. So he's now able to run because he says it's not painful, but it's still not great to run with a broken rib. Kudos to Germain for being here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him not to be able to laugh pain-free. But it didn't seem to bother him too much today because he's on his way to winning the 70
Let's welcome, make some noise, put your hands together.
This Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. The speaker, the music, everything is ready. Where is Serge? That's not him right there.
It's not him? Oh no.
No. He was not wearing black, he was all white with a white cap.
Lo so, ce l'ho scritto sull'iPad, lo so tutto.
Ti dico solo che aveva sbagliato il percorso.
Beh, ci sta, dopo 73 km.
L'hanno fatto rientrare e adesso!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate the winner of Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB 2025.
Here we
Let's
go.
welcome France at the finish line. Third place for him at the UTMB 2023. Put your hands together and make some noise. Here we go! De France, mesdames et messieurs, the winner, Germain Grangier!
Good job, Germain.
Congratulations and welcome to your finish line.
Seem like he's
His
got much left in
usual
the tank.
poker face at the
What a journey, what a race.
Yeah, I can't tell if
Yeah,
it's
don't show
just
you happy,
acting
brother.
Serge or if he's really,
Bien
was
fait,
really tired.
Germain Grangier.
Are we gonna get a bit of a finish line interview or something?
Maybe.
So it's gonna be 6 hours and 11 minutes.
There's a bit of a smile. He's coming to his senses. Maybe he ran hard. I mean, there was not much of a gap once again between Germain and Robin Giaguet, who's expected at the finish line in 3 minutes.
Attenzione Italia perché ormai ci siamo anche per la
Here we go.
lotta.
Last winner of UTMB.
Ormai siamo prossimi anche al nuovo arrivo per completare il podio. Ormai mancano pochi istanti anche per il nuovo arrivo.
She's probably not gonna be stoked for the weather because she really wanted just more like warmer temperature. We got this kind of weather for a whole week at Piramenta last week, so we're kind of looking forward to nicer temperatures, but yeah, not today, but it's fine.
Yes, indeed. I think it is worth mentioning to the audience, because if they haven't been following the ski mountaineering circuit, Piramenta being one of the monuments in the circuit. Martina was racing together in teams with Katie Scheid, and you guys even hit the podium, so pretty solid. And how many times were you on the podium at Piramenta? Was it 8 times? Or 8 participations and 6 podiums? I can't remember the stats exactly.
Yeah, well, don't worry. I have done that race 9 times in the senior category, and I podium. This was my 5th podium or 6th podium, probably 5th, maybe 6th. I'm not sure, but for sure 5 podiums. So it's pretty good. I never won though.
Pretty honest.
But still, yeah. It's it has been great. It's always a really great event, and it's such a fun and hard way to connect to the person you're running with, you're racing with. So it was really okay. Here we have some good images of Germain's butt, which tells how muddy the trails are out there.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. So I was racing with Katie. Of course, was an honor, and absolutely, it was super fun and hard as well. And we had a pretty great race. The conditions were not perfect, but were not bad either. So. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked, and I've seen a level of fitness on my training peaks that I have never seen before this year. So thank you, Katie, for pushing me to go harder on climbs. Alone, I tend not to push that hard. So that was a big training week for me. I think here we have drone shots from apparently 2nd and 3rd place battling for seems like they are really close together. So it's Robin Gilaguet and Davide Scheratz from the updates we got earlier. So let's see. This is a tough finish.
Be a brutal finish. Yes, we were just talking about that.
I believe it. Yeah. Oh my God. I believe it's Davide Scheratz 3rd, chasing Robin really hard, but I can't be sure because, of course, it's quite far away.
Yeah, but in the distance, both gentlemen look they're giving everything they have. Hopefully they have rekeyed that back end of the race so they can understand what they're up against. There's going to be those stairs, and then as we saw for Germain, after they'll cross the road and they'll get into the city, like there seemed to be a lot going on before they actually pop out onto the finish line. So man, that's going to be a tough finish for both of them.
Yeah, I think it's actually, I think it's Davide in 2nd, so he probably passed Robin earlier on, and now he's just like giving his everything to get there first. And here they have to do kind of like a weird loop around the houses in the center. So it's still a pretty long stretch.
Yeah, I don't really know what kind of loop they're doing because we lose sight of them from this aerial shot for a while because we couldn't see Germain popping up until a long time.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm not sure. Okay, so he's Davide Scheratz in 2nd, and it seems like he fell pretty bad.
Martina.
Is he bleeding? Yeah. I can't tell if he's bleeding from his face or if it's just mud. Nice work, Davide.
What a finish. What a comeback.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Davide Scheratz, dunque Italia in seconda piazza e siamo al 3rd posto.
That was so close.
Rimaniamo in Francia.
That's not Robin though. That's not Robin. I know.
Félicitations.
I know Robin, and this is not Robin. Dimitri Moret-Jean.
No.
All right. All right,
Wow.
so big changes in the last kilometers.
Una grande rimonta per Davide Scerà.
Yeah, apparently.
16:39 il suo tempo
Yeah.
ufficiale, ma ancora un arrivo.
Wow,
Ci stiamo,
what a
è
finish.
ancora di banda francese.
Et voilà, voilà. on
Hopefully we
reste
see
en
the
force
same
pour le
finish
quatrième
between
place
Vincent
avec,
and Kilian. But for that, you're gonna have to stick a
Yeah.
little longer with us. Hopefully we can switch
He was in
into
the second place.
the 120k race to see Jim in the last kilometers, as well as the battle that's going on at the back. We have a quick commercial break, but stay with
E la
us. We will
classifica
be
dice così,
right back.
Germain Grangier in prima.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here comes the
Watch me, I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
È arrivato il momento di metterli insieme, i vincitori della 73 km con più di 3000 metri di dislivello.
All right, team, we're back live. And after a quick glimpse on the top three men in the 73K, we're back with the women's race on what looks like a fairly technical descent for our women's leader, Fiona Pascall.
Félicitations.
And our top three with a pretty solid comeback from Davide Sheraz and Moal-Jean.
Okay, also we have finally an update, at least in time, from the last aid station, not the previous to last aid station. So there's 36 minutes gap between Jim and Vincent Bouillard. But yeah, Vincent and Kilian Jornet are running together. So we don't know if they are running together just to stay together or if that's just the dynamic of the race so far. But it's pretty good news for the both of them because it seems like the golden tickets are safe. Or well, maybe I don't
let's
have
hear
to
it,
say that
Martina. We
word,
have
but-
the interview of Germain.
From the very morning, as we can see, you were like full of mud. Was cold, was rainy, but it worth it.
Yeah, I didn't expect at all to run in the mud a whole day actually, because yesterday I arrived and I did a small jog and I was, it's gonna be a fast race, everything is dry. And then, the first 2 hours were like a cross-country race, more or less, with trail running shoes, so that was interesting.
Was interesting because this is not like we know that all the other races you go uphill a lot. I mean, you have steep climbs. Here it's just more up and down, but it's very tricky, I think.
Yeah, I think the race with the long up and the long down are a bit easier for me and maybe for runners because you can find your pace, you can rest a bit, you hike. Here you're never on the same grade, so it's never flat, it's never super long uphill, never super long downhill, and you always have to put the pace, and that makes me really tired.
The last question. Did you stop at the refreshment point and you had some wine? Because we are here in the Chianti. So did you taste a little bit?
No, I saw the first aid station. There was a lot of good food, but I didn't test. I think I'm gonna buy one or 2 bottles or 6. I don't know, for friends.
So maybe now it's time to taste some wine.
Yeah, still need to drive back home, but yeah.
To celebrate your victory. So ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to the winner of Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB, Germain Congier.
Yeah, it seems like Germain was actually just really tired at the finish line. Yeah, this race can be brutal, and even more with these tough conditions they had a whole day. It's really, super challenging terrain, and even when it's dry. So, congrats to him. And here we have Robin Jolaguet, that I suppose he finished 4th. Incredible race by him, and as I mentioned before. Sorry, I have to stop talking because we have Jim Walmsley running, even though he just froze.
Yeah, and
all right, okay, he's moving
cap,
again.
Or he put a cap on. Yeah. But it's pretty clear it's pretty easy to recognize him. Nobody can run like him. No, he's still, as you said, Martina, he's still absolutely flying. He hasn't slowed down one bit. The bounce is still on for Jim Walmsley, and now absolutely nothing will stop him. 116.9 kilometers, 117, 3 Ks away from the finish. He could literally moonwalk his way to the finish line and still win this 2025 edition of the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. There was no touching him today. He was by a long shot the strongest, and after a bold move early in the race, like around kilometer 30, opened up a gap, a 3-minute gap over just over 10 minutes, and was never to be seen again by his competition. Absolute masterclass here. And on the left-hand side,
we have Johanna.
Oh, there we go.
Right.
It's Johanna. Where is Team Finland? Team Finland in the house. Both runners in the women's race are representing Team Salomon, actually. Fiona representing Team Salomon UK and Johanna Team Salomon Finland. But yeah, it's good to see Johanna. We hadn't seen her in a while, and she's still moving. pretty well at that point. So it's good to see that she managed to fuel again.
So yeah, I don't know you, Martin, but I have some. Yeah, it seems to be freezing a lot, the images now. I don't know which kind of problem we have right now, but so we are seeing Jim Walmsley and Joanna Antila. We have not updates. Okay, yeah, now they're saying that second woman, so Fiona Pascall in the women's race is still leading, but we finally have some images also of the second woman, Johanna, which, yeah, she seems to be running pretty strong. And here, Jim Walmsley is just like on the final kilometers before bringing this epic win home.
All right, are we freezing a little bit? Unsure what's happening out there, team. I don't know if you do have images. Now we've switched to an aerial shot. We've lost the images of Jim, but don't worry. All signs are pointing towards him running fast towards that finish line. And man, he's going to be pretty stoked with that win. It's going to mean a lot once again, coming back from a knee injury and then validating kind of his level of fitness with the 50K recently. Mesquite Canyon 50K over in the US. And he's having a good old shot. Everybody's cheering him up. Now this is full-blown asphalt, so he can even pick up the pace. Interesting. Jess said, did I hear that right? Another 35-minute?
I couldn't hear it, so I don't know. Well, on the live stream, well, it seems like, I mean, in the live streams, they expect Jim in 30 minutes.
Oh, yep. So that's what she said, huh? I guess we still have plenty of time then to spend with Jim Walmsley, ladies and gentlemen, representing Team HOKA, coming from the US. He wanted to show that against some of the greatest runner, he could hold his ground, and he did way more than that. He was never worried, and as soon as he took the lead, he pulled away and in style put probably more than 40 minutes on his competition. So even though this is not the perfect day for neither Vincent or Kilian, there's no excuses. They all towed the line, and this is obviously the sad, cruel reality of ultra running. Sometimes those races or just your fitness or the conditions can throw a curveball at you, and when it comes to Kilian, it was TFL bothering him, and with Vincent, it was not being able to keep his nutrition down, which put a big dent in his racing plan. Both of them are still racing, and they've been going back and forth constantly in the past 2 hours to fight for second place, even though both of their purposes for racing Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB was to try and get a golden ticket. And at that point, both of them being in second and third place, they are punching their ticket both to the 2026 UTMB World Series final in Chamonix, as well as a 2025 golden ticket. 5 kilometers to go, ladies and gentlemen. 5 kilometers for Jim Walmsley before he can get back to Rada in Chianti, to where he started this morning, 4 a.m. local time. Therefore, he is 115 kilometers into the race, 9 hours 33 minutes elapsed. Solid performance today. I don't think there's any other way to put it.
Yeah. Look at how, like, the way he still runs after 115K and, yeah, more than 5,500 meters of elevation gain. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, of course, we have said that it's impressive too many times today, but it is how it is.
And I see in the chat, thanks, Chris. So what I heard, it was 35 minutes, but it was not 35 minutes to the finish. Jess was telling him 35 minutes to second place. So she was telling him the gap between him and second place, pretty much meaning that by the time the person gets to where he was at that point, Jim will be at the finish line. So again, just telling him that he is safe and he's just free to choose the pace he wants to run at to make it to the finish line. Thanks, Chris, for correcting and sharing that information. I apparently misheard what she was saying. Yep, at this road, just before the road crossing, it was Jess who was there on the side of the trail because she's been crewing for him all day. And I guess she just wanted to be at this very specific point to give him the splits, which is totally understandable. This is what I guess other teams would be doing as well.
Slovenia said this is it for today's race, 6 hours 34 minutes and 41 seconds. Congratulations and welcome to your finish line. Tears of joy, hugs and kisses, because as we said yesterday and this morning, we are one big happy family. But now let's welcome to the finish line. Soon we're gonna see Finland. And yes, indeed, making some noise just before crossing the finish line. And as we said before, we go to the beautiful Finland. Tuomas Karri. Finska.
Abbiamo raggiunto l'8ª posizione, 6 ore 36:01, il tempo ufficiale per Tuomas Karri.
And it's good to see those runners after obviously duking it out on the trails, sharing a few words of how their journeys went and being like, yeah, obviously it was like, yeah, well done. I couldn't keep up. You were too strong or something. I'm putting words in his mouth, but like, that's what I'm guessing at that point. And the stoke is high is there for the Italian public, even though the weather conditions are probably less than ideal. Everybody's out there waiting for more top runners to come through.
That was awesome. There was one of the guy from the 70K just like looking at Fiona and pointing at her. He's like, is she like the first woman? Like, he was like so impressed. I mean, look at her. It's really impressive. She's like just like blasting through all these people.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have to remind the audience that until the last aid station, of course, Fiona is running extremely strong, but Johanna is not that far back. She's only 4 minutes and a half behind Fiona. And then we also have Azara Garcia, who has done an incredible race, like super consistent. She's always been in the top, in the podium during the race, and she's like 10 minutes, a little bit more than 10 minutes from Fiona. So seems like that it's really hard to beat these three women today for the rest of the field. But yeah, we never know, because there's still some, they have 25K to go still, so it's still a long way.
Yeah.
But like the positions are not decided yet, I'd say. Even though, yeah, I mean, Fiona seems to be moving pretty strong.
Yeah, I agree, Martina. I think still the win in the women's race is up for grabs, because as much as Fiona is looking well and looking strong and running those hills, you pointed it out, Joanna is only 4 minutes back. And so as much as we haven't had as much images of Joanna, like, she's still there. And as you said, 25K left, plus the biggest climb and the biggest descent of this entire race. 4 minutes can be gone just like that. So I think we're in for a really exciting finish in the women's race, as well as, you know, checking out what's going to happen for second place in the men's, and who between Kilian and Vincent is going to bring it home, as much as, you know, Jim would have crossed the line, arrived, done a recovery jog, had a meal, had a bath, and probably will come back to welcome second place after that. Like, he's got over 40 minutes lead, I'm guessing, at that point.
Yeah. Well, I just assume that it's super hard for these women right now just to stay in the game, because I guess that by now they know, like, I think Fiona knows that Johanna is still running as fast as she's running, because the gap hasn't decreased or increased. So it's like, if Fiona now for some reason she's feeling tired, she might start to panic, because like, oh, if I start to slow down, but Johanna keeps on running as good as she has been running, she's gonna catch me at some point. So it's I feel like I would love to get in the head of this women, like, because these are the last kilometers, and even though it's long, just like it's so much of a mental game, because of course you just see your struggles, you just see like how you are slowing down or how you are feeling, but then it's hard to just like think and like yeah, you don't know how the other people is feeling, so you just assume that everyone is feeling better than you, but most time it's not really like that. But yeah, it's a good place to be in front by the end of the race, but it's kind of like, it's also nice to be chasing hard.
Yeah, that's going to be a brutal mental game to make it to the finish line, indeed. And you know what? That's what we love. We love a good fight. We love a good battle. We love a good struggle. This is what makes those races exciting. And nothing is done until it's done, unless you are Jim Walmsley today, where he was in control from wire to wire and displayed an absolute masterclass. You guys were asking in the chat, he's less than 20 minutes away from the finish line. And behind, we're still waiting to see where Vincent and Kilian are, considering that they're, according to LiveTrail, they are estimated to come across the line within less than a minute from one another.
so here in the chat, the people is asking me how would Fiona know if she's running at the same pace as Joanna. I'm just assuming she might know if she has a crew that tells her the gap. And as pretty much the gap from the previous ice station to this one had not changed. But yeah, of course, she might know that like later on, not from the ice station, because of course they still have to know. It's more like if there's some people outside their crew in the along the course that can tell them the gaps. But otherwise, yeah, it's difficult for Fiona to know, or maybe she will know at the next ice station.
Yeah, and this is always fun conversations to have, because if you've been like doing races, you know that pretty much the rule of thumb is don't trust anyone who tells you gaps or where you are on the course unless they are your crew and they are well documented, because it's always like the volunteers are like, oh, it's the last hill, and it is not, or only 5 minutes, and 30 minutes later you're still waiting for that finish line. So I guess, yeah, what Martina was saying is like, just like we've seen with Jess, she would out on the course, which is 100% allowed. You know, she was not crowing, not handing over anything, but she was out on the course at a strategic point where she could tell Jim how far second place was. Therefore, he would have a very good indication of, you know, what he could do at that point and how he could gauge his effort. So I guess this is pretty much the assumption that we made about Fiona and Joanna, that they have people out on the course telling them those kind of splits. It's awesome to see the crowds giving a big cheer for our women's leader, Fiona.
Ouais, bah tiens, vas-y, prends.
There's a bit of a GoPro handover here. Not too sure what's happening with the team, and hopefully let us know in the chat if you can actually hear us well, because it seems like we have a bit of a glitch with the audio. So let us know if you hear us well, both Martina and myself. Just checking with you guys if that is still all right with the audio. We wouldn't want any kind of issue on that front. Okay, it seems to be all right. Thanks, Angelo. Thanks, SG. We do have a bit of a problem with the video. Yeah, sometimes the connection is not perfect, but when it comes to the voice, if you guys can hear us loud and clear, that is perfect. Thanks, Ivan, as well. Thank you, team. That was a quick check. Glad you can hear us. And we are with our second place in the women's race, Joanna Antilla, still going up that climb. So, Martina, how do you what's your guesstimation on the gap between these two? Because look at Joanna, she is moving with an intention. She is going up that hill, charging up, not slowing down, and you can see on her face that it's game on. She's not looking back, she's looking ahead and trying to close the gap with Fiona. She was in the lead for a while, and she would probably love to get that leading position, even though at that point she is still holding on to a golden ticket, which she would be absolutely stoked about. She talked about that in her pre-race interview that she shared with us. And she said that would be a culmination in her running career to be able to run Western States. So she was pretty stoked about that. And needless to say, she would also be super excited about being in the top 3, meaning punching her automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final for 2026. So boom, 2 for 1. And Martina is still there. Don't worry, they're trying to fix the audio and the video. It looks like there's been a bit of a glitch over in Rada de Chianti, but I can assure you that I am not left alone holding the fort, and Martina is still in the house. And I think at that point, ooh, team, we have visual on our second and third place male, and they are still together. They are still, man, that ding-dong battle between Kilian and Vincent would have been absolutely relentless and been ongoing for over 2 hours. And there's going to be a pass maybe, but no, because we're starting to go downhill. So technically, if the pattern still remains, Vincent would be able to pull away, unless Kilian has now decided to hit the pain cave hard and forget about how hard it is and how painful it is to run downhill, and he would make a move. But ladies and gentlemen, the battle is still on between Kilian and Vincent. What a fight! What a day for these two gentlemen. And we're talking about the women, Fiona and Joanna, having to be mentally strong to stay in the game, to try and fight for first place. Well, I'll tell you what, these two gentlemen, man, they've been at it for over 2.5 hours, just going back and forth. And I can tell you that, like, and we can see it. Like, I don't need to state the obvious, but I will do it anyway because that's what I do. They're not running with one another. They're not collaborating. They are racing each other and trying to take each other down. And this is what we absolutely love to see in those races. Who's gonna get
finally
the best out of the other one? Go ahead, Martina. Oh no, I think she's disappeared again.
With the connection, I can't hear you really well, but for whole minute I was able to look at these images, and it's incredible to see how good they're still, like how they're fighting still after basically the whole race going on. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it is cool, and especially now, like, if you're looking at what they came for, I mean, obviously, you know, race each other, race against the best, and try to, you know, get the best out of themselves. They're also here for a golden ticket, and technically, they have it, so they could chill. But these two competitors know better, and they're like, no, I ain't chilling, and that second place is mine. And it's gonna be a relentless, merciless battle all the way through to the end of the line between these two competitors. Somebody said in the chat, this is what Angelos said, Kilian usually attacks at the end. Yes, that's what he does. And the end is, as we've seen now with other competitors, is uphill to get into Rada de Chianti. But he would have to keep up with Vincent in the whole downhill, meaning that and it looks like they still have a wee ways to go before they get to the bottom of that downhill.
Yeah, it seems like that Kilian is still doing a little better than before, though, and this is good to see. Maybe, yeah, and again, as the road starts to climb, he's catching up instantly.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool
and
to see.
I think he was looking at his watch, wondering, is this the moment where I go pedal to the metal? Am I done with this whole downhill? But no, there's a bit of a kick, and then if the platform on live.utmb.world is accurate, they still have quite a bit of downhill to do. So maybe Kilian's going to wait a little longer before putting on an attack. But I would not want to be Vincent Bouillard right now, knowing that you have Kilian breathing down your neck. It's it's going to be on all the way through to the end.
They are talking with each other, so
you
understand French better than me, but I don't know.
I couldn't quite hear what was said.
Yeah. I'm not sure they are really racing each other. I mean, I think they're trying to do their best, but I feel like maybe they're just like, you know, we didn't have the greatest day and we gonna go through it together. And I mean, now they are almost there, let's say, so it will be really hard to catch them. So to just get the golden tickets from their hands as they fought really hard for these golden tickets. So I'm pretty sure they won't let this happen.
Yeah, it almost looks like a cockfight with both of them having a broken wing, and you just don't know which one is going to break the other one or survive that whole thing. It's pretty brutal, and I mean, I won't lie, this is what we like to see. This is what makes those live coverage so much better. Like, see it from the inside, see what's happening live between these two gentlemen. This is something we would never have been able to watch only a few years back. So very exciting, and finally, you know, we've been waiting. We had a bit of a low moment at some point, and we were waiting for images, but now we're in the heart of it, and we're gonna have really cool finish both in the men's and the women's race, with, I believe, still a lot to happen.
Yeah, I just checked the LiveTrail for the women's ranking, and we have an update, and seems like Fiona is like increasing her gap, so she has a 7 minutes lead on Johanna right now, and Azara hasn't been through the aid station yet. So before this aid station, the gap was around 4 minutes and a half. So yeah, it's a good sign for Fiona. And yeah, these two guys are just yeah. Are they talking? Am I hearing talking?
Yeah, I think that's our the Cam mountain biker who's talking back to the studios. I can't quite hear what's going on, but yeah, I do hear a bit of a voice. People are saying in the chat they're going to finish hand in hand. I really hope not as much. And this is not really Kilian's style. I know he's done it at Hard Rock, but they had spent a lot of time out there together with Jason. I just hope that this is going to be just a fair battle all the way through to the end. And also, I think Vincent Bouillard would rather be beaten by Kilian than finish hand in hand. Again, I might be wrong. I don't want to put word in his mouth. But these two gentlemen have been going out at it so hard for so long. I think there should be one crossing the line before the other one, but that's just my take.
Well, also, I have to say that we have another update on the men's race, and well, I mean, the impossible has to happen, because the fourth man is 40 minutes behind Vincent and Kilian Jornet. So it's there's like 3 separate races within the top 5. So yeah, Aubin Ferrari is he just passed through the aid station, and yeah, it's almost 40 minutes, almost 40 minutes gap.
Yeah, and it shows
So I would
again
say-
how these three gentlemen were like definitely one notch above the rest of the field, and despite not having the perfect day, both Kilian and Vincent were also
Yeah.
on another level today. But the one and
Yeah.
only who will take the big W today at the 2025 edition of the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB is going to be Jim Walmsley. And at no time he was worried about his competition. He was in control the whole way, was
We
extremely
should,
efficient
see Jim
at
soon.
aid stations as well. And then
Is
yeah,
there-
we see him
yeah,
here
yeah.
on the images.
Yeah,
Everybody's running across the road. Oh, there's gonna be car crash. Careful, people, please.
Yeah, there's one car against 40 persons on the road. So, all right, be careful, guys.
Mancano 200
Yeah.
metri, ladies and gentlemen. He's just 200 meters away.
Yeah, Jim is through the stairs. Well, they were expecting him at 2, and it's almost 2. He's
That's
almost
almost gonna break 10 hours. That was pretty close, but that's not gonna happen. There we go. Distributing high fives as he gets into the old town. There's gonna be a little bit of a hidden labyrinth. Like we don't really know what's happening in that building. They maybe go through all doors, and there he is. He's coming out, and he's got it. We're gonna put
And here
the
we go.
ambient sound on the finish line so you can hear it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the king of Chianti Ultra-Trail for UTMB. Here we go, representing the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. King Chianti Ultra-Trail, Jim Walmsley.
Nice work, Jim.
Mic drop.
Well deserved.
Done and
He's
dusted.
done an amazing job out there, starting from 4 o'clock in the morning. Wasn't easy. Tough weather conditions, a lot of mud. Hugs and kisses with family
Oh,
and
Robert Einal. He was supposed to be racing, right? What happened to him? He was dressing like he was on a bike.
Yeah. There we go. And look at this. This is what you learn after spending so much time living in France for long enough. You go for the double kiss and you look comfortable with it. You handle it perfectly. And then we have another runner in the 100K distance.
They are. There's the first woman of the 76. Yeah. Let's see if oh, nice. Wow, super tight race in the 76K. I suppose Rosanna is also pretty close. Let me check. She was really close on the previous. Oh no, actually at the end, Gemma Moses was running pretty strong, and she made quite a big gap. Let's hear from Jim, maybe. Okay.
Martina, look at that. These guys
yeah,
are
Vincent
now
is
full
trying.
gas.
Yeah, but
trying to
Kilian
hold
is
them off.
following.
Kilian's trying to keep up. Oh my lord.
And he's slowing now.
Insane.
Oh my god. Yeah.
To Radar. What is the faster to go at Radar?
What a journey.
So they were still at they were still at the road crossing.
Yeah, the bridge where
Jess was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So where he told him 35.
Going it down.
Yeah, it's a long way to start sprinting like that.
That's gonna be so tough. So tough.
Yeah.
And this is why we say we are one big happy family.
So we're probably gonna have a bit of an interview with Jim on the on the scene.
Yeah, there's definitely time.
Let's get ready for the second place, representing Germany.
But it's super.
As far as our female athletes.
No, Rosanna Buschauer, I think, is coming in.
Yeah.
There she is. Oh, she's smiling. That's good.
Yeah,
Loving the crowds.
Great race by Rosanna again.
Herzlich willkommen, Deutschland mit Rosanna Buchauer.
Oh la la.
She gave it all.
Sette ore 4 minuti 27 secondi il tempo in attesa e non mancherà molto.
And stop the watch. There we go. Wow. Yeah, she did look like she gave it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, now I'm really curious to see. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. We got to see this. Please.
This is insane.
Please. I mean, they came from death, the both of them. They were about like, okay, we are dropping, and then they are now fully racing, full on. Oh my God.
We're gonna have to look and go back at the Strava of these two men because what they're throwing down right now is insane pace considering the distance they still have to cover to make it to the line. Vincent is trying everything to try and drop Kilian. Kilian will not let go and not give him any kind of ground. Man, I hope they know what's coming at the finish line.
Yeah. And Kilian has a taxi at 3 because he booked a taxi at 3 to go to the airport. So he got to run fast to the finish line. just in time for a quick interview, quick shower maybe, and then off to the airport. Back to his wife and his new baby. Wow, it's incredible.
Wow. And there we go, Jim looking fresh as a daisy and giving the fans a few selfies.
I'm afraid we won't see them much because we didn't see Jim all that much before the finish line, so we could see him on that stretch, but then between there and the finish line we couldn't see him, so I'm kind of worried that we might not be able to see how they're gonna throw down until the finish line, but let's cross the fingers.
The winner of Chianti Ultra-Trail, the king of Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB
there we go, we're gonna hear it with Jim. I'm glad we gave him a chair.
You asked me if you can sit. Of course you can sit. He just finished an incredible race, an incredible journey. So we're gonna start from the very beginning. Well, the weather conditions weren't easy. I think it was kind of cold this morning. You start with the rain already. Was that the problem for you, or you were okay with that?
Last week, Vincent and I got to scout the course in a lot more rain, so today was a bit expected, and we got to see the whole loop last week, so we were pretty prepared. But it was really, really hard. Super muddy all day, and then maybe the stickiest mud just at the end, and then the last hill there in the grass, even slippery coming up here.
So talking about the mud, I think it's gonna take like 1 hour to take all the mud from your legs. But when did you realize that you actually can start pushing and that you can take the lead like properly, because they are like 38 minutes behind you?
It wasn't really an intentional move or anything. I think a couple times I found myself at the front just trying to find my own rhythm and what was comfortable, and then I think it was the first big climb, longer climb. I think if you say there's 2 long climbs in the race, the first one I kind of noticed some of the breaks. I was able to get a couple steps at a time, and yeah, I think every minute against these guys was earned and not easy. But just try to keep it smooth, because I think the course got the best of everyone today, and it wasn't easy for me, and very, very rewarding.
And I think now it's time for some wine. What do you think?
I'll definitely go for some Chianti now.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause for the queen of Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB, Jean Walmsley.
Interesting to hear that, like, his when he pulled away from Kilian and Vincent, it wasn't intentional. So really, it must have been about the same time where he felt good and tried to, as you said, find his rhythm, while in the meantime, both Kilian and Vincent were experiencing issues. There we go. This is, the crew work does not finish when the runner finishes. Like, she brought him the jacket, she brought him recovery drink. Now, it takes a little bit of an effort, after spending the entire time eating gels and energy drink and all that. You don't want to be chugging more, but you have to do it. It makes such a big difference in your recovery. And here she is, full of excitement, waiting for the race to unfold and to finish. We have here Vincent's partner, Camila, who's been crewing him all day as well. So it's good to see her now. She's made it to the finish line and waiting for Vincent to arrive.
It's funny. I just got another update from Kilian's crew, and because it's actually true about this taxi. It's not a joke, and so he's just like, because they are listening what I'm saying, and they're like, no shower. We just give him a pizza after the doping control, and we are off. So Kilian, after this race, won't have a shower until he gets to Norway. So. All right, that's the performance of the day for me, to be honest. Oh, God.
Wow.
That doesn't sound pleasant, for sure.
Are we gonna see some footage, hopefully? Seeing how things are gonna go down between Vincent and Kilian. It's insane the way that we're racing each other, still 20 plus minutes away from that finish line. Somebody pointed it out in the chat. They are definitely running faster now than Jim was at that point. They're throwing down big time. That's what we love to see. Hopefully we'll get images soon of these two gentlemen and how hard they're going at each other. We are 10 hours, 12 minutes elapsed.
I think we might have to wait 15 minutes, because the gap before, like at the aid station, was around 35, 38 minutes. So for sure now they are being running hard, so they might have the gap might be shorter, but it's still like they can't made up 10 minutes, I guess. Anyway, the final part of the race is really hard and strong. It's a hard climb and long climb. So I hope we'll get images there.
So this is my step up for the first time. So it was good.
So it was a really muddy day, because look at your legs.
A bit of an
this is
interview
like
over
you've been on a fight.
female winner
Actually,
in the 100K category.
Yeah, I think I was expecting beautiful, pristine vineyards, and we got English cross country for 45 miles. So we were well prepared for it. We have this in the UK, but it was it made it really tough. But we had a good battle as well. Yeah, really good.
So you used with this weather conditions, so for you was no problem. You're used with the mud, so was no problem. When did you realize, because you were so tight together, you were just racing hard and pushing, you felt her just coming from behind?
Yeah, I think, we were backwards and forwards, weren't we? And then I've been doing reps on the treadmill because we don't have many climbs where we live in England. And my husband just said, imagine it's the last rep on the treadmill on an incline. So I was like really fighting towards the end. But yeah, it was, paid off to get the win.
Probably you didn't have some wine.
No, but there was an aid station where you ran through and it was all lined up. So it was tempting. But we've got about 4 bottles of wine back in our apartment. So we'll be cracking them open tonight.
So it's going to be a huge celebration tonight for you, Gemma. Congratulations, thank you. And now we go to Rosanna Buchauer. Rosanna representing Germany. Well, we've seen before at Lavaredo, we see before at OCC. For you, this wasn't the longest distance because we know Lavaredo Ultra-Trail is something different completely. So this was according to your expectations.
Yeah, I think it was muddier than I thought, and I really enjoyed the battle because I think I was a little bit faster on the downhills, but she was so much faster on the uphills, and in the end I was just dying, but I fought really hard, so it was a cool day and a cool race.
So all this mud that you bring back home is going to take you as well 1 hour to get it off, yeah. And what about the wine? Because Chianti is it's the perfect place where you can taste wine. I think you passed just the refreshment points. Looking at that, I said, I'm going to have you later, probably.
Yes, I am going to drink some wine tonight for sure.
So you can have a party together. Yeah, why not? Of course. Thank you so much, Rosanna. Thank you so much, Gemma. Congratulations once again, and we wait for the third place. Thank you, girls.
It's pretty impressive racing by these two women. Actually, I was assuming Gemma Moses was Spanish just because I was following the LiveTrail the whole race, and she has such a Spanish name, but yeah, she's definitely Brit, and it's the first time I hear this name, and so yeah, welcome to the top, Gemma Moses, incredible race, and Rosanna as well. Now a break.
Signori, io intanto
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, team, we're back. Martina with images that are tough. These two gentlemen are going hard, really hard at each other.
Yeah.
But it looks like Vincent is not able to shake out Kilian. Kilian is looking after himself and just waiting for a moment to launch the charge. They're still 20 minutes away from the finish line, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's still, it's not done yet, and I assume, they both know that there's a relentless climb at the end, and for sure it seems like today it's where Kilian is the strongest. So I don't know. I feel like the strategy here is just to save it until the really last climb. I'm really curious. Yeah, 2 days ago I ran here, so now it's like flat for a while, and then it goes downhill, and then there's a big climb to the finish line. So it's yeah, he's searching for some like
softer ground,
less hard, yeah, softer ground. Always in saving energy mode.
So now the question I have in mind is Vincent all out, or is he secretly keeping another gear because he knows that eventually Kilian will launch an attack and he will want to be able to respond? He spent the winter training for cross-country racing, so he will have wheels. But now, again, who would be wanting to go head-to-head against Kilian on, as you were saying, Martina, on the last climb, where Kilian is probably waiting for that. But see, like, Vincent is still pushing. He's still trying to shake him off.
Yeah, for sure.
And this is a downhill, as you were saying.
Yeah, he knows that he can make a difference in the downhill. But, you know, also Kilian now sees the finish line getting closer, so he can just like, he can art even more probably now.
Yeah, accept the pain. But we can see here Vincent trying to make the best out of the downhill. He's opened up a gap, 15 meters maybe.
Yeah, for sure, Kilian is hurting. Otherwise, no way he would let him go like in a short downhill like this. But yeah, oh my God, this is exciting.
There's been a move. The move has been made. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, so now we'll have probably two, one camera in the front, maybe for the last
1,500 meters left.
Here we go. Yeah, Vincent is working hard. He's entering the pain cave for real now.
And he knows he has to take advantage of every possible meter downhill. He looks over his shoulder. He knows Kilian is still there, but the gap has been opened. Now is the time to go all out, to not let Kilian close that gap. And you can see now that climb is getting steeper and steeper. He is head down, giving everything he can, but is Kilian closing? Ah! What a fight! What a fight! That these two gentlemen, there's no way they're finishing hand in hand.
No way. This has been clear. Oh man, this is painful to watch. I'm sweating. Yeah. It's incredible. Every time it's slightly climbing, Kilian catch up on Vincent, but then. Yeah, once it goes down, he's losing terrain. We can
correct me if I'm wrong, Martina,
the finish is a climb. So
now it's all uphill.
Yeah. Here it's they are really close to the finish because here they go through private property. Is where I jumped the fence yesterday, and then it's all climbing. So it's a sprint from here. Oh my God. Get ready, people.
Oy. And there we go.
Here we go.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is where Kilian has chosen to make the move, launch his attack. He's opened up a little bit of a gap.
From here.
But Vincent is not giving up.
No. Yeah, Vincent getting the support from the camera crew. Yep. Oh yeah, it's not done yet.
Yeah, on the flat, it seems like Vincent has the wheels to keep up and possibly reconnect with Kilian before the last little bit of a climb in town. That gap remains though.
All right, and he's starting again.
Another surge.
He's starting again.
Another surge.
Go, 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 go!
There's a
All
bit
right,
of a downhill. He
he
knows
caught
that this is.
Kilian is shaking his arms. This is a cycling finish, huh? It's like Tadej
What are the
Pogacar
mountain
trying
bikers
all
doing?
the...
Keep up!
I don't know. No, tell the bike that they have to follow,
yeah,
please.
I think we transition to the aerial shot. So we're not gonna have a close
Oh my
up.
god. No, but we want to see the climb. Guys, send the mountain bikes
keep
over,
pedaling.
please. Come on, yeah. If the battery is not dead, you can continue, please.
Oh man, everybody's watching. You can see Camilla. That's gotta be an extremely stressful situation. But either way, like, I'm sure they can all be extremely proud of their performances today, giving everything they have and more.
Yeah, we're gonna see them. I think we can see them now from the drone. Apparently, the final stretch is too muddy for the e-bikes to follow. So that's what we got from the yeah, from our team.
I mean, this is what Jim was talking about. Like he said, the sticky mud was in the last section. We
But
can
I
still see
see two
people
dots
running down
here.
the course. So where are they?
But no, it seems like you see there's two people running pretty hard up high here. I guess it's them. I mean,
I guess it's gotta
I
be.
can't be sure, but I think it's them. And
Yeah.
it seems like it's Vincent in front.
No. They're down below. They're down below.
Right, yeah, here we go. Yeah, with all surrounded by people, of course. All right, so we have Kilian in front, and Vincent is right there.
Congratulazioni Marco!
Is that Vincent or is that someone
I
from
guess.
the public?
I don't know. I can't tell. Maybe no. Maybe Vincent is just down below the turn.
Oh wow, meaning that
you
like
think-
Kilian would
yeah.
have gone. Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Wow.
Yeah. Kilian has made the move. Yeah, he dropped Vincent Bouillard by 100 meters at least. And
he's not going to be looking back at that point.
No. So he's dropping everyone, the cameras, the fans.
The drones, the e-mountain bikes.
The drones, yeah. Yeah, just, oh my God.
Well, once again, even though he was like going through a bit of a struggle with the TFL, with a bit of a climb for the finish, he's shown that once again
recover well and to close the
he
gap
could
and to overtake
have
as well.
an extra gear that nobody else really has, because we're talking about Vincent Bouillard against him, and Vincent is an extremely strong and fierce competitor.
Just behind her,
yeah.
But at that point, when Kilian decided to make a move,
the UTMB legend,
yeah, I mean, it was clear today that like without this pain in the climbs, he had that extra gear. It's just that he couldn't really use it much because he was so much in pain. But now it was whole climbing, and he just made a huge gap within minutes.
So he's gonna pop out on the other side of the road.
Third place, ladies and gentlemen, representing the
There we
United
go.
States, Emily
Wow.
Schmidt.
He gonna make it to the taxi. 30 minutes.
And now let's get ready, beautiful people, because
wow,
the
congrats, Kilian.
All together.
So he's
incredible race
back
again.
and he knows that this is it.
Wow. What a race.
Solid.
What a competitor he is. They did not back off.
Second place. 4 times winner of HOKA
Well,
UTMB.
he's tired. Here we go, Vincent Bouillard giving his everything. Incredible.
Put your hands
What
together.
a race.
For France. Bien arrivé. Vincent.
Oh my
And I think
God.
he's gonna be so stoked.
Oh wow.
Look at this.
Wow.
It's a smile of happiness. He had the opportunity to fight
What a race.
Kilian and duke it out together with him, shaking his head. I can't
Kilian
believe
Jornet managed to
we
stop the
just
clock in 10 hours,
went at each
27
other
minutes
so
and
hard.
27 seconds. 30
I'm glad
seconds
he's
behind.
stoked about this
Vincent
and not
Bouillard.
disappointed because he's earned that 3rd spot fair and square, and both of them will go home with that golden ticket that they came for.
What a battle between those two heroes. The legend of UTMB and the winner of last year HOKA UTMB, Vincent Bouillard, battling for 123 kilometers with more than 5,000 meters of climbing.
Oh wow, I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
The legend, the one and only Kilian Jornet.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Teammates and friends. Oh man, Vincent is really younger. You can tell.
Together. Vincent Bouillard. Allez Vincent, allez. Valentin pique. Bien arrivé Valentin.
Yeah, and now you can see how Kilian's
And
limping.
representing the beautiful South Africa, the motherland.
It's quite impressive how he can turn off the pain, the feeling of pain, and just go all out. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's won hard rock with a
broken arm
in a sling.
Yeah, shoulder. Yeah. Kudos to Eleanor finishing. No, there's not Eleanor. Sorry, but
no.
I heard Eleanor Davis. Well, I mean, I know that. Oh, okay, here she go. Yeah, that's Eleanor Davis.
Yeah, there she is.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that for most people it's hard to believe that Kilian can run this fast at the end with an injury or being in pain, but we have seen him doing this kind of things so many times, and he's not someone who likes to complain, just, to complain. It was clear. You could see him limping throughout the whole race, and just trying his best to stay on the game with what he had on him today, and chapeau for keeping the race open and never start fighting with Vincent. They just never stopped racing, even with their own problems. And we can see from the gaps in the men's race that they still had an outstanding race, So,
and it's good to see as well, Jim here. And these guys are talking about theirs. So guys, you had fun being behind me?
Yeah, that's gonna be a big boost for Jim. It's really cool to see him back at his top level, because last year he was struggling a lot with his knee injury. So he is for sure the king of Western States. So he is gonna go back there as a favorite, but there you never know because it's such a hard race. So even when you are the favorite, you're never, the real favorite, you know. So sometimes being the favorite, it's the hardest part. Today he managed the pressure really well, and it's cool to see him performing like this. And I mean, we have these three guys at Western States. So
yeah, and we're gonna have more. I mean, Rod Farvard, who gave Jim a really good run for his money last year. Hayden Hogue going back again, and then obviously David. Yeah, David is like throwing big training sessions, and then talking a big game. Dan Jones also definitely in the mix. He had a really solid race at Tarawera Ultra-Trail by UTMB. He's going to be traveling a lot though in these early seasons, so he might get to Western States a bit more cooked than he would want.
But for sure, the field at Western States, it's always incredibly stacked. So this is exciting, and for sure this was a great test for all of them, and even for Kilian. We have to give kudos to Kilian also because he ran most of the winter on the treadmill. So probably even this problem, you don't get this kind of things in training, especially if you run on the treadmill most times. So anyway, super inspiring race by all these guys, and now we still have to connect with the women's race because it's not over. Like, Fiona is running strong. She has an 8 minutes gap on Johanna, and then there's another 8 minutes between Johanna and Azara, and seems like the podium is hard to it seems to be hard to messing up with this women. Habiol has something like 15 minutes gap from the podium, but we have seen that a lot can change in this last kilometers if you decide to race really hard or if you have problems. So we gotta follow along.
And it's, the gap seems to have increased. I was looking between Fiona and Joanna and Azara. So, yeah, we might not see such a close race anymore as much as earlier we thought there was going to be more of a fight between the women than in the men's. We actually had a different scenario and might have a finish line interview. At least they're hoping, but like Kilian is having a yarn with someone else. Maybe the taxi driver. Like, yeah, I'm parked right down there. Hurry up.
So apparently, the Vincent and Kilian made up 8 minutes on Jim in the last, from the last ice station to the finish. So they were racing hard because, of course, Jim had no pressure at the end, but he was still feeling good and just running as well as he could. It's super cool to see this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together.
Very cool to see that. And look at this gentleman, fully professional. Here's the podium, the jackets are on, and this is 1 and 3 for HOKA. Normal will take second place with Kilian. And as you were saying, Martina, these 3 gentlemen will be again towing the line together at Western States, and boy, does Kilian looks like he's limping hard, like he's holding his leg.
Oh man,
that is not a good sign. It will take him a little while to recover, and hopefully he'll be back on the training wagon. But he looks spent. He looked like he worked pretty hard.
Yeah, he achieved what he wanted to achieve today, though. So it's I guess that's pretty satisfying for him.
and there's gonna be a good fuel for Vincent to go back to the training block and be like, yep, I was pretty close, not close enough, but he will be excited to go back to training and try to do even better. But
yeah,
his smile crossing the line said it all. He was stoked to have had the opportunity to try to race Kilian, and Kilian got the best out of him. I think it's a win for these three gentlemen today.
I don't know if people is able to see this, but like these are like just three kids playing really hard for a long time out there. So I think they just had, even though they had hard days, like respectively, like some had harder day than the other, but they are just so happy to be done and to have fought the whole day, and just like this is really fun for them too. So it's pretty cool.
Emily Schmidt, if you're here, can you please come next to the finish line? Thank you.
They're looking for the women's podium in the 73K, and Emily Schmidt's probably in third place is missing. And then it looks like these are, oh yeah, they're getting cold. They are getting cold after crossing the line. And see, Kilian is also, as we say, doing the job with the recovery drink. And Mireia is here to help him out. Get to probably his room, collect his bag in a safe manner. There's always a big crowd trying to have selfies or photos and stuff with Kilian, and this is never an easy task for him to escape those crowds. We know how much he's more comfortable when he's alone, and hopefully people can be mindful of that.
Emily Schmidt, if you're here, can you please come next to the stage? Thank you.
All right, let's see if they got asked if they like the wine.
Oh, shots fired!
I just, I predict the future.
Yeah, all right, let's hear it, see if you were right. But I do think that was a pretty safe bet.
A little bit, thank you. Bene, so Kilian Jornet, the legend, we say the one and only. Second place for you was a huge battle from the very beginning. We called you the Three Musketeers because you were racing together, you were fighting together, you were suffering together the whole way. And then here you go in the second place.
Yeah, well, the whole way, not really like Jim at kilometer 40, he decided, okay, guys, we are going too slow. I want to have a pizza before you arrive, so he was just flying. And then we were racing with Vincent all the way. It was very fun. I was a bit stronger in the uphills. He was stronger in the flat and downhills, and we were like passing. I don't know how many times we passed each other, like maybe 100 times. And then like here the last 5K we really raced. It was just a nice game. We were pushing each other, and I think that's what's beautiful about the sport. It's just to discover this region that it's very beautiful. Race was more technical than I expected, and today with the mud was also like fun, like pretty slippery. So very beautiful race, great ambience. It was many people all the way, and just a great competition. It was great to witness Jim doing a master class of trail running, and to have like some nice game with Vincent to know each other in the race.
You know that this race gives the ticket to the Western States. Are you gonna go there?
Yeah, that was the big goal for me. Like it was, the goal was to get the ticket, and even if it didn't fit like perfectly, I'm very happy for that. When I started to have pain in my leg, it was like, okay, now I need to really don't do anything stupid and take it easy, and to make sure to get the golden ticket, and we'll try to prepare for Western States. It's been like 14 years since the last time, so excited to go back.
But lately we've spoken before the interview. You haven't slept too much lately. Now the family is bigger. You just had your third daughter, and you are surrounded by 4 women in your house now. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, no, it's last week we welcome our little daughter, and it's beautiful. Like even if my average sleep the last 10 days it was like 2 hours, it's an amazing journey. Like we know a bit the way, like it's the third one, so like we know how it works, but it's always a lot of surprises, and it's nice to be surrounded with 4 amazing women.
Thank you so much, Kilian. Always a pleasure. Congratulations and good luck for the Western States. Thank you. And now we move to the third place. The big surprise from the UTMB, HOKA UTMB last year, Vincent Bouillard. I mean, you're a young guy, you're a tough guy. You showed that already last year. But racing with these 2 men wasn't easy, as he said. It wasn't easy to race with you, but I think for you, maybe that was a lot of pressure as well.
Yeah, for sure there was more pressure for me coming, because this year brings some things that are new with a professional athlete contract, and for sure I can't come to races unknown now, so that's different. But it's something that I chose first, and that I was excited to discover. I'm lucky that I have friends who have been athletes for many years, and I've been looking up to them, female athletes, male athletes that I still admire today. And this race has been incredible. Like honestly, I was this last laughing out loud, and it's like
he was putting like 10 big attacks. Like he was like, I was there like, fucking hell, like why that?
So he was the man under attack, something like that.
Yeah, but like even saying that, it's just crazy. Like you would have told me that 10 years ago, I would have never believed you. Like it's just, I was literally like looking at the situation and just laughing at how it makes me so happy. It's like the sport can be so beautiful, and competition is great when there's amazing humans, like legends of the sport, like Kilian and Jim. And I'm honestly honored and beyond happy to be here. My family is here, my wife Camila, my brother Nathan, my parents are here. It's a really great weekend, and I'm excited to try something new at Western States.
Of course, because you're gonna go to Western States as well, definitely.
Yes, I think that's the plan.
Yeah, we think so. So, Western States, another battle.
Yeah.
So you know how they say, it's not over until it's over, so you know?
Yeah, but there's definitely, one of the things that I love with Ultra is that it's just, there's a lot of discovery about your own body and pushing the limits and discovering something new. And Western States for me is going to be definitely very far outside my comfort zone, especially with the heat. That is something very new that I'll have to adjust to. But actually, I was discussing with Jess and Jim these past few weeks that what excites me the most is probably the potential to do a training block and spend some time in Flagstaff ahead of the race, because I've never really trained there properly. So that excites me really a lot. And for HOKA, we have headquarters in California as well, so it can be like a multiple purpose trip, which I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, guys. You've been amazing. It's been a huge honor and pleasure to have you here at Chianti Ultra-Trail. Ladies and gentlemen, two truly champions, Kilian Jornet, Vincent Bouillard.
Two fantastic athletes, and once again, those finish line interviews do not disappoint, except for one thing, Martina. There's no question about the wine. Oh, Martina, I think you're muted because I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was like,
there we
no
go.
questions about the wine. Maybe, yeah, I'm back. Maybe they heard me and they were like, no, we won't make you win this time. Well, thank you. Also because probably I'm the only one here who actually tasted the wine yesterday, which is great, by the way. Buy some bottles of Chianti before leaving today, because tomorrow is Sunday, and you know, on Sunday people in Italy don't like to work, so you gotta get your groceries and your goodies today. Well, these two interviews were, these interviews were amazing. I mean, these people, these athletes are just incredible, and they're just like, we were spectating like some of the most, some of the smartest and greatest athletes in our sport, and not just our sport. It's super cool. As I said, you know, people don't realize, but they are having so much fun. Even when they are struggling really hard, they're just like, the fact that they get the chance to push so hard and to have an excuse to just push their limits like farther and farther, it's such a great feeling at the end, even when it hurts so much, that it's what makes us addicted to this sport.
Yeah. It is a sport of good people, and again, it's shown like the respect, the camaraderie, the inspiration that they draw from one another. I mean, Kilian, like he said, it's like, man, like he's put attack after attack. It's like, is he gonna stop? And then, it's just a big play, and it shows as well. Like Vincent has this attitude that is, you know, you call it outcome independent, meaning regardless of the outcome, like he's enjoying the process and he's loving, like when he's in the moment and they're throwing down at each other, and yet, you know, he's technically like behind Kilian, but he was just happy. So I think this is a great inspiration, and these two are great figures for our sport.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we are also waiting the fourth man, which he must come in pretty soon. Yeah, Aubin Ferrari. Well,
it says it's estimated in still 30 minutes.
Maybe. The expected time is still 30 minutes. I mean, also the gap at the last aid station was really big. And then after that, they started pushing like hell. So it might be, they created even a bigger gap.
E dunque mancano circa 8 minuti per vedere al traguardo anche la prima donna della 100 miglia, Fiona Pascall. A 10 minuti di distacco, Johanna
Did you say 80 minutes?
dalla Finlandia, e poi Azara Garcia dello Salmones,
No, I think
dello scorso anno, in terza posizione a circa 20 minuti.
Did I understood right? She said like 10 minutes? And
Dunque ci
no,
prepariamo
but it's
anche per
impossible. I mean, I think it's
le nostre super
No,
donne.
8 minutes to the next aid station. I think that's
no, I think she got wrong information, because she's saying that they are expecting at the finish line the women in the next 10 minutes. But it's in the next 10 minutes they might go through like the next aid station. We are
Yeah,
hours
Villa Saint-Michel.
away
Yeah.
before the finish. It's we are 30 minutes away probably from the fourth guy to finish.
Vamos, vamos! España!
Vamos, Oriol Solanes Villanova. Enhorabuena.
Well,
Bienvenido
people,
a la
we
meta.
have some downtime here because until we won't have images from the women's race, we are here to try to entertain you. And so if you have questions for us or questions that we can try to ask the athletes eventually, better if we can ask these questions because I don't see the top 3 guys coming here anytime soon.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same question, but I mean, obviously, if Kilian has a taxi that he needs to get into, that ain't happening.
Yeah, Kilian.
Attenzione!
Bear with us,
Here we
team.
go.
We're trying to
Fiona
see if we
Pascall.
can get anyone. There we go. And again,
Oh, yeah.
we're going back to the women's race, and it is like cloudy.
Different, yeah. Yeah, they are up. I think that's the highest part of the course. It's the longest climb actually. So they are up in the clouds, but after that they'll have a pretty long downhill, and then there's all the rolling final bit. So hopefully soon Fiona will finish this climb and just get down to nicer weather. But she's moving as well as she was moving 30 minutes ago, I feel like. She just looks really consistent.
Yeah, and now she's got about anticipated at least a 10 minutes gap at Villa Saint-Michel at the top of that climb, and with 15 Ks to go. So at that pace, that's probably going to be around an hour and a half. Probably 90 minutes. We'll see the prediction from LiveTrail when she'll have gone through the 108 aid station.
Yeah.
Uh, 10 minutes. Yeah, something like this.
So we have here in the studio, talking with my Italian colleagues, we have our own Francesco Pupi. So hopefully after he's done talking with Maurizio and Mauri Torri, that will just make them speeding up. It's like, hey, come on, guys. We gotta have some guests too. So we'll have Pupi here with us, as someone in the chat was asking tips for the 46K tomorrow. And I believe I know that Francesco is running that race tomorrow, so maybe he can give you some better tips than us regarding that race. But the 46K tomorrow is also going through the same part of the trails of the 100 miles here. So a sure thing is gonna be muddy. because also apparently tomorrow might be raining a little more, but we are not sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, the basics, but are always work. Always take the time to look after yourself. So if you're cold, put a layer on. If it starts raining, keep the waterproof on. Whatever time you spend looking after yourself is definitely going to be time well spent, because if you end up like hypothermic or wet and therefore then cold, then this is not going to be a few minutes that you will waste, but possibly way more, or possibly even jeopardize your entire race. So, you know, if this is your first experience at that distance, just always run within yourself, and also try to enjoy the process. Remember why you chose to be here, and what brought you to that starting line, and keep that in mind as you go through the day. So I think as we're waiting for images on the women's race and possibly hopefully the rest of the top 10 in the men's race, we do have a quick commercial break coming up, and we'll be back with you shortly. So stay with us, and thanks for being with us so far.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Karski. Welcome Milan from Slovakia.
And there we go, team. Once again, we are back. And this time on the finish line to try and catch the next runners in this Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB 120K. And if we haven't missed him, that would be Aubin from France.
Mateusz Zielinski, dawaj Polska.
No, still estimated in 20 minutes, so we have a bit of time to kill before that. And I love the attitude. We'll eat some pasta tonight and light a candle. Yep, that's best you can do. Unless you're gluten intolerant, and in that case, maybe avoid pasta.
Yeah, that's a great advice. Actually, as we were following the live, I thought that Jim was just over the 10 hours mark, but he actually made it for 12 seconds. That's incredible. I thought it was, maybe it's just because the start was a little delayed. And so even though he came like right after 2 p.m., it was still like, under 10 hours. That's great. Like literally
I think it
just
was
under 10 hours.
You're right, Martina. I think it was gun time, and as you suppose, like they would have started just a little late, and that's all it takes sometimes. Which is pretty cool to see him break 10 hours for 120K in 5,000 meters of elevation gain. That's just ridiculous.
I mean, it's insane. It's insane. This race has more or less is the same distance and the same elevation gain as Lavaredo, and the record in Lavaredo is just below 12 hours from Hannes Namberger. It's for sure the Lavaredo is a bit more technical, and the climbs are just like spread differently. There's just like longer climbs, is less runnable, but like in terms of stats is the same. Yeah, same distance, same elevation gain, and this was almost 2 hours faster. It's absolutely mind-blowing, but also it tells you like the gaps between the runners, between these amazing runners. It tells you something, because I mean we have a fourth place coming up, who's an incredible runner, but he is coming with an hour and a half, almost like an hour and a half of a gap from Jim Walmsley. So yeah, it's the first three athletes are definitely some pretty spectacular runners.
Yeah, and I mean today, like Jim wasn't on another planet, and he ran his own race, did what he needed to do, executed perfectly, paced himself right, knew he was going to hurt at some point, and he did, and he didn't shy away from going there. Every time we saw him at aid station, it was efficient, well composed. He was getting all the information he needed. He was getting all the fluids, the fueling. So he's come a long way. I mean, I remember in the early days of Jim, like all the mistakes he was making, was a bit rushed, and the nutrition issues. Like all of this is now in the past, and he's gained so much experience that he can pull off a race like today. And I think, I mean, I can't wait to see his UTMB score for that race and to see where that puts him, because that will be one probably above the 920, 925, if not more. So yeah, pretty solid performance today. And then again,
I mean,
with Vincent and Kilian, we maybe didn't get the performance they could have done on a good day, but they certainly delivered on the entertainment and on the back end of the race that they offered us. What a show that was, and I'm glad, again, thanks to all the people behind this production who have offered us this racing experience and who are still out there. As you can see, we're with the second place in the women's race, Joanna Antilla, and she's trying to transition all the time from hiking to running to hopefully close the gap, or at least maintain her second place, because this is where everything is coming into play, because we know that Fiona is after a golden ticket, and so if Joanna slows down too much and is caught up by Azara, she will lose that golden ticket. So she's both trying to chase and trying to stay away from Azara. This is a tough position to be in, but she's head down and looks like she's gonna grind it all the way to the finish.
Yeah, she has proved today that she can hold on and she can go through hard moments, and she's absolutely moving great. And you can tell also it's pretty good to see like how she's passing lots of people from the shorter race, and so you kind of have a comparison of pace. And yes, but Azara is she has to just keep on going for sure.
Gotta keep on keeping on, as they say.
Yeah.
And so 3 minutes ago, Fiona Pascall has gone through the station of Villa Saint-Michel, and now she's expected, there we go. So I was expecting 90 minutes, pretty good. She's expected in 93 minutes, so that was 95 minutes from the last day station all the way down to the finish for the last 15 Ks. We'll see if that comes true. And for Joanna, she's a couple of minutes away from Villa Saint-Michel. Actually, that just went from 2 minutes to imminent. While Azara Garcia is expected at that aid station in 11 minutes. So not much room to play, although still, 11 minutes is going to be a tough one to close for Azara Garcia. But again, a lot of things can happen. A lot of things can happen. And again,
I'll have to check with Kilian team if he's actually gonna make it to the flight. We'll try to keep you updated there because it's
the other race
funny. Like yesterday when they told me, the race within the race. He just wanted to make like extra sure that he had he wanted to make sure that he had all the possible motivations to get back to Rada fast enough for a ticket, for a flight back home, and a pizza. But for the pizza is never a real problem here, I would say.
Yeah, and maybe Mireia would have killed two birds with one stone and gotten the taxi and ordered pizza to be picked up on the way.
Yeah. Oh, here we have Fiona running down Mordor.
It's mind-blowing. Like, they would have run about 90 minutes to 2 hours back from the front men, and they would have had a totally different race experience, because every time we were following them, they were in the fog, they were in the clouds.
Yeah, I don't know what's the deal with that, but sometimes, the gap it's quite big in these ultras, especially as you move the farther in the race. So, but also the weather in some areas can change so quickly, in a short distance. And I had a similar experience last year when I was racing Mute, for example, that I've never been so cold in my life, because we started the rain under we started the race under an extreme heavy rainfall. It was pouring rain throughout the night, and in the middle of the night we were getting up on the highest part of the course, and there was kind of a ridgeline, so we were not protected from the trees anymore. So for the men, once they got there 45 minutes earlier than us, because it was pretty early in the race, and so it was really cold for them as well, but it wasn't as windy, so they did not feel the extreme temperatures as me and the other women that were with me. And we got to this ridgeline with the wind blowing at 70 km/h. It was 0 degrees. I was completely soaked. I've never been so soaked in my life. I couldn't, just nothing was dry. I lost my gloves in the wind, and it's just this scenario that you just stop thinking about racing. It's just you go into survival mode, because it's okay, this is not, first of all, I was not expecting this in Madeira, but and then you just manage but then, after the race, you talk with the men, and even though they had a similar condition, but was not as crazy. So sometimes you just even like within 30 minutes, the weather can change so much. So it's a good reminder at least to have everything, all the gear with you. Even though, of course, for these races we have always the mandatory gear. We have massive bags. But now I will stop talking because we finally have a guest. We have, we have here with us, let's see if the microphone works. Okay, you have to, maybe I told the audience that you were coming, so I don't think it's gonna be a surprise. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us Francesco Puppi.
Hi everyone. Hi Martina.
Hi.
We've been chatting this week, and finally I'm here, traveling last minute to this race.
Thanks Francesco for joining us. Me and Martin have been talking way enough, and we are really curious to see how you feel about the race tomorrow. You're just coming from a fresh success from the marathon of Transgran Canaria. That was awesome. There was a great, there was a really great live coverage, and we were right there with you while you were finishing. So that was cool. And just tell us how you feel and if you're excited about this race.
Yeah, I'm really excited, and the main reason is the fact that a lot of really, really good athletes are gathering here in Italy, which is something pretty unusual, I would say. So to have Kilian, Vincent, and Jim here is amazing, and also many other good runners on the other distances. And as far as my race, to be honest, for me, it's not an A goal because I'm training for the Canyons 100K in the US on April 26th. So I can't afford right now to do a full taper and to put my 100% in this race, because that would take too much focus away from the preparation. So I'm actually coming from a pretty big training block, and I don't expect to be very fresh tomorrow or to have like super good legs to run as fast as I can. Nonetheless, it will be a very important step in my preparation, and I think I can still do a very solid effort, which will be useful on my way to the Canyons 100K in April. So this is the goal. Like, the goal is to run well without getting injured and without getting too tired. Hopefully, even if in a race it's maybe hard sometimes to hold back a little bit, but if I can save a little energy, I will probably try to do so. And Transgran Canaria was a very good start of the year. I was probably a little faster than what I expected at that point in the season, so it's obviously nice when you surpass your own expectations. Then the recovery, of course, was really hard. Probably also because I wasn't able to eat in the second half of the race because I missed the refreshment point, and I basically had to run the second half without fuel. So probably that had some impact on the recovery, which took a lot longer than what I thought. And the training in between Transgran Canaria and Chianti was not always as good as before, because I think I've been a little tired. But hopefully 3 or 4 days of taper will be enough to have good legs tomorrow. We will see.
And do you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we had Aubin Ferrari 4th place in 120K, just crossed the line. I think we were stuck on the fixed camera, but he is on the ground, and he looked pretty happy when he crossed the line. So.
Oh yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, congrats, Hoben. Yeah, I think he ran a little faster than expected time at the end. Maybe, like 5-7 minutes. He was here, 5-7 minutes earlier than expected. That's great. I guess he can be stoked about his performance.
Yeah, 100%. So, Francesco, even though this you said this is not an A race, like who do you think your competition is going to be?
I mean, there's 3 Kenyan athletes from the Milimani runners who are supposed to be here, but I'm not sure they are actually here. So I'm
No, they're not.
expecting
No,
Kevin
they
Kibet
think they're
to be
busy
the.
come over.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's really bad. So yeah, without those athletes, which actually I was expecting to be in front of me, I don't know. I guess the competition is pretty open. There's quite a few Italian guys that are pretty strong. Riccardo Borgialli and Matteo Bertoncini. There's a few French athletes, I guess. Arnaud Bonin, Sébastien Poussy, and a few others. So yeah, for me, I mean, it's always primarily a competition within myself. So yeah, we will see how I feel tomorrow, and if someone is better than me, that's great. If I can cross the finish line first, that's awesome too.
Yeah, we have a pretty. Yeah, I was gonna say that there's a pretty good lineup in all the races this weekend.
Yeah.
Even in the 20K. In the 20K, we'll have, of course, the superstar of the Golden Trail last year, Elazine El Azawi from Normal, and but also maybe Alex Garcia Carrillo is racing you tomorrow, or
I don't think he's here.
okay, yeah. So we have some information.
And Marco told me that Mario Olmedo Sanchez is also not here.
Okay, so yeah, it's difficult to tell then. But also tomorrow in the women's race we have Judith Wieder, Sylvia Norskar, Julia Font maybe is not coming, I don't know. But yeah, pretty great field in all the races, and for sure we can say now that it's going to be muddy. So
It's going to be muddy, but actually the 50K course, so the 46K course, is mostly on gravel roads and like less technical and gnarly than the 120K. So even if it will probably rain tonight, I don't expect that it will be as hard as the 120K. And actually, I was texting with Vincent Bouillard earlier this week, and he was expecting a lot of Strade Bianche and gravel, it's very common in Tuscany. And he was surprised to see a course that is actually pretty wild and muddy and pretty tough. But the 50K is probably the best section of the 120K, so we're lucky.
nice. We have a question actually here from the live chat that you mentioned earlier that as you were not able to eat in the second part of Transgran Canaria, it was harder to recover. But Jamie is asking if you have some tips for like the average runner just to how to recover quicker from a race like Transgran Canaria.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the recovery took longer than I expected, and I think where I would go naturally after a race is just go back to training, because I love training and I love putting the work, but and sometimes I underestimate my recovery capacities, but the best thing you can actually do after a race is to just take it easy, recover, eat, sleep, not run very much, run like very slow, very short. If you can use the bike, use the bike. If you can walk, just move very gently. And yeah, I guess it's a cliche, but listen to your body and develop the ability to actually listen to the body without trying to force some idea of training, because after a race you actually mostly need the recovery. So there are actually no real shortcuts to improve the recovery and recover quicker. But if you focus on sleep and good nutrition and little training, and I think also what really helps is to get back as quickly as possible to the normal routine. because, for example, with the travels or with being in a new environment, eating different foods and stuff after a race, it's great, but sometimes it can be a stress on the body. So if you can get back to your usual routine as quickly as possible, I think it's better, and it speeds up the recovery process.
And I have a question. So you have the first your first 100 coming up, right? It's your longest race so far, because you mentioned before that you kind of wanted to try CCC the past years, but you never made that step, and not until this year. But yeah, so it's finally happening. How do you feel like stepping into the unknown? Yeah, I guess it's exciting, but tell us more.
Yeah, I guess I will step into the triple-digit territory, meaning the 100K distance. Actually, if you really think about it, it's a relatively small jump, because with a race like Canyons that is pretty fast and doesn't have a ton of elevation gain, because it's less than 4,000 meters on a 100-kilometer race. So it will likely take probably just 90 minutes longer than my longest race ever, which was the Grand Trail de Templiers, which took a little less than 7 hours for me. So it's not a huge jump, and the way I see it is just a little step into the unknown, and a little breakthrough in my comfort zone, but not something that I'm actually prepared for. So it's at the same time exciting because it's something new, but it's also a territory that I think I can handle pretty well, given the experiences that I've had before. So this is one of the reasons why I've chosen the Canyons 100K as my first 100K race. And for sure it will be different at CCC, because the distance is always 100K, but the race is a lot harder, with a lot more elevation gain, and it's a lot slower. So I think that will be the that will be the big change from how I'm used to racing and running, which will happen at the end of August. So I think after a couple of years running OCC and feeling like I have given my best to that race, it's not like I don't have anything to improve, obviously, because you can always improve, you can always do better. But I'm not as motivated to go back and run OCC a third time than to try the new distance. So try CCC. So I think this is why I chose to run this race this year, and it will be interesting how I can combine this race with the World Championship, because time-wise it's not the best. It's not an ideal scenario to have UTMB 4 weeks before the World Championship, and the idea is to run CCC and then the long trail in Canfranc in Spain for the World Championship. So depending on how I approach these races and how I recover, I think I will try to be smart and follow my coach and just listen to the body. But I'm also willing to step down the distance at UTMB, so to run CCC if necessary, because the priority for me remains to perform well both at UTMB and at Worlds, and I don't want to sacrifice the World Championship for a race at UTMB completely.
Francesco, I got a question for you, since you said you were like prepared to take on like CCC. Your teammate Hayden Hogues got back the course record last year. How do you feel about that time, and like where do you think you can get?
A course record at CCC, you mean? Because I think the record is still by Per Rengdahl. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
From
Okay.
Petter. Yeah, it's still under 10 hours.
Yeah, it's
just
still under 10 hours. I think Aiden ran like 10:20, something around there.
Yeah.
So definitely a very, very fast time, but not quite the record. I mean, I think Petter's performance is pretty historic.
Yeah.
And yeah, very, very hard to reach, to match. I would be very happy to land anywhere between 10 and 11 hours, I guess. But yeah, you just have to see how it goes and how the day is. Of course, the conditions play a big role in the performance. So it's always hard to predict the exact finish time in these long, very, very long races. But it's also true that I've been pretty good at predicting my own performances in long races. For example, last year I was at Lake Sonoma and I predicted that I could run 6 hours 30, and then I ran 6:30 exactly, which was nice. So I think I can make a good prediction once I get closer to the race, depending on how my preparation goes.
And so you were talking about like Petter's performance. He established the absolute course record on CCC with poles, and then Hayden ran like in the ballpark of 10:20 without. What will you do?
I mean, I actually never learned to use poles, so there's two approaches that I can use: either run without poles and just run it with my own style, or embrace the poles and practice running with poles. I'm not sure. I guess you have to see how I feel during training, but I mean, Hayden has proved that you can win CCC without poles, so what really matters is that you can win, not really if you can set the course record or not, because I think it's also possible to set the course record without poles. It doesn't matter. And obviously Petter is an athlete that is a little heavier than Hayden, and he comes from a cross-country skiing background, so he's obviously very skilled and very used to running with poles, while Hayden is coming from track and field and is maybe lighter, and he doesn't use poles. I'm more like Hayden's style. So I think, I mean, I would imagine that running without poles probably suits me better than trying with the poles, but I don't know, because I haven't tried yet.
Well, if you need some advice, the lady next to you certainly has one or two that you can share, because she's got a bit of experience with that.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm good at hitting people with my poles on races, so that's how I made my way through the crowds, and that's how you have to race if you are a female and you have to start in the back of the pack. I'm kidding. No, but yeah, thanks, Francisco. If I can, just like my advice that, of course, you know it already probably. It's you don't, if it doesn't take a second to learn like a skill, and so sometimes we have seen that people that try to use poles where it was not really natural for them, or just that they did not grew up or train much with poles, it just like it ended like it turned out to be just like a waste of energy. So you really need to make sure that the poles are helping you and not just like slowing you down or just in the way, because at the end you are still carrying something extra. Using poles will raise your heart rate, and at the end, if you're not able to use the poles, it doesn't make sense to use them.
Exactly.
I
think there was a really interesting research by Nicola Giovanelli that proved that if you can use poles and if you can use them well, you can actually run faster uphill, but you're also using more energy. So there is a trade-off, of course, for being faster on the climbs. And I think each athlete needs to see, where you need to see where you're at, and because like sacrificing the running economy for more speed is not necessarily a good thing for an ultra performance, because it's not only about speed, but it's also about how much energy you're spending for a given effort, for a given time, and the goal is to be as fast as possible for the whole duration of the race, not just for a single climb or just a 1 hour of race. So there is a lot of variables that go into it and that can influence this decision.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and it's just there's never just a rule that works for everyone.
Exactly.
You need to know, you need to train and try different methods and see and actually be true to yourself. And it's like, okay, this works or this doesn't work for me. For me personally, I love working out with poles just because I grew up as a Nordic skier, and so for me it's just so much easier to use them, especially on even on the flat sometimes. In 2000.
For me it would probably feel a bit unnatural at least, and honestly I don't even have a pair of poles at home, so first step is to buy a set of poles.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Well, we don't have the images of the women's anymore, but before, here we go. Yeah, they were filming Johanna just like from the side, and it was super impressive to see like the way she's still running. She was just like looking really smooth, and because like when I get tired on these races, for example, I start to just bend over, just like hunch over, and so like breathing gets hard, but she was just like standing tall and just running really well. So that's it's really impressive, and they're getting close to the finish line, so less than 15k to go for Johanna and Fiona, and so pretty great race by this women.
Yeah, she's definitely throwing everything she's got at the race, and I think this is what we talked about earlier. She's possibly still thinking about closing the gap with first place, but also wants to keep third place at bay. She wants to hold on to that golden ticket and make sure she brings it home. Interestingly, I was just looking at the rankings in the women's, and Abby is getting actually close to Azara. She's expected to go through Villa San Michel in about a minute or so, which would put her only 4 minutes back from Azara Garcia. So
wow.
As we expected early on, she is closing strong, and with still 15 minutes to go, closing a 4-minute gap is definitely an option.
Yeah. I mean, before she had a 15-minute gap from Azara. So if now she is just 5 minutes back, it's she's definitely closing up. She's on a hunt. It's really hard for the golden ticket because it's going only to the first 2 people that accept it, and we know that both Fiona and Johanna really wants it, so
everyone wants a golden ticket.
Yeah. Do you want a golden ticket eventually, Francisco?
Eventually, definitely I want a golden ticket, but I think I've already made it pretty clear that if I win a golden ticket at Canyons this year, I will turn it down. I still do not imagine what it will feel like to hand the golden ticket to someone. But I mean, this is just in the best case scenario that I finish top 2 at Canyons. So it's not completely unlikely, but it's also pretty hard. So the goal is to just run my own race and do my best, and then I have other goals for this season, and I'm not ready to run Western State yet.
I like the yet.
yeah, in the future.
All right,
We're
team,
going for
quick
a
commercial
quick
break. We'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, we are back with Joanna still crushing it. She's running amazing. We have no images from Fiona right now or Azara, but apparently, yeah, the aid station before Fiona had an 8-minute gap on Johanna, and right now the gap is around 10 minutes. Yeah, from what we can see here, Joanna is charging, so she's not giving up for sure. She's running extremely well, and she sees the finish line, and yeah, it's really cool to see her racing so hard. And also we want to give some rest to our special guest today, Francesco Puppi, because he has to race tomorrow, and so we can be sitting with you for a little longer, but we have to say bye to Francesco. Thanks a lot for coming.
Thanks. I still need to pick up my bib and to get ready with my nutrition, race gear and everything. So yeah, thanks for having me, and enjoy the rest of the live.
Thank you, and good luck tomorrow.
Ciao, ciao. Yeah, during the commercial break, ladies and gentlemen, Martina and myself we're talking about Joanna, and it's like, wow, the way she's moving right now in that final descent, and on her way to the finish line, indeed, where we could feel like she can smell the barn already, and she's going all out. Like, the gap between Fiona and Joanna was 10 minutes at the top of that descent, and I'm extremely curious to see what it's going to be on the finish line, because I have the feeling that it's going to melt. Is it going to melt down to 0 and we're going to see a possible pass? Hard to tell, because that would mean that she's running about like 45 seconds per K faster throughout this entire 15K, which would be a massive achievement, considering that Fiona was not looking like she was fading. But could it be down to 5-6 minutes? I would say probably.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have images of Fiona right now. She definitely showed like real strength before, especially as we got footage from her as she was climbing. And so she was climbing really, really strong. But the race is definitely still on. They are on the sweet spot right now. Because of course, Fiona is in the best spot because she has yeah, she has more chances to win this golden ticket and to win this race. But yeah, Johanna, she's chasing hard because you never know how far is the person behind you, and you never know if something happens along the way. Even if you're just like almost there, it's like the race is over once it's over. So Johanna definitely knows that, so it's really cool to see them racing so hard until the finish line.
You are right, Martina. Nothing is over until it's over. I mean, the back end of the race, you would imagine that it's hard to get lost, and then with that downhill going on, you can just let the legs and gravity do the work. But yeah, she's charging. She's not giving anything. Not giving anything away. It's good to see our finish line speaker still pulling off the horns and skirt and the attitude to bring everybody back across the line. But it looks like now the
and
rain
also like
is back.
Yeah, it's true. I can't quite see it now outside of the window, but it seems like, yeah, it's raining. And also in the live chat, people was asking what happened to Andreas Reiterer. So finally I got an update, and yeah, unfortunately he had some stomach issues, and now he's really not feeling well, and he has some fever. So unfortunately he had to drop from the race at around 90k, I guess, or just earlier than that. So that's what we know for now. And we saw really briefly Fiona, but then we lost the image, so we don't know what happened there. But hopefully we'll see her running again soon. Also to note that we missed some finish from the men, but Lambert Santelli, he finished in 5th position, 20 minutes behind his French compatriots. And then after him, we are still waiting for the 6th man. So these women are actually gonna come really close to the top 10, which is awesome.
Yeah, she's 11th overall. So in that last section, she's passed 8 men. She's closing strong. And Joanna is currently sitting in 15th position. And the way she's running down that hill, she could be creeping up on a few more runners. We'll see it by the time they get to the finish line.
Salutiamo, finish line.
La première femme.
Here we
There we
go.
go.
Here we are with our race leader, female leader. Well, she looks good.
Yeah, she
She
does.
seems to be running really well. Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, I might reconsider thinking the 10-minute gap is going to melt down to 6 minutes. She is moving really well, admittedly.
Yeah. And here some people is asking why the marathon race has been moved to Sunday, because last year was also Saturday. And I guess, I mean, I don't know the real answer, but I guess that it was just easier to manage 2 races per day, because, all the races are going through the same trails, or kind of. So it's really hard to manage 3 different starts and finish lines and timings, and there's a lot of overlapping. So it's also to give the best race experience to all the runners. So tomorrow, like managing just 2 races, it will be better also for the organization. I hope that. Yeah, I don't really know if that's the answer, but I guess.
That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me, Martina. And did you hear that? As soon as she crested, got over that hill, she had a bit of a grunt. Fiona is definitely also going as hard as she humanly can, which is exciting, leaving everything out there. She's at the bottom almost of that long descent, and we'll have about 8 Ks to go, 7 Ks precisely on your top left corner of the screen. 7 Ks from the finish.
Yeah.
And it would all be
Still
over,
pretty
done
hard,
and dusted.
7K.
And I wonder if she's been given the splits at the last aid station, knowing if she knows that she has a bit of a 10-minute blanket.
Yeah, well, we don't know. We just assume that people knows about splits, but actually some runners, they don't like to know these things. They just wants to run their own race. I don't know. I don't really know how to feel about it. Sometimes I want to know. Sometimes I don't want to know. Also, it always depends in which state of mind and physical state you're in, and. Yeah, she's definitely pushing hard, and maybe she knows that she has a bit of a gap, but it's not a huge gap, so she can't relax so she has to push hard.
Oh yeah, no, the race is definitely on, and she's right to be pushing. And it's predicted she still has about 50 minutes of racing time to handle. So still a fair amount of time to keep it together.
There was some good French swearing there. The guy didn't like to get dropped so easy from our own Fiona.
It was actually. It was actually words
do you think it was the camera?
He was impressed. Yeah, he was like,
okay.
Ça dépote. The dépote meaning like she's flying.
Yeah. I mean, I was he wasn't upset. Yeah, I expressed myself wrong. That's cool. It's really cool to see the people, the runners that gets past. That's just blown away by. How strong these women's are, or even our front men were. It's also quite interesting to see the panic when you realize you get passed by Kilian or Jim, and so even if you are you are hardly breathing, you still manage somehow to just sprint in front of Kilian just to have a selfie or a 5 seconds video with him. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. There's not much rational at that point where they're in their race, they walk in, and then Kilian shows up, they start sprinting out, take your phone out. But yeah, it is how it is. It's good that they still are getting inspired at that point. Oh, and we have our cameraman doing tricks, dropping the sideways unicycle. I don't even know how you would actually call it.
I don't know.
Nice maneuver.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah. Oof. They are racing. This is not a flat section. This is slightly climbing, so... I don't know if you were right on Habi closing, because it seems like still, yeah, like 16, 17 minutes back from Azara. So, yeah, seems pretty far from the podium at the moment.
Oh, yeah, you're right. She has lost a lot of time. Because, yeah, LiveTrail was predicting her to be 4 minutes back. Crikey.
I think Joanna and Fiona are really, really pushing the pace at the moment because Fiona wants to win. Joanna don't want to lose her golden ticket, and so they're just pushing as hard as possible. And Azara is still there, but she's losing a little bit of ground from the first two.
Yeah, but it seems like those gaps are now pretty well established. 10 minutes and then another 16 between second and third, and then another 17 between Azara in third and Abby in fourth. Looks like the positions are pretty much set. And here goes another gel. We're 5 minutes away from the 12-hour mark. Since they started at 4 a.m. this morning local time, and they're still going at it hard. Both of them, as you can see.
Yeah, that's really cool now that we have all the yeah, we have the back and forth of the images between Fiona and Johanna. It would be nice to see eventually Azara. I guess at this point we might see might see her once one of the two women here would finish. But yeah, really impressive racing, and I'm still trying to understand the shoes Johanna is wearing, but Fiona was racing the François Den Ultra shoes, and maybe Johanna too, but I can't be sure. Maybe she's wearing Genesis, for the people who's interested in that.
Yeah, I'm still impressed at how hard she's running downhill, and she doesn't seem to be physically affected. She has an amazing conditioning for those hills.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if she did any gym work for that, or if she just trains in a very mountainous environment, even though apparently she said that she didn't have access to such big mountains.
Yeah, normally, yeah, from what she told me, like the past years, she doesn't have access to big mountains, or she does some training camps sometimes, but it's never like the daily training, you know. So maybe you are right. She might do some strength and conditioning workouts to get her legs ready, because yes, for sure. Her stride did not change much within the race. So, and the same thing I have to say, I mean, like Fiona is climbing, she has this short and fast stride, and she's moving really well and really steady. Yeah. So it's they're really nice. Yeah, they're really looking great.
And it feels like Fiona is maybe a bit more composed, a little cleaner. But again, there are two different sections of the course, so it's hard to compare. But like the way Joanna is throwing herself at the downhill, just pounding the ground at every step, and she just keep going. Doesn't seem to be affected at all. Yeah, I'm quite impressed with that.
And in the live chat, they're pointing it out again. What I said earlier, that Juuso Simpanen, the coach from Johanna, is currently in 7th place, and or 7th place, and so yeah, at the end she won't be finishing too long after him, and so there's gonna be a lot of conversation, I guess, after this race. For sure, it will be easier to do a race report to the coach once the coach has run your same race.
Well, you know, you've done good when you can pass the coach, I guess.
Okay, here we are close to the bridge where Jess was waiting, Jim, I feel like. So
the road crossing, or is there a bridge? So Jim took him about 25 minutes, and she is anticipated.
Did he at the end? Probably.
I think he did.
He's running really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the same place.
Yep, it was indeed. And so it would mean that she's anticipated to cross the line in 42 minutes. So that's significantly slower than Jim. So I don't know if this is going to come true. This is accurate.
I don't remember exactly the I don't remember because Jess, you remember she told him like 35 minutes to go, and then it was a little less, I guess, but so it doesn't seem too wrong. 42 minutes for Fiona. Also earlier I have seen a message, people was asking if Fiona is the sister of Beth Pascall, and yes, she is the younger sister of the legendary Beth Pascall. We say hi to her if she's watching it. And yeah, so she's sure gonna be proud of her sister because she has done an incredible race today. She's still running incredibly strong.
And I'd be very curious to hear what Beth has to say to Fiona when she'll get that golden ticket and how to handle Western States. Because Beth has a bit of experience there and has managed to get on the top spot at Western States, but also cost her, that was one of the last races she did, I believe, before maybe overdoing it a little bit.
Yeah, we'd never know how these races are going to be on our bodies. Sometimes we feel amazing and we push a little farther, and sometimes just a little farther is too far. It's never the same for everyone, and and also you never know. There's a lot of reasons. Lots of things happen for different reasons, so you can't just pin it up to one. But for sure, Beth has had one of the greatest performance of all time at Western States, and she went there a few years, and it's a huge commitment. I mean, something because your partner has won it, and she has been there multiple years, and it's okay, wait, because here we have Joanna not feeling well. Yep. It seems like a stomach issue. She stopped kind of to take a deep breath. It wasn't much of a muscular problem, I feel like. Anyway, Beth had an incredible race at Western States, and then ever since she has had a lot of troubles getting back on track, and health-wise. She is one of the most impressive and incredible athlete I've ever met. Just so disciplined and motivated and humble and talented person. So it was really hard to see her struggling so much the past few years. So it was actually, seems like after having the baby, she has I've seen some light with her feelings and her running. So that's we really wish all the best to Beth. We really hope to see her back on the trail soon. We've seen she has been taking on big adventures on the bike with her husband, and it's always cool and fun to watch. And so we really, would love to see Beth back in the sport. But it's we still have a really great Pascall out here at the moment. So it's cool to have a legacy here in the family.
And hopefully, like, all of Beth's experience can be passed down to Fiona and be put to good use, because the future is bright.
Indeed, yeah. Let's see if they go back to Joanna. She didn't seem to feel really good for a moment there. Here we have the bike, catching up on Fiona, yeah.
And I think here we get another guest, Martina, coming up soon.
All right. Okay.
I think he was.
Okay. Oh yeah. Yes. Okay.
There you go, coming up.
All right, we have a guest. Here you go. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. All right, here we are with one of the new sponsors of UTMB. So, welcome. Can you, tell us?
Introduce myself.
Yes, please.
Shall I?
Hello, Marcel.
I've been doing this for a couple of hours.
Yeah, just a couple.
I'm Marcel. I am a Dutch guy, and I founded a company to change the world of soap, which is not a sports activity, but it's a hygiene activity. And the reason for doing that is that current soap solutions are very unsustainable. So that's what I do. And I'm the CEO of the company, which is not that important, but it's my company.
Yeah, that's
well,
that's
it is
great,
very important, Marcel. We want to know it firsthand, and the fact that you are here with us, but not only with us, but also partnering up with the UTMB World Series. Like, what brought you to this sport and to get closer to establishing a partnership with the UTMB World Series?
Yeah, the reason why we do it, is that the question?
Yes.
Or did I misunderstand you? Yes, so the reason for doing it is I am myself a very passionate trail runner, so ultra runner. Obviously, I'm not a very quick runner. I'm always in the sort of halfway the field, and but I love it. I do 100 miles and maybe sometime a little bit more even. And I realize that I cannot win with the trail running, but the reason for teaming up with UTMB is because it became clear to me that the community is a very tight community, and people do care for each other. And it's also, and that is something very special. I think that's something very special for the trail running community, completely different to other sports. And that's what I like a lot. And also this community understands that our problem in the global warming is a real problem, and we should do something about it. So these are the main two reasons why we as a company decided to become one of the partners of the UTMB program. Yeah.
And again, for the audience that's watching the stream right now, it's written on your shirt, the name of the company.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And
it has a
I have a
meaning
question. So there we go. We can start with that, and then if you can follow with, you've talked about the problem that you have identified, and can you explain how Lesso is actually solving that problem?
Yeah, so Lesso is a combination of two words and two languages. So less in the English language is obviously less of something, and O in French is water. So Lesso is describing a product that uses less water. Not by using it is a soap product, but in the production process, but also in the transportation process. And because if you use less water, then your transportation of a product becomes much less of an impact on CO2 footprint, etc. And because if you are packaging water, you need to package it in a single-use plastic container. And our product, I will show it on the screen. I think it's visible on the screen. That's this. This is a very small disc, and it contains as much soap as 2 bottles. Do I have it here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have it here. So these are 2 bottles of soap, and this small disc contains even as much soap as 2 of these bottles. But you have to imagine if you have this small disc, then you don't need the bottles, you don't need to throw it away, and you have a sort of 16 times less transportation cost and also environmental pollution. So that's the reason why we invented the system and why we are very eager to put this in the global market, which we are doing.
Yeah, this is great, and also it's like less volume of just like storage and
yes.
It's everything less once you have a product that uses you need less space to store it, and also less energy to produce it.
Yes. I think if you look at innovation, then you should look at the root causes of problems, and in soap it's very simple. A bottle of soap contains 95% of water and a bit of chemicals, and if you eliminate that water from that same product and you use instead of chemicals natural products, and suddenly you get a disc like this, and you can wash your hands with it as many times as 2 bottles. So it's eliminating the root problems. Will give you a huge impact on a very small product like soap.
And Marcel, because I'm not with you in a room, obviously, and so I see the disc through the screen, and I'm just wondering, so is that like a hard thing, and it is the actual disc that is broken down and dispensed so people wash their hand with it, or is that a smaller container?
No, this is a actual bar soap, so very traditional product in a sense, but we modernized it, and we created a simple to scrape it off, and we scrape it off in such an efficient way that we get 350 portions out of 1 disc. So the technology is in the system, it's in the dispenser itself, which scrapes off the disc, and then you suddenly deliver 350 portions of soap. If you would use this same portion of soap by just hand washing it, then it might be over in 30 portions. Then you're gone. So it's all about using technology. That's what we did.
Awesome. And then, question, now you're working with the UTMB World Series. Are we going to see those dispensers at races, maybe at the aid stations or places like this?
Yes, for sure. When I contacted UTMB of my idea to work together, then I was really welcomed with open arms, because as we all know, there is in aid stations you need more hygiene, because people are going to toilets and everything, and so there is a bit of an issue in aid stations. So what we said together when we created the partnership, we said let's solve that problem at aid stations. Let's make sure that we have a good solution for providing people with hygiene, before they go to eat and after they visit to one of the transportable toilets. So that is one of the big commitments that we made together to create a solution at the aid stations. Yes.
Well, that's great news, and
I mean,
maybe it's even something. Sorry, Martin. Maybe it's even
Go
something
ahead, Martina.
it's possible. Yeah, that it's possible to get like on race packages. Maybe like once you collect your VIP numbers, is it something planned, or is more just for the aid stations?
No, we are also obviously selling it to consumers. We have two different big markets. One is the institutional market, it's business to business, hotels, offices, governmental buildings, you name it. And we have a global partner that is dealing with that. It's called Garcia, which is one of the market leaders in hygiene. So they will sell our product on a global scale. And we ourselves are now starting to develop the consumer market in all those different countries also. So obviously at events we will have a booth, and you will be able to test the system. You will be able to order. You'll be able to buy it at the booth, and also in the future at the UTMB stores we will provide with specialized UTMB dispensers as branded by UTMB or by the event. Yes, that makes it extra special, obviously.
Cool.
A very functional thing to bring home, indeed. So you're saying possibly through the UTMB store in the near future at UTMB races. Is there anywhere else at the moment where anybody watching the live and hearing about Lesso could already buy it in a B2C configuration?
Absolutely. Obviously, we have a web store, www.lessosoap.com, and you can just order it there. So if you look at the news announcement that we are partnering with UTMB, there is the link to the web store, and we have a special deal for everyone also outside of Europe, that we will send the material at much lesser cost than normal, because we did not arrange all the warehouses in all the countries at the moment. We are working with that. Yeah, but it's absolutely ready for buying.
Beautiful. So I think I have the possibility. Nope, I am not an admin, but maybe we can we'll share that in the chat very shortly, because I do have picked up the URL for it. So I think Martina is an admin, so she'll be able to put it, or someone else from the UTMB World Series. So everyone who is interested can already head out to the web store and get it for themselves.
Yeah. Can I add one little thing?
Of course.
If you look at soap, if you look at soap, which is I am into soap now, obviously, but liquid soap, everyone knows that if you use liquid soap, your hands will be dry afterwards. And if you look at traditional ways of making soap, like 150 years ago, these soaps are containing fats and oils that you cannot have in liquid soaps. So the biggest advantage that you get as a person for using a system with block soap is that your hands are being hydrated at the same time. And that is something that we are not used to, but it's a very big plus for people using the system. Next to all the sustainability aspects that are huge, it is also a very big benefit on the softness of your hands, and that you do not have dry hands anymore, especially at wintertime.
That's great news.
Yeah.
I always have dry hands.
Here's another pretty solid benefit right there.
Yeah, guess so.
And maybe to wrap it up, Marcel, thanks a lot for being with us. To wrap it up with a personal question, what is your next race?
Yeah.
That's a good question. So I as I said, I'm absolutely passionate about trail running. I do a couple of races this year, like UTMB, and for the second time I will do Kilian. But my next race obviously is tomorrow here in Chianti, and I've seen the people coming in, and it seems to be pretty muddy out there. So I'll do a 50K. So what is it, 46, and very nice opportunity to discover the country and run this beautiful area.
That's awesome. Good luck out there. It's gonna be raining, but maybe not as bad like today. So
I think in Holland we are used to a little bit of rain, so
yeah, so that's perfect. You will feel like
I'll
home.
manage. I'll feel at home. Only there's a bit of hills. I saw there are some hills here, so that's different.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, guys.
No, thanks for coming. We really appreciate, and yeah, we can't wait to try the product. And
yeah, for everyone that is in Chianti, our product you can try before you enter the food section. So.
All right.
It's there.
Okay.
Wash your hands.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, and have a good rest this afternoon, and tomorrow ready to race.
I will. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Great stuff. You learn things every day. Incredible how a very small piece of soap like this can be utilized in such a way. And it's good that we can still innovate at that point, and the fact that also UTMB is interested in partnering up like this to kind of back up their policy about the environment and reducing the amount of waste and therefore all the water that is necessary at all aid stations. And plus, you know, Martina, you finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Yeah, how great is that? I can't wait to do a race just to wash my hands.
Yeah, or even like when you're done with the live, you can go right before the food section and have a crack at it.
Yeah. I should go there. Yeah, just like sneak in between all the stinky runners. I'm kidding. I love. I know you are stinking for a reason, but
we love stinky runners.
We love stinky runners. We love stinky runners, but use the soap. We will provide you the soap, so you can't stink. Like, yeah, there's no reason to stink anymore.
Yeah, we love stinky runners, but we love soft and smooth hands even more.
Yeah. Wow, we can create slogan. Like, this was incredible, Martin. You should write it down and send it to Lissu.
So I like the name as well. Less water, less eau, especially like me coming from France. I can see that.
You coming from France?
Pretty cool. I think so. Last I checked.
Cool. So let's see
team.
how are we doing here. So, well, Fiona Pascall is expected in 20 minutes, more or less, at the finish line. So we are getting close to, to see them crossing the finish line, which is great. And Johanna is still she's now 10-12 minutes back. And then we'll have to wait a little longer, like 20 minutes more for Azara, if everything continues as they have been running. So, yeah, that's pretty great. Really fast times for this 120K race.
Yeah, and again, like, as at some point we were thinking maybe those spots could swap in the later stages of the race, but those gaps actually are just increasing more and more. And as much as we saw earlier Johanna running so strong, like Fiona is also producing a really outstanding effort at that point. And I don't think, there's no catching her. That's a fact.
No, yeah, I say it out loud now. Yeah, she doesn't seem to slow down, and she doesn't seem to have problems. And if she has some problems, she's powering through them. So, pretty great job by Fiona.
Félicitations.
So we are gonna be here for some time. So live chat, you have been really active, so bring it on. Ask us some questions. So we will be happy to try to reply and interact with us. We can't wait to hear what you have to say about this race, about soap.
Yeah, and I was just sorry, I went silent for a bit. I was trying to look for a bit more information out on the World Wide Web, but nothing of interest at that point to tell you more about these top ladies. There's another fun fact actually shared by Joachim, is that the highest peak where Antilla lives is 55 meters high, so she ends up having to travel to do all sorts of climbing.
Yeah, that's even more impressive from her.
Iceland, Jokul Sinne Bjarnarsson.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
we really like these fun facts, or this information that our followers are giving us. Keep on coming. We know that here Johanna and has been crewed by her husband and her little son. So that's really cool. A lot of families out there supporting moms or dads, and that's it's really cool to watch. And Fiona apparently, she's crewed by her husband, and same for Azara. So it's really cool to we get to know a little more these runners, and we get to know a little bit more about who supports them, their life. I believe Johanna is a mom of 2, and so it's pretty impressive, like how strong she's racing, balancing life and everything. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and we see all this finisher in the 74K giving everything they've got. Oh, and there's some pizza eating on the finish line. Oh man, imagine finishing your race and you see someone with a big slice of pizza. You'd be like, come on, I'll give you my medal, give me some pizza.
Yeah. I have to say that when I was hanging out a little bit more, when we were training together for UTMB camp, I asked Johanna like the most impressive things for me. Of course, I'm joking. That's not the most impressive thing I could tell from her. But I was like, Finland is known to be like a country where it's common that it's bad weather all the time, or like most times. How come that you can be so damn tanned? She has just like a glorious skin tone, just like 5 times darker than me. And in Finland, they don't see much the sun, and I'm like, so how can you do that? And she's just smiling, and she looks gorgeous, and she doesn't have an answer. She's just saying that, probably she just absorb all the little sun she gets. So
she eats a lot of carrots.
Thing. I'm just probably. So I'm just saying I'm really jealous of Johanna skin tone. Just unrelated to running, but
run in Finland, and that'll give you a good, nice, clean tan. Oh man, look at that! Fiona is now in the hurt locker and banging at the door. She's just not giving up, but she's working hard.
Man, here we just remember the images from Kilian and Vincent battling hard, so we definitely know where are we now. So now it's just a little bit of up and down, and then there's the massive climb to the finish line. Yeah, that's the gate I jumped 2 days ago. So yeah, now it's going down. Here was where there was one of the last attacks from Vincent, and then from now on it's all climbing. Yes, that's Rada. Oh man. Oh, this feeling. She knows she's like done really soon, but she's not quite yet there. Go, Fiona.
Yeah, you can see it. You can probably hear it.
Oh yeah. Here we couldn't have images from Kilian and Vincent because it was too difficult for the bikes. But yeah, we have a camera runners here that is following
I was just gonna say,
Fiona.
Martina, you're right.
Yeah.
This is a camera runner, so it wasn't planned, but I guess the team out there realized how sticky the mud was, and it couldn't go with the bikes because we didn't have images of Kilian and Vincent at this point. So they've actually adapted and chose to get on foot.
Yeah,
Good move,
it
team.
makes sense, and it's cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's super impressive how she's moving right now. She's getting there, but she's definitely in the pain cave right now.
Yeah, transitioning fast, and again, kudos to the cam runners, you know, going on the side, giving us this beautiful side shot so we can see her power hiking up the hill, hands on knees, bent over. She's doing it right. She's getting closer and closer.
Yes.
And she would have earned that win fair and square. Half a K.
Come on, Fiona. You got this.
She sure does. And that victory is going to taste amazing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It gets really, really hard when you are almost done, but like not done.
Come on, you're on the road. Finish.
I love the cameras. Allez, come on, it's finished.
Yeah.
Allez, allez. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
This is really a hard climb to have it at the end.
Oh, yeah. At least she doesn't have to try and out-sprint another competitor. She's way ahead of Joanna.
And let's see how she's... I mean... She's just out of the top 10. I mean, but is it right that there's just like 3 guys ahead of her? No, 1. No, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see, the LiveTrail is a little lost again.
Yeah, and since we, I mean, we won't have a split until she crosses the line, so maybe she's passed already some of these gentlemen.
Yeah, because
And
apparently
this is probably
there's like... Yeah, she appears to be 11th, but the 9th and the 10th man has not yet crossed the finish line. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see. She might be even
We'll
entering
see.
the top 10.
Yeah, one thing for sure is that really feels like the longest half K in history. To wrap up this race with such a climb, it is brutal.
It is so impressive that she's running right now. Here it's really, really steep. So, yeah.
And it's really
And
cool that we
now,
finally
yeah, I
get
believe
like...
there's a little flat, kind of flat. And now there's the
and
stairs.
around and then across the street, yeah.
Yeah. All right, she's almost there.
Come on. It's your moment. Enjoy. Enjoy.
The stairs.
Oh yeah, and hey, look, there's fog again. It's the fog
Yeah,
is just
yeah.
following the women. It's like, hey, come on, what's the deal?
Well, you know, everybody's following the women's race, even the fog.
Yeah, for sure the fog.
Sverige på plats med Nilsson. Välkommen. Tack ska du ha.
Yeah, so this aerial shot is not going to give us much, but we'll transition rather quickly onto another cam to see that finish line. And coming from the UK, Team Salomon, Fiona Pascall will claim the big W here at this Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. Punch her ticket to 2026 UTMB World Series final and take
Here
one of the
she
two golden
goes.
tickets. In the footsteps of her sister, she'll have her entry into Western States. And look at her go. We're going to hear it from that finish line. Hopefully there's a lot of people to bring her home.
That's awesome.
Congratulations, it's done and dusted.
Team, the tape.
Haha. Wow, such a great race by Fiona. So well executed.
Oh man,
She
she
has
gave
been leading
everything.
for how long? I don't like. She took the lead. Somewhere after halfway, probably.
Félicitations,
I don't remember.
Fiona Pascall, the queen of Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB 2025.
Oh, Johanna is hurting. Yeah, oh my god. Oh, come on, Johanna. You got this.
Darros Inga Dottir.
Yeah, we have Johanna here now, and yeah, hopefully you will have some images of Azara as well. So
Yeah.
just I mean, she had a pretty big gap on Azara early on, which was 15-16 minutes, which yeah, it seems like a lot, but you know, if someone is feeling amazing and someone is, yeah, if Johanna is feeling crap and Azara is feeling amazing, you know, it's not hard to close a gap of 15 minutes. I believe she can do it, and I really want her to make it. So yeah, let's see.
Congratulations from the United Kingdom. 12 hours, 34 minutes and 59 seconds for Fiona Pascall.
And there you go. Protocol
Yeah,
with
so
the banner.
Yeah, she was just out of the top 10 overall. Pretty awesome.
Incredible weather conditions. Hard day.
And again, just I mean, it's always a very good indication. You know, you've got the ranking, but then it's going to be. I'm very curious about the UTMB score that she's going to get with that time.
Okay, yeah, Joanna is moving, so
It looks painful.
it's yeah, it looks painful. It's definitely, yeah, we can see that she's definitely running different from how she was running just like an hour ago. But yeah, within an hour, lots of things can change in ultras, so that's the reality of things.
She wasn't supposed to cross the line in 15 minutes, but I think her pace dropped quite a bit compared to what LiveTrail would be anticipating. Although, yeah, no, she's getting close. Almost to the bottom of the hill, and like Rada is in front of her. Is that it on the hill just across?
What? Sorry?
Is Rada in Chianti just on the hill in front of her?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, she's going down now, and then she has just like this
left
rolling downhill. Yeah, left and around. It's not. Yeah, she's getting close. It's just that it takes some time, like the last climb. So, especially if you're hurting. But yeah, she's not far from Rada. It's definitely the town we see, like, right there.
Tu peux prendre la piste, ça va au même endroit.
And the weather is getting worse.
Seems like she's doing better. Yeah, the weather is getting worse. Joanna, I think she found some, like, she searched in the basket of the energy, and she's finding some just for the final stretch.
Yeah, I felt when you're getting to that point, you manage to unplug from the pain and you just grind it in, make it home. You just want this to be over.
Yeah.
You can smell the barn, as they say. Less than 1,500 meters to go, with still a pretty mean climb.
Yeah. Yeah, here's like a little climb, then it goes flat and down, and then there's a big climb. Yeah.
And that's where it gets dangerous. Like, I mean, she's going to be fine. But for Azara Garcia, it's going to be interesting to see what she does, because we see that the weather's getting worse, that the rain is starting to pour again. And, you know, you feel like you're getting close to the finish line. So it's like, oh, am I going to stop and take a minute, couple of minutes, possibly 3 minutes to put on a jacket while I'm so close to the finish line? But again, so close yet so far. And if you spend another 20, 25 minutes out there in the rain, cooling down, that could cost you a lot. So again, my understanding is that Joanna will be fine because it's uphill and she's gonna stay warm at least for the time remaining that she has for her in when it comes to racing. But since Azara is still, according to LiveTrail, expected in half an hour at the finish line, I hope she looks after herself.
Yeah, for sure. We seem like, I mean, there was supposed to be like another checkpoint between, in Michele, but we did not see them. We didn't get the time there, so we just have the time from the previous aid station that was quite a long time ago. So we honestly have no information about how Azara is doing, how Abby is doing. So they were pretty far. And I mean, Johanna is struggling more than before, but I feel like she's still moving, and so I don't think she's gonna lose all the time. Maybe she will lose some from Fiona, but it's still like for Azara, she needs to feel amazing to try to catch Johanna. If you know you are like 15-16 minutes behind, it's hard to find the motivation to try to close the gap if you're not feeling amazing.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna happen. But I mean, if she rounds up the podium, she'll still get her automatic entry into UTMB next year, which is pretty awesome.
Absolutely.
She'll have that in the bag. And at the last checkpoint, we had Joanna 10 minutes back from Fiona, and now it's been 10 minutes since Fiona finished. So she made me lie again, and where I thought the gap between Joanna and Fiona was gonna decrease, it actually increased. And like she's less than a K to go, but with still a bit of a climb. So she was probably going to be closer to 15 minutes than 10 minutes. So yeah, it shows how Fiona really gritted out like the last few kilometers to make it to the finish line.
The infamous gate.
And I'm back in the comments. There's two things. Abbott, where can you see who has finished? So I think you're on the right place. If you're able to to write a comment, it means that you are already on the live.utmb.world platform. So if you scroll down a little bit, you have live race, you enter your runner, and then you'll see where they're at in the rankings. So that's your way of seeing who's finished. And then question from Z. That's what I'm going to call you. It's just a letter Z. Are elite trail athletes permitted to take painkillers at all in races? So the UTMB World Series follow the WADA rules, like the World Anti-Doping Association. And in that one, some painkillers are not on the forbidden product list. But then if you go all the way to like painkillers such as tramadol, tramadol, for example, has been added to the list, I think, at the beginning of last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. This has been quite recent, but which makes total sense because, I mean, racing on tramadol would be absolutely insane. But things like paracetamol, my understanding is that people are technically allowed to use them. Now, it is a big controversy because, like, when do you use them? At what point do you use them? To what purpose you use them? It is basically up to every runner's discretion. And also knowing that if you go down the anti-inflammatory route, which is also not on the water list, meaning that technically you can, that could have massive consequences on your health, especially like to some extreme cases to kidney failure, and that is no bueno. I mean, we know some ultra runners have had to go in to be rushed to the hospital to put in dialysis and nearly lost a kidney. So, it's always up to the runners to understand the limits and make the decision or to use or not painkillers, and if they do, to use it wisely. But this is 100% not advised by any means, if that makes sense.
Yeah, before any race, actually from UTMB, I always got questionnaire or like just an informative video that you have to watch. Otherwise, you can't register to the race. They won't accept your entry, and of course, it's just an informative video, but it explains all the negative sides of taking a painkiller during the race, because in the past it was kind of like not routine, but it was common in ultra running to be using painkillers, and so now there's more like there's more data and proof that it's more detrimental than beneficial using painkillers during an ultra, and especially some kind of painkillers. It's like if you really have to, just use these instead of that. So, but you don't have to go into a race with a plan of using the painkiller. We always say, like if you're hurting already before racing, maybe it's not a good idea to start the race. But
Yeah.
I have lots of friends that we we are really not good at listening to these kind of advices, coming from coaches or like parents. We really love to run and we really like to race, and sometimes we really focus and train hard for a race, and then when you least expect it, or when you don't want these things to happen, you have niggles coming up or just injury creeping at you. So sometimes, if you're smart enough and you just decide not to run a race, you can avoid a major injury. And sometimes you just you don't listen enough to your body, or you just don't want to listen to clear signs that your body is giving to you. You do a race and you put yourself a little too deep in the pain cave, and then it takes a long time to recover. So there's no quick fix for anything. So just like be mindful if you are taking painkillers. There's if you are prepared well for a race, you should not need painkillers to finish a race. Just to have in mind, if you always need a painkiller to finish the race, maybe you need to lower the distance, just accept a different challenge. This is there's no heroes, in finishing a race, just like putting down all the painkillers. The pain is coming to your brain, like you feel the pain because it's a clear message sent to you. So some messages you can just like shut them down, but it's mostly like it's a general it's a good thing to listen to the signals that your body is telling you, so it's sending you. So Yeah, this was a longer answer, but
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. Like, team, don't take my word for it. Listening to an actual pro athlete who tell you how to do it.
And with this, we have Johanna on the stairs. So she's about to finish, and we are super excited for her. This means that she gets the golden ticket she really wanted. She was dreaming about it. She was training for it, and she's getting it. So that's awesome. Yeah, so well deserved, so well played. They raced really hard the whole time. Yeah, it would be cool to
I'm
see them
excited to see,
both at the finish line.
The joy, the relief, the satisfaction of the accomplishment. She came for it. She was realistic about it, that it was never going to be in the bag. And yet, there we go, she delivered and scored high enough to be eligible for that ticket. Let's hear it from that finish line,
Oh,
and hopefully to bring her home.
Look at her smile.
Let's get ready to celebrate the second place of Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB
Yes.
100 miles.
Oh yeah.
Representing Finland. Put your hands together.
Oh yeah.
Make some noise for Johanna Antila.
Oh, that's awesome.
What a journey, what a day for Finland with Johanna Antila. Congratulations. Welcome
So
back,
great.
welcome home.
We're talking a woman who's 48 years young and who just got
Wow.
her golden ticket to go to Western States.
Is she 48?
I think that's what I've read. Yeah. I mean, she is in that 45 to 49 bracket age group.
A lot of suffering, a lot of
And I think I've read 48. Yeah.
and now
Yeah.
it's time for a lot of joy.
Yeah, she's
That's her
incredible.
partner and crew
Absolutely.
chief.
A lot of tears of joy as well. Congratulations to Johanna Antila.
Huh. Wow, she got it done. She got her ticket. She made an amazing race. Here you go. Here we see Lucy Bartholomew. She's out. She was out there supporting her big friend Habiol, but of course they are teammates. She's our teammates from the Salomon team, and she just made she performed such a great race. Just so consistent throughout the whole day. We are so inspired by her.
Ah, what a beautiful sport. Absolutely loving it. And there we go.
Here we go. We finally see Azara. Huh. She's looking back. This is the moment, when you are just you are struggling, you are panicking, and you just look back hoping that nobody's coming.
Yeah, she is just over 2Ks away from the finish line. Oh yeah.
Come on, Azara, you got this.
Bad position to be in when you're looking over your shoulder. You're running scared, but she's fine. She's absolutely fine because according to the last checkpoints, at least there was a substantial gap between her in third place and American runner Abby Hall in fourth place. And look at her. She's still moving well. She is determined to get it done.
Yeah. yeah, I feel like Azara is she's really like always in warrior mode. So for sure she won't give up just now. So she has been fighting hard the whole race. So she can see Rada right now. So I hope she has some like updates on how far Abby is from her. So I mean, not that she can relax, but at least she can, yeah, not panic.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, in the live chat they're telling us that Joanna is 45 years old, and man, I hope to be as fit as her when I'm 45 years old. She looks absolutely incredible, and she is incredibly strong. So 45 years old, you guys, it's absolutely mind-blowing.
She was born in May 1980. So she is, 45. She's turned 45 this year. I don't know where I saw 48, but that was obviously not accurate. And this is why she's now in the 45 to 49 age group. Thanks for correcting us. And thanks to all the cam runners who have been going back and forth to offering us those images. So these images are coming from a mountain biker, but I believe we're still gonna have a runner. So we have images of Azara going up that hill on that muddy section. Oh, and she keeps looking back. She is running so scared. She does not want this to boil down to a finishing sprint, but she is rather safe.
Yeah, and she's moving really well. She's running pretty strong, I'd say. She's a really, she's an incredible downhill runner. I mean, she's also, she's pretty good at every at climbing, at flat. She's really overall a pretty amazing runner. But I got the chance to run with her at World Championships 2 years ago, and I was just like, she was just like destroying me on every downhill, and then eventually I was catching up on the climbs, but she was just like, she was going at twice the speed I was going, so 2 times the speed. So I was like, every time I was like, whoa. Then eventually, I was more conservative probably, but also I could not push that pace downhill.
And it's good to see.
And also,
this split screen.
Yeah, well, in the live chat, they are, misunderstanding my tone. This is, 35 is not that old. You make it sound like it's a miracle she can still move at all. No. I was putting a lot of emphasis to the fact that she's 45. It's because it's amazing, because a woman at 45, she has, I memean, she probably, like, running is not just her main thing, and also like maybe like, oh my god, I'm
no, but like Martina, I don't think you need to explain yourself on this one. Like, we all know that in running, especially like on the shorter distances, ideal age that has been established is about 27, 28 years old, where you peak when we're talking about like track and up to actually like 10K half marathon distance. And we've seen the odd like runner who goes beyond that. So in ultra running, obviously there's a bit of a longer lifespan, but 45 it is still outstanding to see her on the second place on the podium of a UTMB World Series, no questions asked. But let's hear it from the interview.
The first 60K was great. I felt really good, and then the last 60K was hard. It was just way more technical than I thought it was going to be. And I think even if it was dry, it would have been more technical than I thought it was going to be. But with the wet and with the 73 kilometers gone through before, the last section was relentless. But it was awesome. It was such a cool course. And being up in the clouds was really cool. So the weather actually, it made it interesting.
It was kind of mystic, we can say that, you know, with the clouds and with the vineyards and the castles and the wine that you didn't have.
Yeah, I didn't have any wine. I think maybe, I don't normally drink, but I might have some wine tomorrow. Yeah, tonight it'll kill me.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Johanna. So, for you as well, she said, I was afraid you were coming from behind. So she was, you know, just at your back for a moment, and then you turn on the engine, but you stuck to the second place, and you managed to grab the silver medal, actually.
Yeah, I was afraid all the time that the third one is coming, but actually I knew quite well that she went so fast and she was so much ahead that I was just trying to keep my second place.
You know that in this race there is the ticket for the Western States, and we were wondering here together if you're gonna accept that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm here because I just wanted the ticket.
So you had a goal, and the goal is achieved. Thank you so much, Johanna. You might have some wine tonight.
Maybe.
Maybe. Or it's better maybe to enjoy the whole day tomorrow here in these beautiful vineyards in Chianti. So thank you so much, girls, and congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB 2025, Fiona Pascall and Johanna from Finland.
Oh, see, standing up hurts, as it should after running 120 Ks hard.
Yeah, here we have Azara closing up. Yeah, getting to the final climb. It's pretty great. It's actually really impressive that none of them fell here, because it seems really slippery and and it's just like sideways and all muddy. It's hard.
And so she is still looking back, trying to move as fast as she can to make it across the line and be in the safe, secure that podium position.
Same feeling. Yeah, she might have the same feelings as Johanna, just looking back, running scared that someone will catch her and just grab her the last podium, the last place on the podium. But yeah, we're pretty sure she can make it.
România, da, România. Bine ai venit, felicitări.
Let's see if we can hear it from our cam runner. Yeah. See the hill with the Azara. What's left to cover, less than a K.
No, perché il GPS non è continuo, quindi te lo dico, sono quasi davanti a me che sia certificata della 120 km.
Okay.
she's getting there and determined. Can we hear
Yeah,
some
absolutely.
Spanish cheering in the chat?
Yeah, come
Let's
on,
bring her
guys.
home.
Yeah, Azara has been in the sport for many, many years, and she has been ever since I started. I feel like I've always seen her in the top of the rankings. She has been amazing in every distances, like from vertical kilometers to ultra races. So she is really like a tiny warrior, and yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she is last year winner here also. Last year she finished in 10 hours. But yeah, the race was much shorter and less hard because the elevation gate was much lower. So yeah, it's also cool to see her coming back to this race. So it means that probably she really liked the race last year.
Yeah, I guess there's always this extra taste of positive when you come and win a race. So you always want to kind of replicate that. But I think that's probably going to feel like a win for Azara, keeping world-class athletes like Abby Hall behind her and being on the third step of the podium. She's also securing her spot into the 2026 UTMB Mont-Blanc.
Yeah.
And look at this, head down, pure grit at this point.
Yeah, she's looking up. She knows she's almost there. But yeah, she needs to keep going a little longer. Yeah, this is the hardest part. Come on, Azara. Also, after Azara finish, I assume we are closing our live coverage, right, Martin?
True, that is the protocol we usually follow. The top 3 athletes in the women's category and top 10 for the final. So Azara, we'll see her finish, and it's probably going to be a wrap shortly after that. And then we'll give you rendezvous already next weekend for the Tenerife Blue Trail. But let's not wrap it up too early. Ladies and gentlemen, coming from Spain and giving everything she has to make it to the finish line and secure that third spot at the Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. Azara Garcia across the road. There's a bit of a flat section, as you were saying, going around. So close.
Here we go. We have some cheering for Azara. She got this. She's almost there. And a question for you, Martin, because we know that Abby was really on a mission for this golden ticket. And originally she was not supposed to come here, so she was supposed to, from Black Canyon, then go to Canyons in order to try to qualify. Do you think after this she will like race this canyon to try again one more time?
Martina, that's a very good question. I don't have an answer to that. My hope would be that, you know, there's limits to chasing a goal. She had two attempts, raced extremely hard at Black Canyon 6 weeks ago. She's most likely raced really hard again, over 120 Ks. And she was talking about like the time when she ran canyons and got her ticket to Western States, and she said it was a very quick turnaround that she didn't think was too safe to do, but she did. And so I think in the last podcast with Woman of Distance, she was like, she wouldn't try to do it again. So I think she's probably not going to go for it. But again, you never know. We've seen girls like Emily Hauger go for it and finally getting it late before Western States and then going back for it. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it from the finish line. Finally, she breaks into a smile.
Congratulations.
Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB, and now she's in the third position. Azara, Garcia de los Salmones.
Good job, Azara.
La terza donna è ancora d'arrivo per quanto riguarda la 120 con Zachary Gardner from USA.
Huh.
And so did she have any crew
Tough
there
race
with her?
I don't know, but I mean, in the questionnaire before the race, she said that her husband was crewing her. So I don't know if it's just like somewhere there or, but yeah.
What a journey for
he
Azara
had a crew.
Garcia de
Okay.
los Salmones.
Yeah.
Welcome back, welcome home. 123 kilometers with more than 5,000 meters of climbing. Was a hard journey.
Yeah, you got your answer.
I mean, it looks like she works extra hard.
Yeah.
Daniele Del Prete intanto conquista la sua medaglia.
All right.
Poi e poi ancora in arrivo.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go down soon and congratulate in person to these amazing women. It was so cool to follow along.
It was indeed, and I think these are going to be the images on which we're going to part ways for today's live coverage, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you all for being with us, for participating in this fantastic race day at Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB. Inspirational racing from all these athletes and all, obviously, the ones that are still out there on their own journey. And when it comes to the next rendezvous, Martina, as we were saying, next weekend, Tenerife Blue Trail. We're going to be back on, and hopefully you're all going to be back on with us and witnessing some more trail running greatness.
Yeah, let's see what happened.
ladies and gentlemen, now we're gonna have a beautiful picture of our winners of Chianti Ultra-Trail by UTMB 100 miles. Fiona Pascall, the winner, Johanna Attila in the second place, and Azara Garcia de los Salmones in the third position. Congratulations to our beautiful female athletes. What a battle, what a race, what a journey. Thank you for the smile.
Ciao, grazie. Grazie, complimenti anche a te.